I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works, coming at you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Atlanta Supercross, 13 rounds down, 4 to go in the Monster Energy Supercross Series. And, yeah, things are tightening up in the 450 Supercross title chase. Chase Sexton goes wire to wire for the win. If he didn't get penalized in Detroit, those 7 points, the gap would be down to 10 for the 2-3. But it's still 17. We'll talk to Cooper Webb tonight, though, about his Atlanta, which he said on the podium, I rode like shit. I love that. That was great. So Cooper Webb will call in tonight and talk about his Atlanta race, talk about the bike change he's made, some other stuff. Always great to have Coop on. And, yeah, looking forward to that. We also have Factory Honda's Colt Nichols. First time we've had Colt on the show since he's been with the Factory Honda guys. Colt Nichols will be calling in to talk about his season, working with that Wilbur guy and more. Jordon Smith, second place in Atlanta, kind of his hometown race. We'll get Jordan on the line to talk about Atlanta and more on the Star Racing team. So looking forward to having Jordan calling in. And we added Jared Lesher tonight. He made the main event on a two-stroke. We're trying to find out the last two-stroke to make a 450 main event. And it's been a while from what we can gather. So Jared Lesher will call in. He's a two-stroke guy and made the main in Atlanta. And I did a privateer pod with him earlier this year. It was really interesting. Great to talk to him. And so we'll follow up with the main event talk from Jared Lesher. We have a couple of my friends in studio, at least one friend, one ex-friend maybe. 702-586-7857. If you got something on your mind, give us a call. And let's talk some Atlanta, some MotoGP, whatever you got. We're happy to have you guys tonight. Don't forget the Yamaha LCQ race Friday, Denver. Yeah, coming up. So please check out the raffle page on PulpMX.com to buy a ticket to possibly win a 2023 YZ450F or like one of 19 other prizes. Fly Racing and Renthal and Guts and Roost and FXR and all these companies joined in to make some prizes worthwhile for you people to do that. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. All the money goes to these racers in Denver on Friday in the LCQ race, 22 of them. So looking forward to doing that. And so get the tickets while you can. The money's a little low, people. Let's get it up there. Please, I appreciate it. PulpMX.com, buy that raffle ticket. Go on my Instagram. The link is on there as well to do all that. We'll tell you more about the Millville Ride Day later as well. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Race Tech, Acherbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, AtlasBrace.com. Coming up, the Canadian Nationals are starting soon with Dylan Wright. He's an Atlas Brace rider. He's down at the 83 compound, and he's shredding from what I hear. Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Get Data, Intense Cycles, Wiseco Piston, EVS, all on board with us. And again, Webb, Nichols, Smith, Lesher, all calling in, and much more coming up on the show tonight. And 702-586-PULP if you have a question for myself or for my two co-hosts. First up from Keefer Inc. Testing from RacerX Online. He's back in studio 1 week after we had to call off Life Swap, but he's here. Kris Keefer, what's up, buddy? How are you?
How was your week?
Great. How was yours?
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Like
Cal Classic went well.
Couldn't have gone smoother.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we made the right decision.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it too, a little bit. You know.
I mean, I had a great week. I texted you Wednesday. I go, "How you feeling?" You're like, "Awesome. Everything looks good." Our Twitters were on fire though.
Yeah.
But my life.
Yeah.
By the house was okay.
Yeah. No, listen.
wrong.
My Twitter was a big steamy pile of shit for a week.
What the hell happened?
We got a lot to talk about when it comes to Atlanta and Live Swap and the Cal Classic, which we'll get into later on as well. Race at Glen Helen you did over the weekend. That really, I mean, I would have, Aiden won one class, but I've got a feel he would have.
Two.
Okay. He would have won all three if I was there, but that's okay. But I did make it down to GH on Thursday.
Yes, you did.
Which
big test day for you.
You did not think I was coming.
Well, you did screw with me a little bit in the morning, and I honestly, usually I can catch your jokes.
Yeah.
And I was loading up, and I saw that, and I'm like, That mother.
I said, Keefer, I overslept. I'm not going to make it.
And you have done this to me before.
I have.
So I thought that
Fuck
was
you, you're
legit.
fired.
Yeah.
But you did.
Nope.
You did make it, and you actually stayed until it closed down.
Pretty much. I
Yeah.
didn't, I wrote a lot. I feel
did.
like I wrote a lot.
No, you did.
I went REM tracking. I went main tracking. You know, I was,
Main tracking. I haven't
I was
heard that in a
main
while.
tracking. I was
Main
REM tracking. Yeah.
Hey, man, you main tracking out there? That's sick out there right
What's
now.
tracky riding? Main tracking.
I will say this. Could you have done that multiple days?
I don't think so.
You texted me the next
I
day
know.
and said,
Yeah.
I got some
back.
GHB going on.
I do.
Yeah.
I want to thank Bill and the KYB guys for coming out.
Yep.
Yep.
Big production test on your
big
bike.
test on my bike. Yep. Do you think those guys, when they're asking me questions, do you think they're just leaving and being like, this fucking guy? Like, they seem like they really cared about what I thought about that suspension.
No, they do, and that's why I asked them questions like, why the fuck are you doing this for him?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
Right.
They seem to genuinely want to get your feedback.
They really did.
I'm like, holy shit.
They really did.
Checking my watch to
Yeah.
see if it's April 1st. Nope.
Right, no.
Yeah, we're past that.
Also in studio, a man who was really looking forward to coming in tonight, and because it was going to be the end of Life Swap, and knowing him, he had a lot of things planned. Unfortunately, he's just going to join us in a regular quote-unquote show tonight.
Probably will not mention anything.
Probably not.
No.
From Michelin Bicycle Tires, Michelin Tires in general. Randy Richardson, what's up, buddy? How are you? Yep.
God, you know this show is going to just...
His phone
That's
call
gonna be
last
good.
week was
Yeah.
Yeah.
You made us feel bad.
And well, no offense.
Yeah.
But how do you think the two of you made Pulp Nation feel?
Yeah, we know
Right?
how
Yeah,
they feel. we got
yeah.
the point.
I mean, literally, there was like two tweets of support,
Yeah.
and 84 of like, "fuck you guys."
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want to thank those two guys that said that they understood.
Yeah, got our backs.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't know that your mom and your dad was on Twitter.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
okay, that's
Right.
good. Though. That's good to have that
Yeah.
family support.
Welcome to the show, Randy. Thanks for coming in.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here. How was your week? It's good.
That's great.
Yeah.
Was yours hanky jory? I'm
Hanky
guessing?
Jory, everything was hanky Jory in
Pretty
my world.
hanky-jory
Yeah.
week. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was looking forward to straightening Heather and Aiden up.
Well, first of
Whatever
all,
they had for
you-
bad habits, I was going to correct that quickly.
Heather did have all the food prepared that Steve likes, so she was ready for Steve.
And
So-
Pookie went grocery shopping.
She got Cheez-Its for me.
For snacks for
I,
me.
I do
Yeah.
not in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form doubt your wife's commitment to this.
Yes.
At all.
Right.
It's you two losers
Yeah.
that,
I know.
I take issue with.
I mean-
Listen, it was supposed to happen, and I don't have too much to say about this. We don't want to dwell on
Right.
it. But let me, here's
Yeah.
a few things.
I've got enough to cover you, so go ahead.
Okay.
Don't say much.
Here's a few things. It's going to happen.
Oh, God. See, that's where you
gosh.
don't say
No,
that.
it's going to happen.
Oh, my God. I'm not on board with this, everybody, so don't yell at me.
What?
I'm on board, but I'm not on board you saying that.
We're not going to announce it. We're not going to talk about it. It's just going to happen.
You're announcing it right now.
No,
Yeah.
but just we're not,
No one
don't-
listens to this show
Don't
anyway.
pin us down on a date. We're
Okay.
going to do this. We're going to work it out. It's going to happen. Maybe it's not a full week. Maybe it's a weekend.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's a little
Yeah. You should
But
do
if
it.
You're a little bitch.
Yeah, that could be a
so,
factor.
So, and also as well, so I've said that. My other point is like all you people letting us have it. Like, I have no defense. Normally I'm up here and I'm firing away, you know, because that's kind of
That's a crappy gun, dude.
that's a laser.
That's a
That's a
Canadian
Star Wars
gun.
laser.
That's a Canadian gun.
No, that's a Star Wars laser. So normally I'm firing back, and I will make my point. We
Yes.
can't do anything but just eat this disappointment. Like, we deserve it.
Yes.
And if you people think we're losers and quitters, and I've seen all the
We'll agree.
social media stuff.
Yeah, I saw a lot of stuff too this week. Some of it
can't
was a
say
bit
anything.
overboard.
Yeah, I can't. Like, I get it, man. Like, yeah, we promised something twice. Twice we backed out of it, and go ahead and let us have it.
I've never agreed to so many people on Twitter since this last week. You're an asshole. Yes. You're an idiot. Yes. You guys are both losers. Yes. Yes. Everything was yes.
Yeah. So we get it. We get it.
Yeah.
But one of us here was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went, and I actually went into the press box where professional journalists were there covering the sport. That was impressive. Their commitment to traveling, covering the sport, giving the information, race updates to
Absolutely.
the people.
Yep.
It was super good.
Yep.
I liked, it was
Okay.
Vital MX and Swap Moto Live both had good, like post-race interviews. I love hearing that because it's fresh in the minds of the racers. You hear their tone and inflection, kind of like you used to with this show. But Yeah, it was good. For me, I loved it. I like being there. It was daytime, for God's sake. It was a daytime race. How can you not go to
That's
a daytime?
tailor-made for me.
You should try one of those sometime.
Yeah.
You should go to a daytime race.
Well, Keefer was supposed to go, and then when we decided to not make it happen,
he almost just jacked me up. Right
no,
there.
when we decided not to make it happen, then I looked at flights and it was like super expensive, and honestly though,
you shouldn't have used any of those Sky Miles you've accumulated for millions of years.
That's a Delta thing. I have United Miles.
Okay,
but
probably cheaper.
honestly, so look, I
gay.
went to Glendale, and it wasn't exactly. I love Triple Crowns. It
Yeah.
wasn't great racing, and I honestly, the whoop sections looked gnarly in Atlanta. They were a deciding factor for a lot of guys, but then once they started jumping them, now they didn't become a major factor. And Randy, it just seemed like it was doubles and triples, and I didn't see much going on either. I'll be honest.
Yeah, the track, while you would think a more open track like that might yield some better racing, it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone got kind of spread out pretty quick, and then what I liked. We'll get into the racing, but 450 main. I want to bring up Life Swap later, but right now, 450
so
main.
you still have some things loaded in your chamber.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Travis, you have the videos, right?
Locked and loaded, sir.
Okay, cool. So then for the 450 main, but watching Cooper, which I know we'll have him on later, but Cooper, Webb, and Eli Tomac kind of yo-yo each other. That was kind of interesting to see what happened, how that played out for the impact
It looked like
of the points.
Tomac was going to get him, made a pretty good ground, was going to get him, and then Coop pulled back out.
Yep.
Looked like he stabilized it.
Yeah.
Did you see anything that Coop did differently or anything?
Nothing specific that really stood out, to me as far as one particular area.
Right.
It's just negative thing about that type of track. I was up in the WPS Fly Racing Suite, thanks to JT and everyone for the hospitality there. But the track's so spread out on one end versus the other end. It's a little bit of a challenge to follow the racing versus a traditional football or baseball track.
As I said off the top, Sexton wins, and if he doesn't have that penalty in Detroit, it's 10 points.
Yeah, I know it.
But if some butts were candies and nuts and all that, right?
It's funny how
my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
Yeah, and if you guys hadn't backed out on Life Swap, it would have the best show ever.
Yep.
But go ahead.
Yep. So it is what it is. It's 17 points. But who did on a it was hot, right, Randy?
Yeah.
It was 80 degrees, and the track was long and brutal. Who would not have Tomac and Webb on the podium?
I know.
Right? And Roxon up on the podium.
Yeah, but those two guys missing it.
Right.
That to me is the more.
And what's weird is they didn't get horrible starts. They got starts. That's what I like to call them.
Tomac was 10th.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
It's okay.
It's mid-pack, right? It's not horrible for those guys.
Yeah.
And the leaders, the top three, gapped fourth back real quick.
Yep.
And the time those guys got up in that position, there was an 8-second gap, so it was hard to make up. But AP made up time.
AP looked like he was going to pass Tomac at some point, right?
So,
so I've switched. I mean, I went for a long time believing Jason Anderson was going to win a race, right? He won a bunch last year, and I really thought he was going to win a race. And obviously, he had a kid and traveled all night. This weekend wasn't a great showing for him as he pulled off. But I'm now, obviously, I think recency bias is huge here, but Barsha can win a race, and Anderson cannot, to me, right now, with 4 to go. Would I put odds on it? No, I wouldn't, but I think the 51 has passed him.
It's crazy to me that we talked about this last week. He is the most fit dude, I think, besides Tomac, obviously. You've never see him fade or go up and then fade back. You never see it. He rides like a man possessed. As much as he moves around on the machine, it's hot, and the dude's insane. It's unbelievable how good a shape he is, and no one talks about it.
He was if you would read observations, I brought this up earlier this year. That I thought he was one of the fittest guys on the track. I know. But I agree with you. He ditched Tom Danielson as a trainer. He went by on his own for a couple of years. Now he's got a guy. He told us on this show. But I think that even when he didn't have anybody, nobody holding his hand, nobody mixing his drinks, nobody at the races, the dude was grinding off the track.
Even when he's on Yamaha, he's still the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And the guys at Yamaha, I know them better than the TLD guys. They say that he would test till 5 o'clock at night. Whatever you need. Yeah. I'm here all day, right? So his emergence has been really fun to see. He also said in the press conference that he's been clean for 12 races or whatever he said.
Oh, by not hitting anybody.
Yeah, by not hitting anybody.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny.
And it's weird to me,
we should have a sign. It's been 21 days since Justin Barsha incident. Like a workplace safety sign.
Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah.
What's weird is I feel like, at least right now in the past couple weeks, You see Barsha, Roxon, Tomac. Everyone's getting along,
Yeah.
tapping each
I
other on
know,
the
I
back,
know, right?
high-fiving. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
dude, what is going on?
Yeah.
It's super weird.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's getting along.
I'm with you.
It's kind of
We
weird.
need more of this. We
Well,
need more of that.
I just- hey,
we need more
Get
of that.
out of there.
When-
That's what we need, though.
Get
right
out.
That's what we need.
What's wrong?
It's a trigger.
Okay. I think it's funny because
That I wasn't aware of until now.
you see these guys on social media commenting on each other's stuff, and you just think like, you think Stanton would be like to Bradshaw? Hey man, thumbs up, good job this
No.
week. Like any of these guys, Chad Reed, Stu, and RC, you think
It's
think they're on
crazy.
social with each other? It's nuts. Yeah, I'm with you a little bit on that, Keefer.
Like, you talk to RC and these guys, and RC will say it on the broadcast.
yeah.
He's like, I ain't riding
No.
with those dudes. No one's riding with me.
I ain't talking to them. I ain't
No.
riding with them. Everything they say, I'm wondering why are they saying this and what's the mental thing behind this. And, you know, I mean, Tim Ferry wore, no, what was it? Yeah. So Jeff Spencer wore a 22 hat
Yes.
one day, and Tim
Oh.
Ferry freaked out because now he likes Chad better than I do.
Right.
Like all these guys, they're just nut jobs like that, right? So
European racers are like that. Like, you watch MXGPs,
Yeah.
they're high-fiving,
oh yeah, no,
they
they're
bro down.
bros. Yeah, absolutely.
And we didn't see that here in America until recently.
During the height of RC, Stu, Chad hatred, I went to a few GPs, and I remember one time specifically at Lomo, all of them were doing the drug tests, and they were all in a room together, and somebody said, yeah, I think Jill Caroli said, go in there, Tony's in there. Like, I walk in, top 10 are all there, and they're fucking laughing like they're at a comedy club.
Yeah.
They're loving it, and they're laughing, and they're all waiting for the drug test to start peeing. And I was like, wow, there's no entourages. There's nobody surrounding these dudes. 10 of the riders are just broing down. This was, 2012 or whatever, right? Like, and that's how those guys are. You're absolutely right. They are that way. Lots to get into tonight. Phone lines are already full. Imagine that. We got a couple tire questions, Randy. Do you want to start off with that?
Yeah, that suits me. Unless there's a life swap question that we could put in front of that, I'm good with a tire question. Yeah.
Taking your calls over there in the corner, holding things down. He's the motorsport.com gearhead. Tallon Taylor, what's up, Lone Wolf?
What's up, Steve?
How are you?
Good. Just been ignoring that email that you sent me
Dude.
last week.
What?
Dude, he's a gearhead at Motorsport, and I've got some questions and issues with an order, and I get no response from him.
Well, maybe he would be more appreciative of it if you would introduce those two guys and what they bring to the show.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. It's your show. Should be Chris's.
I did look into
Should
it.
be
Okay, thank you.
We're
Thank
working
you.
on it.
Thank you, Tallon.
That's the first look of the night. We're 20 minutes in. Did you see that look?
I don't know.
know.
where it
That
came
when
from.
he does
Yeah,
that-
right.
We got to simmer
Okay.
down.
No, I know. Trust me.
Oh, there's more coming. Don't worry.
Working the cameras over there, that voice you hear.
Yep.
His Vegas Golden Knights probably losing in 6 to the Winnipeg Jets starting tomorrow. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
Better than losing to the Lightning in 4. So, what can you say?
Whatever.
I'd like to point out that I'm wearing my Senior Citizen shirt today, a company built on values and
Integrity and
honesty.
Yeah.
honesty
Yeah.
and commitment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
On
shop-
it- no,
shop
listen,
seniorcitizen.com, everybody.
it's fine. We deserve it. Go ahead.
How long is it supposed to last, though?
Oh, as long as we want.
I don't know. Let's ask Darkside. Maybe he'll call in later and we can ask him how long you just
That's a
banter
good
and
one.
banter and banter. You know what I mean?
Holy shit.
That gentleman has nothing to complain about.
Oh, really?
Nothing.
Really?
Yeah, really.
He is
Well,
living the dream.
I got him
literally.
I got him a media job. I got him a free dirt bike. I gave him a fucking.
We got him a haircut.
decent look.
And threw it away.
You know.
Yep, the whole thing.
Yeah. All right. So we got tire questions.
Yep.
Coop is coming on here. Frank has a tire question for Randy. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How are you, Frank?
Hey Randy, so I got been using the Starcross 5s for a long time now, and I'm a real big fan of the soft front, and I've been using the medium rear just because I like getting a little bit extra tire life out of it.
Yep.
But I was going to buy some new 6s, and I saw that they're kind of, there's like more options now. There's like a medium soft, a medium hard, a soft, a hard.
Yep.
So for a guy, I'm riding a 2-stroke, a Beta 300 RX. What do you think would be the good Starcross 6 that would be equivalent to the 5, like a soft in the front and a medium rear?
Yeah, great question, Frank. So and that was my go-to setup as well, was the Starcross 5 soft front and Starcross 5 medium rear, because the front's a bit more aggressive, and then the rear medium would be more durable and yield a bit more tread life, let's say. The direct correlation between those two would be, and I would recommend a Michelin Starcross 6 medium soft front and a Michelin Starcross 6 medium hard rear. So that's going to give you a real aggressive, predictable traction on front, fairly open traction rear. Huh?
Predictable?
It's predictable, yeah. It's traction you can count on.
Yep.
It's not going to, if you wanted to.
Not going to flake on you.
Let's just say Steve likes that one because if he ever wants to pull out of something, like Steve wants to pull out of a rut, it's got side traction. He just pull out of a rut, change direction at a moment's notice. So
I wouldn't like that tire because I don't pull out. So I want a tire that stays in.
All right,
so
Frank.
That's the answer,
You
Frank.
can't do that, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, bud.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. All right, we got a tire about mooses. Jeremy wants to talk about mooses, and I don't think the kind with the antlers. What's up, Jeremy?
How are you guys?
Good.
No antler talk. Randy, what's obviously pros and cons of running a moose? I'm a motocross dude. I've got trails in my backyard that I ride, and is there any technology between brands in mooses?
Yeah, certainly there's different technology. In theory, it's quite the same, right? And whether it's a moose made by other brands or a Michelin bib moose, it's effectively a butyl charged, a nitrogen charged butyl foam cell solid moose, right? So solid insert. And the key benefit is to not receive a flat tire. They're very, very common in Europe. They're used in most every single motocross and all the enduro applications in Europe, where you just eliminate the risk of a flat. In the U.S., there's riders are not as common to use them. Use a bit more outdoors.
Why does Jeremy want to use a moose? Jeremy, why do you want to use a moose?
I just got a new to me bike.
Listen, you don't need a moose, dude. You're fine. You're not going to some hard enduro. You're not racing where you can, don't worry about it. They're a pain in the ass to install. They suck to install.
I like the feeling of a rear moose because it has a dead feel. So if you're looking for feeling.
Is Jeremy, is he got a lap times out, got a stopwatch?
If he likes a certain feel, he might like a bib moose.
Just, Jeremy, get a heavy-duty tube, and you're good.
God, I wish you
would.
Remember this call was for you, Randy? Remember that?
Virginia rock fruit for the trails in the backyard that are kind of gnarly.
And the other benefit to finish my thought on it was that the bib moose has a dead feeling, as Kris mentioned, so it's a little bit less rebound. The tire is less lively, so if you're in an off-road application with roots and rocks, it kind of conforms to the ground or the obstacles a little bit more. It doesn't deflect as much, so that's certainly.
What? What if he wants to try it?
Yeah,
okay, he can try it.
Yeah.
Jeremy, do you change your own tires?
No, I got people for that.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he's kind of like you with a mountain bike.
Throw the moose on to somebody.
Got people for that.
I pray to God this guy, is still he's going to be your friend after you throw a moose at him and say, install
they all run mooses, so I was just going to have them do it. They said
see there.
Okay. Well, I will say this, Jeremy. I'm not kidding you. I know that I'm angry at FMIP for these jokes and all that. I get it, but Michelin makes an incredible moose. When you talk to race teams in Europe, talk to people over here, Michelin seems to be sort of the leading edge of mooses, Randy. I know you don't want to,
No. I'm glad to say, we invented, Michelin invented the whole bib moose, technology, and we're the only ones that had that for the longest time. Other brands, certainly, whether it's Dunlop or Pirelli, even Bridgestone has them. But then there's Nitro Moose. There's other brands that have came along and replicated or improved upon or have a comparable offer. So there's a lot of options out there. But that's basically, if you, a valued listener of PulpMX, someone that pays for this house we're sitting in, if you want to spend your money on a bib moose, certainly do so.
I'm just saying they're very high rated, the Michelin mooses.
Yep.
So.
They are.
I might be giving them a shot anyway.
All right.
Heck yeah, man.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Looking forward to the episode and looking forward to Steve getting some shit over the next coming weeks.
There we go.
All right. Well, listen, again, I understand it. Joey.
Weeks is generous.
Joey, what's up?
Yeah, I got a little race tech rant. So,
all right.
In my opinion, we had probably the best 450 press conference vibe as far as the three guys were not just
they were
not wanting to look at each other.
Yep.
Yeah, but then we have media guys that don't want to show up to the races anymore because they think it's not necessary, and we have a Zoom call because people obviously still want to hear from the heavy guys, Weege and all them, but they don't show up to the races. So now we have Barsha trying to listen to these people that are just cutting in and out, and then next thing you know, they finally cut to interviewers that are at the track, and then obviously the FIM guy, Barsha barely even figured out what he was trying to say. So it's end of the story, race tech rant.
Yep.
Show up to the races, media people.
Okay, fair enough. The Wi-Fi wasn't good and that was an issue, a big issue, right? The Wi-Fi kind of sucked.
Well,
so.
and I mean, I get that, and I think that it kind of doesn't make sense because, I get, the idea behind that of not having to have every media guy go to thing. But, I mean, we aren't the F1. We don't have
but generally, Joey, it works better when the Wi-Fi and the people like Weege and people who aren't at the races can use the Wi-Fi. It works fine. Everybody can hear okay. This weekend was a bit of a disaster. You're right about that. It didn't really work out. But, I mean, Joey, some media guys – they've been going to the races since 1996, a lot of them. And, some media guys, had unexpected circumstances where his friend bailed on him.
Oh.
Well, and I mean, do we want to start calling you like the media guy for the media?
Listen, dude, I've gone to 9 races this year. Settle down. There's 13. I went to 9 of them. I mean, what percent is 9 out of 13?
You're shooting 50?
I feel like if we went to war and I was getting held hostage and the enemy offered Steve, hey, I'll let you go, but we got to kill Keefer. He was like, fuck yeah, let's kill Keefer.
I'm obviously
out.
kidding.
I'm free.
I'm obviously kidding.
Yes.
It definitely was 51-49 that
clip.
Keefer was backing out of live swap, but I was 49% responsible. So thanks, Joey. Thanks, man.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Thank you. I think Joey was trying to take a little dig at me there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was. I really do.
Backhanded.
Is this just shit on Steve show?
It's going to be.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Hey, Decal Works, big sponsor, Kris Keefer, as well as the Moto 60 show and the Re-Raceables and this one as well. So thank you to the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. With those guys, custom stuff. Keefer, your stuff looks great. They've done a good job. Sean and the boys getting you the quick turnaround on the graphic designs and everything else. And you get a proof beforehand. You check the box, you approve the proof, and then they send you it to. And, thanks to the folks at Decal Works. They're also the official graphic sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team. And our first guest this night from the Red Bull KTM team, finishing 4th this week in Atlanta. Cooper Webb, what's up, Coop? How are you, man?
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
Good. Thanks for calling in. By the way, I hope to have an answer for you tonight. I didn't get one, though, but I really hope to tell you on the phone that we're pushing hard for this taco guy for our race. And
Carlos Short.
Yes.
The Flying Taco.
The Flying Taco. I'm trying. I thought I have an answer for you because we got turned down, and I'm appealing it, Coop, and I'm going to the higher levels here.
Because Taco hasn't raced Supercross. No? Yes?
Taco did race, I think, some.
He's raced GPs. He's raced Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not sure about Supercross. He's obviously arena cross legend.
Yes, absolutely. So have you seen this gentleman's
social
media?
He's ridden my Supercross track in North Carolina.
Okay, so
I know that. So
the people I'm appealing to, can they call you? If I just say, hey, call Cooper Webb.
Reference.
Okay.
Reference.
Flying Taco will not die, and to reference this, Cooper Webb says he will not die.
There you go.
Right.
Yes.
Like he can ride.
He's an entertainer. He's an entertainer, and that's what he will do.
Okay, so we're trying to still work on getting Flying Taco into our Yamaha LCQ race. So we're working on that. Coop, you rode like shit.
He's also Blue Crew, like you said.
No, I know. He's our guy. You rode like shit in Atlanta, I heard. Jesus, dude.
Yeah, I mean.
You're not scared, yeah.
Not my best performance, but overall, got 1 point, so it's
well. That's what I was going to ask you. So when you leave there, you're not happy with the fact you rode, and we talked about this on a review show. You're not stoked with the way you rode. We all know that off the podium's not good, but you did gain a point. So in some way, does that make you okay, or no? Is it still just a shitty day?
I think in the moment, obviously after the race, I'm always a lot more heated than I think you are on a Monday for sure. But I think as a whole, seeing how I did ride and how I struggled and rewatching the race, to keep him behind me for, a good 15 minutes or so was good, in the long run.
Yep.
But like I said, I think I was more frustrated because I felt like I had good speed, especially in qualifying. I was, the best I've been in a while and won my heat race, and I felt really good, went to the line first and, didn't execute on the start and spent too much time trying to play catch up really, and by that point the leaders were kind of gone and kind of lost the toe. So I more was just bummed because I felt like I was in a situation where I could win, and if not for sure be on the podium. And I didn't feel like I executed the best. So that's more or less why I was bummed. And but anyway, I mean, it's racing, and like you said, in the grand scheme of things, obviously it's better to be positive and get a point. But like I said, I feel like, I don't know. After watching Eli's heat race, he kind of had a bad gate pick, and it lined up to maybe be a big point stay. And like I said, I felt like I didn't maybe execute as good as I could, but that's racing, and we got 4 more to play catch up and see where we end up.
I thought you were good through the whoops. It was they're turned into jumpers, and they also weren't effective later on in the main. Other than that, though, Coop, it just looked like you guys were doing a series of doubles and triples. It reminded me of Glendale a little bit. I was at Glendale. I wasn't in Atlanta. And it reminded me of just follow the leader and hope he makes a mistake in the whoops.
Yeah, there definitely wasn't much passing. And for as long as a lap time as the track was, there wasn't, especially in qualifying, there really wasn't much separation. For a 1.5 lap track, we were all within basically a half a second to a second, us all the way through, I think, Eli, who was 7th. So, like you said, there was not much difference that anybody was really doing.
Yeah.
And with the sand, in my opinion, it's hard to pass in those, and you can't pass, but also you can't really get close enough because you're just getting kind of blasted. So, it was obviously the one that we always go to that you never know. But I felt like this year's was honestly a lot faster and more motocrossy, in my opinion, than years past. But you never really know what to expect there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I felt like I'm usually pro speedway tracks. I love the way that they hold up, along the laps and the different variation of obstacles. But yeah, this one, sitting at home, and even Randy Richardson here was there. It didn't seem like they hit the mark for a speedway track, So
yeah, for sure. I mean, who knows? Obviously, I'm not sure who has the final say and all that. But yeah, as far as the racetrack itself, it wasn't. I think there was only one berm turn really on the whole thing. So not many turns, really fast. I felt like, and Dick said in the past they've maybe taken advantage of that middle section a bit more and made that some 180s with some good bowls and stuff like that. So I mean, obviously you have tracks that are great and maybe some that don't allow for the best racing. So just got to kind of do what you can, I guess.
Just blame the dirt jerks, guys. That's what I do all the time, and then they get mad at me. So, hey, when you say you rode like shit on the podium, do you hear anything from Feld or Roger or Ian or anybody? Like, does anybody care?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure it wasn't. Great.
Something's coming. Is what you're saying.
Really?
Likely.
For saying shit, you're gonna get in trouble. That's fucked.
I mean, I
don't know.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. That's, yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like when you said that hypes me up.
I liked it too.
Like when I hear that passion, I'm like, hell yeah, he's pissed.
Right.
I'm hearing it. I'm feeling it. I'm with you. Like I'm in. I think it helps our sport a
little
bit.
I was more. I mean, it is like you said at the time. I'm like, why am I even getting interviewed? I got 4th place.
Yeah, that's true too, right? Yeah.
I need to go to the truck. Like I don't deserve to even be up here. So that was my kind of outlook on it. But at the same time, I do get, we're in a championship hunt and they're filling the slots. So I get it. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, I was bummed. Like I was definitely fired up after the race, and then I was on my way back to the pit, and they like grabbed me, and I was just like, "What's going on?" And so anyway, I mean, like you said, I'm learning people like to see my character, so I'm trying to be better at that. And raw Coop, I guess, is pretty good.
Honestly, that is something I was going to talk about too. Like it wasn't a question now, but I see more like personality lately, especially this year. I feel like you do have a little resting dick face at times, but then when you talk, it goes.
100%.
Yeah. So then when you talk, it goes away, and then we get to see some of that, fun, loving Coop that everyone I think loves to hear. But for me, a technique question. So the whoops before the left-hander for the straightaway before the finish, there was a flat corner. And I'm watching this, and how hard is it to get to your rear brake when you're skimming into that inside rut? I feel like it would be very difficult to try to stop in for that inside line.
Yeah, it was tough. And it didn't really develop really until the racing. In practice, I think AC may have created it and kind of started that, but it was one of those like kind of half. I call them like a half 180, where the beginning of the berm isn't built because of the start, and then the start was actually the day before. It was all they just kind of with a dozer scraped the grass off, so that area there especially was super slippery. So I'm surprised it even got a rut. But yeah, I mean, like you said, you're coming in super tight. You're close to the bale. The angle isn't great. You're on the right side with your, brake not being a naturals for your right-handers. And it was tough. Like I said, it was one that I think you could grab a little too much front or a little too much rear. And then, like, when I rewatched the race, I feel like some of us were, like, under braking like crazy because we didn't really have a good braking point because of that reason, it being that right, super tight, hard to get in. There's no really need to stand because there's no bumps, and so yeah, it was a tricky little thing. And then those were gnarly too. Even to jump them were super tough from that inside.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of noticing too. Like I would see you like do both. Like in one section, you would skim and then start jumping all in the same whoop. So like, is that something planned, or is that like, oh, I screwed up, so I'm just going to jump, the second half?
Yeah, I was struggling in that one, mainly for that reason. It was like the way the whoops got, that they seemed super sharp this weekend, and then with all the rain, they really got very cupped, but then they're like a very soft cup, and then you have ruts forming. Yeah. So it was like the first 3 were rutted from people doing the just double. So you're trying to, like, in my opinion, it was faster to skim. So you're trying to kind of skim, but you can't really because of the rut. So for me, it was something where I just kind of jumped in, tried to get a skim, and then you're on your brakes super hard to make that tight inside, and you can't really skim there. So they were weird, because when they were smooth, you just go outside, blitz, make the turn, no problem. But main event, it was so fast to get on the inside coming out. So, I watched. I feel like Chase was actually doing it the best, going outside and then just going 3-3-3-2 inside, and super clean, super easy. And but that's rare where you go outside to get the jump line going. Yeah. So they were definitely tough.
Well, then
and I think the turns kind of affected them. I think in a normal race, if there's an outside berm after them, they would have developed fine, but you kind of had everyone doing something different, and they got super weird.
And then you got that number 1 guy behind you where you're like, I don't really want to go outside right here. Yeah. Probably not a good idea.
That intake's up your ass.
Right.
Yeah, you can definitely hear that thing.
Yeah.
But no, that's, like I said, that was one spot that I kind of was trying stuff throughout the whole main, and didn't really have the best line going until maybe the end of the race, where I finally had a good kind of mix of this jump skim.
I try to bring some of this for the people at home, like how good you guys are, and it's hard to understand because you guys make it look so easy on TV. And I ride a lot, and I know how good I am, and I suck compared to you guys. So what's gnarly for me, and I guess if you can try to explain it, let's say you're Heat 2, and of course you had all day in practice, you had qualifying, but riding is a feeling. When you ride a dirt bike, there is a feeling that you have because of the dirt. You know what the dirt's going to do. You know what the jump's going to kick you like. You know where the whoops are going to go. You know where the ruts are. But for guys like you, how do you go so damn fast when you really haven't seen or been on the track in, 3 hours or so? And, of course, sure, it's the same track, but things have changed over the course of, 250s and then Heat 1. How do you know where the hell you're going? You just like, okay, is it more of like, hey, screw it, I'm just doing it, or I'm going to stick to what I know during the day, and hopefully the lines are the same? How does that work?
Yeah, that's tough. I'm a big fan of, like, the hot lap for the main, because that gives you, at least the lines. The heats are tough because, like I said, you come out, you haven't ridden. The tracks, especially if you're 450 Heat 2, Heat 1, the track's a little smoother, but by Heat 2, it's already starting to break down a lot, so you have to kind of worry, or not, I shouldn't say worry, but you have to be mindful of the lines that have changed. For me, I definitely try to watch the 250, at least Heat 1, always, and then I try to watch as much as I can of Heat 2, and Then again on 450 Heat 1, just on the monitor, or however I can, just so you kind of see the lines and maybe if there's a section that guys are struggling or, you know, an area to avoid. But it is hard. Like you said, you go from practice to, for me, I eat dinner, take a nap, and then get ready for open ceremonies. You know, you go out there, and that's one good thing. Like, even though we're throwing whips and stuff on our hot lap, like, if you're in the top 5, you do get a chance to do those hot laps. And even though there's a show, you just kind of get a feel and see how they prepped it. You can tell if some things change a little bit and stuff like that. But for me, that is a tough thing, you know, to go out there cold turkey, you haven't seen the track, and you just got to, especially in the heat, you're going fast to try to get a good gate pick. So,
you know, Steve, you're right. It's amazing. Like, you move 6 to 8 inches over from your normal line.
Yeah.
It feels totally fucking different.
Yeah,
and these guys, it doesn't look like it affects them when they're going somewhere new.
Do you know so I went to Glen Helen on Thursday, and I found new lines by guys blowing by me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, look at that. Like, so, but that's not a good way to find lines.
Yeah, you didn't even know it was there, and it's 4 foot over.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't even know and I'm like, holy shit, look at that line. I'm going to go there next lap. I'm not racing.
I do think Supercross tracks genuinely break down, like, each practice, they break down very similarly, meaning, you know, if the outside is at the top of the berm, the preferred line, you know, on practice 1, you're going to see from practice 1 to practice 2, it break down. And then typically they do the track prep for the practice 3, and that line, you know, develops and kind of does the same thing. So I do think Supercross is a little more consistent in that fact of there's only so many lines that can be made on a Supercross track, you know?
I just think it's so badass. Like, you know, Coop, you know, qualifier 1 goes out. He already knows where the rut's going to – he's ripping a berm on the outside. They already know where the ruts are going to be for the main, and he's going to be way far down, right?
And that's what, like you said, I think to put it into perspective, we did track walk this week because of the race day, or day race. We did track walk at 3:30 on Friday, and me and Carlos always walk the track together, and I told him from track walk, I said, before that whoop section we just talked about, I said, a good line in the main event is going to be inside, roll, triple, triple, double inside. Like, that was for a bike even hit the track. That's experience, you know, and just knowing what these tracks do, knowing how many bikes are on it, the 4 strokes, like, so I think that's where I'm at. Like, I'm so tuned in that I know what lines are going to be what, just looking at the track, you know, which is, when you put it in perspective, pretty wild.
Yeah, Ferry, and I remember Ferry a few times who would be like, hey, they're going to quad this in practice. I'm not going to, like James and Ricky are going to quad this. I'm not going to quad this because in the race, in the main event, no one's going to quad this. So why bother quadding it? And sure enough, it would turn out to be true.
It really changed my perspective when last year I walked Jersey after the main. And I'm like, holy balls.
Can you imagine
dude.
if fans did that? If fans walked at one of these tracks after the main event?
Even if I'm a big fan, I'm trying to get Sean to when I go, to let me walk it and show the people what these guys are doing. Sometimes you'll see riders take a picture of the witch, or Ken Roxon took one this last weekend, and you're like, holy shit. You can't see that.
No, you can't.
No, it's not only in the fact of, like you said, even those whoops in Atlanta this weekend that he posted, like, there physically is not a smooth line.
Right.
You know, there's not one line that you could even go that makes sense. You know, so I do feel like maybe if you walk after a national or, you know, REM or something at Glen Helen, you can walk the track. It's rough, don't get me wrong, and there's bumps everywhere, but you can go, oh, okay, that's a preferred line, and, like, that's a pretty smooth line, or this or that, to where Supercross, like, it's tough blocks is where the smooth line is, you know, and that it is wild. So it's cool. I mean, that's for me. I love when they break down because it brings the technicality and just racecraft into it. But some break down a lot worse than others. That's for dang sure.
Decal Works bringing you Cooper Webb on the PulpMX show. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with Decal Works. They make the Red Bull KTM graphics, so please check them out and use the code to save. Coop, you made some big bike changes this week to the front end of your bike. And I made a joke that maybe they're going to come off now after this 4th. But do you anticipate? Were you happy with? You weren't happy with the ride, but were you happy with the performance? You said you qualified well. You won your heat. Were you happy with the performance? And you think you're here on out, this is what you're going to run?
I think overall like I said, I had some good speed in practice.
Yep.
I don't typically win heats, and I was able to win a heat race. And some of the comfort that I maybe felt like I haven't had so far this season, I felt like we achieved.
Okay.
But with that being said, I think, with our new fork setting, it was something that we tried on Thursday, and I kind of bolted it on and did a 20+1, and we decided to go racing. So not a lot of time, to be honest, and so I'm excited for this week. I think we made a good direction, and now we just kind of have to dial it in for me. So I feel like I have a very good base setting, and we tried something new, and I think that there's a lot of potential there, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to plan to stick with it, hopefully the rest of the season,
And we're back to a traditional supercross, that kind of dirt. This will be a better test
and
for
like
you, right?
you said, Atlanta was tough. Like, even when I watched just from an outsider, and I know it's easy when we all go, oh, his bike looks so much better than mine, but to me, everyone, nothing looked great, like, in my opinion. So it was a weird track. Like I said, there was slippery spots, there was soft spots, there was kickers, there was it was really strange. So, like you said, I didn't ride great. Obviously, I didn't feel like my bike was handling super well, but I don't think really anyone was, to be fair.
Got it.
Hey, Cooper, Randy with Michelin here. Your bike looked incredible. That's sweeping around the outside that corner after the mechanics area. That one pass you did there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that was awesome.
There may not have been a berm there when you went there, but you left one behind it for sure. And then the one question I was going to ask, you kind of answered it regarding, like, in the heat race when you see how the track is beginning to develop. That gives you insight as to, obviously, what's going to happen during the main, right? Does it kind of develop the same way? So they go back in and groom, but those same ruts kind of start happening in the same area, I would assume. And then I think what you do a phenomenal job of is predicting that and then moving to the inside, right? So you guys, you and Carlos, you'd set up the bike for what is going to become the race line during the main, I guess, right?
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think, I mean, a perfect bike, which I don't know if that's possible. You don't touch a click all day, but I think for us, we kind of have a go-to for practice, because when you are doing one-lap sprints or when the track is a little bit fresher, you might need a little bit something different than you do if a track dries out or gets super rough or rutted or technical. So, I think typically we kind of have the same game plan as far as quicker adjustments, and we're always in a certain window, and I'll even sometimes be making adjustments after the sight lap. So I'm definitely maybe a bit crazy with some of my setup and stuff like that, just as far as maybe making too many adjustments. But at the same time, our sports evolved so much that 1% of comfort is could be half second a lap. So
like Kris says, riding is a feeling. So if you can predict what feeling you need to have, right, then you can adjust towards that.
Not even predict, like what good feels like, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't have that, you're going to look for it, right?
Yeah.
So.
And I think Cooper does a great job of, again, knowing that if the top line in the berm, in a 180 berm corner, if that's going to be the fast line during qualifying, but during the second half of the main event, there's going to be 3 ruts from the top down. I think you've already set your bike up to work on that line below that where there's not even a rut yet. Like, it seems like you worked your way down to the inside, really shorten up the track well, and stay out of that choppy stuff.
We got a question from Tyler for Cooper Webb here on the show. What's up, Tyler? What's your question for Coop?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm kind of curious as to how you feel your percentage of effort, strength, or whatever was put into, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, because your fastest lap of the night came, or the day, the afternoon, came like the second to last lap of the main event. So how much effort were you putting into managing Eli behind you and just making sure that you finished ahead of him? Obviously, I'm an idiot sitting on the couch just watching, and so it seems like there's a little bit more energy you could have used to get ahead a little bit earlier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the race when the track was maybe a bit nicer, I was stuck behind some guys trying to make some passes, and yeah, I didn't really get. I'm trying to think what lap. I got clear track. Probably it was 6 or so. And from that point, like you said, the leaders were kind of in no man's land a little bit, and so it was me, and I instantly, like Kris said, kind of heard the Yami right there. So I knew he was going to be strong, and I think, it's a fine line of, like, I felt like he had some pace on me a little bit earlier in the race, and then I was trying to, I don't know, you can sense when someone's catching you or maybe an area that they're catching you, and I felt like he was catching me in maybe some of the same areas. So I would try to switch my lines or figure something out, but then when you do that, you kind of put yourself at risk at maybe opening up to an outside and he could go to the inside, or maybe making a mistake because you're hitting a new line. And I think for me, I finally just kind of figured it out, the track at the end. Like, I felt like I was fighting it and not riding that well, like I had kind of alluded to on the podium. Like I was just kind of, doing what I could to keep him behind me, but I didn't have a great flow, and I felt like he was really going to, at the end, throw everything he had at me, so I knew I needed to make it happen, and I just tried to charge as hard as I possibly could those last 3 laps, and yeah, I mean, effort-wise was through the roof, and I think that second to last lap, when I look back, like I actually just greased that whoop section that we keep talking about, and everything else, I found some good lines and just kind of made that lap click, and I made sure to really power through the sand and just tried to give it my all, because I knew we're kind of at a point now where if we wait to the last lap, it's too late, so I felt like he was going to make a charge with 3 to go, and that's kind of where I think that came from a little bit.
Cool. Thanks for the call, man.
Well,
thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you definitely didn't look like you're riding like shit on our end. I mean, from what Randy said earlier and the way that you guys were battling, you were giving it hell. So good job.
Thanks, man.
Cool.
It was a good race.
Thank you. Cooper Webb on the show, brought to you by Decal Works. Coop, I keep hearing this rumor of World Supercross for you, and I know you've come out and said that you're going to do the Nationals. You had an option, and then you had talked about doing it, and I talked to you last time you were on the show. I said, don't do the Nationals. You already qualified for the SMX races, so why would you do the Nationals? And you're like, I'm doing the Nationals. And now, Coop, I hear World Supercross and Cooper Webb rumors. I'm sure you can't confirm or deny anything, but it's out there, man. It's out there. I'm just telling you, it's out there.
Yeah. I mean, anything's possible, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But you're right. I cannot deny or confer.
Right.
I'll let it be rumors for now.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. We got a few more races in this Supercross thing to go for sure.
Yeah. How's home life going? How are we doing? How's dad life? Are we getting sleep? Is Mama Bear doing everything? Because all I know is the first year of when Aiden was born, I was a shitty dad, man. I didn't do a lot of things. Heather did everything. I don't know what to do. All the baby did was cry, eat, suck on the nip, whatever. Yeah. That's all I got, and I didn't know what the fuck to do. So how we doing?
Man, for me, it's been awesome. I mean, I'm with you. I didn't know much. I'm only child and didn't grow up around, babies or kids or anything. My wife was quite opposite. She has a big family, and we both have 10 nieces and nephews. So she's definitely been awesome. She's held the rock down, and like I said, it's been a good balance for me. It really has. It's given me something to come home to and leave the riding and the training at the track and try to be, like you said, the best dad I can, because as a racer, we're so worried about ourselves and we're so stubborn, and just it's hard, to kind of sometimes let yourself go. And like I said, as a racer, you want to control everything, and typically you can, whether it's how you train or how you eat or rest and all that, to where once you come home now, you kind of have a different variable. So I think for me, once I just kind of let it go and you just said, you know what, as long as I do my job the best I can, everything else will fall in its place. And it's been a great balance for me. She's actually been a great baby. She's been sleeping really well, only really fusses when she's hungry. And, I'm loving it. I really am. It's been awesome. Definitely a learning curve, but I feel like I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's cool. Last question for you here from our buddy Nash. Nash, what's up? What's your question for Cooper Webb?
Gentlemen, love your style, love who you are as a racer and as a dad. Everything's awesome. So the million-dollar question I think that we all are wondering is, maybe Roger and Nino, and maybe you could the newest team on the circuit, Mr. Phil Nicoletti. Maybe dial into his
your phone's breaking up, Nash, but I'll ask Coop the question. Thanks for calling in. He wants to know if Roger and Ian get busy, can Phil? How do you feel about Phil maybe stepping up into being a manager role?
He's useless. So
he was very upset at your riding this weekend. I'm sure you've heard it. Already. But
he was too busy drinking all weekend. He's living like he's like Dan Blazerian, just late life, big house.
Well, he's definitely not spending the money like Dan. Let's face it.
No.
Right.
But no, I hadn't actually heard from him this week. To be fair, he's been quiet.
Okay. All right. Wow.
I had to do a favor for him, so I think he's holding back.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, that's probably more likely.
Yeah, but I will definitely probably not tell them that he should be a manager because I think all the riders would quit.
I know. I'm worried because he's taking the lead in these Enzo Lopes negotiations with teams, and I'm just worried.
Really? Is that really?
Well, yeah. He's helping Enzo. Yeah, people are reaching out, right? Enzo's having a good year. People are reaching out, and Phil is, kind of telling Enzo what to do, and I'm
he knows it all, so I'm sure that's good.
Right,
God
exactly.
bless.
Exactly. Thanks, Coop. Thanks for calling in tonight. I appreciate it. I know you got fourth and maybe didn't want to do it, but
it's all good, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, and Keefer, I got told you wearing the Coop hat, so appreciate it. We got the new stuff, man.
I always got Coop. I'm the one that got you on the fucking show, Coop.
He did. He wanted you to get on.
It.
He's
And he only had 2 questions for me? What is this?
Me and you could talk, but Steve rolls his eyes and he gets all pissy.
We got another guest coming
because
up.
I would like to talk more than just dirt bike stuff, but Steve doesn't like it as much.
Let's keep it on dirt bike stuff.
Kind of his job.
Right.
I know.
What you guys should do maybe is one week you guys swap, and then you could be over there and kind of run the whole show.
We go.
That show would have been amazing if that was the case.
We're having Jordon Smith on next. I'm sure he's got a Jordon Smith hat in his bag. He's going to throw that on right away.
I am number 2 all night. Number 2 all night.
That's good.
Yeah,
We'll have to get Steve some Bradshaw Cooper Webb merch. You think he'd like that, Tris?
Wow. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be all about that.
Yeah, the beast.
Yeah.
Just a legend. No, I appreciate you calling in for sure. Kris asked about it, and Kris is also coming off. He's probably getting ready to sign up for New York because he just beat Derek Drake and Wageman at Glen Helen this past weekend. So he's ready. Yeah.
No.
Dude, I've been there.
AKA, I've been beat by some asshole like Keefer.
Yeah.
Dude, Glen Helen Thursdays are like a time warp.
Yeah.
Do not miss that.
But even in your J-Day thing, right? Robbie Marshall giving you all you can handle, right?
Yeah,
when you're doing that J-Day thing.
There's been Thursdays where big tanks have blown by me. I'm not going to lie.
Right.
That's facts.
Oh, GH is the ultimate.
Facts right
for
there,
sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Coop. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Later, man.
All right, that's Cooper Webb, everybody. 4th place, rode like shit. He said, I thought that was great. Good stuff, as always. And World Supercross, I'm hearing more.
Why is that such a big secret to say you're racing that? I don't understand it.
Well, I don't know if it's done, I don't know.
It's 3 races? 4?
6.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that is a big deal.
Well, there's a lot of hoops to jump through, right? I'm not saying he's doing it. I'm just hearing rumors of discussions, and maybe it's not done,
to me, the hoops would be if he's on the same color bike or not, right? That would be the hoops.
Oh, he'd be on the same color bike.
Okay.
No, absolutely. Thank you to Firepower, by the way. Firepower batteries, Firepower chains. Fantastic. The Firepower brand is committed to offering superior products with over 50 years experience in the industry. Firepowerparts.com. Kris Keefer's got a lot of Firepower batteries over the years on his Blue Cruise and other machines. And please check out Firepower Parts at motorsport.com or your local dealer. They got a whole line of. Have you been on Firepower's website?
I haven't
lately. A lot
lately.
of stuff.
Really?
A lot of stuff. Firepowerparts.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Also, the Get guys. The 2023 YZ450F.
Could have used that Saturday and Sunday.
I'm getting one. Dan's sending me one. I'm not going to leave it on. I'm going to try it, though.
I feel like Dan will send you one first just to piss me off more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to try it.
I mean, the reason why I'm mad because it works really good.
Yeah.
That's why.
Right. You're stoked on it.
Yes.
So if people want a discount, email us using the contact form. We'll pass it on to Get and Athena. And Dan, once he's sobered up from MotoGP weekend.
Great video, by the way, that you sent me.
Yes,
awesome.
It's fantastic. It's great. So thanks to the folks at Get and Athena for coming on board as well. And I want to thank the folks at Renegade Racing Fuels. Will Hahn won a championship way back in the day with this thing. Dean Wilson and Max Anstey using it right now. Brayton's won championships with Renegade Racing Fuel. Please check it out, renegaderacingfuel.com. They are looking for dealers and distributors as well. And, the stuff's really good, and the Firepower Honda guys are using it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. Fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing bullcrap. Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you our next guest on the show. This guy is having a nice season for Star Yamaha, his first over there. Wound up second this weekend in Atlanta. And we're stoked to have Jordon Smith on the show. What's up, Jordan? How are you, man?
What's up, Steve? How you guys doing?
We're good, thank you. Kiefer celebrating a big win over Derek Drake and Wageman at Glen Helen this weekend, Jordan.
Just move the show along. We're fine.
I'm just saying.
It's not a win, by the way.
Well, a win over those two guys.
I'm on a 450.
Okay, so my sources told me Drake was beating you but fell.
No, negative.
On the last lap?
No. I was always
That was
ahead
fake
of him.
news?
It's fake news.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Beat him straight up. Dang, you're better rider than I thought. I didn't know you were that good.
He's on a 450, so we'll give him a little bit of.
I'm also 46. So I don't give a shit about the
Were
CC
they
side.
Were they on super minis?
Love it.
Jordan, hey, man, it is like if ifs and buts were candies and nuts. That old saying: if your bike doesn't break in Tampa and you just finished 5th in Detroit instead of dorking out and not making the main, you are right in this championship. Look, I know it sucks. You can't go back and do it. But that's how good of a year you're having. It just sucks those 2 races for you. But I guess what can you do, right?
Yeah. What can you do? Yeah, it's been like overall, like
yes.
Other than those 2 rounds, my worst finish is at 4th, I think. So it's been a good year. Just those 2, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't happen, but they did. So it is what it is. But no, it's been a good kind of down. I feel like last year was a little bit of like a bounce back year for me to just get back racing again. It had been so long since I had even more than 3 or 4 rounds in a season. So last year was like a good building year, and then this year just like taking that next step. I mean, I almost, like I've said a couple of times, I almost felt like a rookie last year. It's like taking that like second year step now, and so it's like I restarted my career, I feel.
Yeah, you're staying off the ground for the most part, right? Like that's good for you, because we all know you're fast as shit. We know that, but staying off the ground has been a thing. It seems like you're doing it. It seems like it's working out pretty well for you. Did you ever just straight up miss a main before, like you did in Detroit? Did you ever have that happen?
Yeah, my first race, my first race as a rookie in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But I was coming into that like I was a rookie.
Yep.
About a week before the first round, my bike shut off in a rhythm, and I broke my hand. I got surgery on it, and I like came in with like 3 days. I probably shouldn't have been racing, but
sure.
So I mean, that was like first like straight up miss main for sure.
Right. We just had Coop on the show talking about the Speedway track, and I wasn't there this weekend, but man, it just didn't. It didn't look like a fun track to ride. The whoops were beat up and jumpers and. I don't know. It was middle of the day, and you guys were just doing a bunch of doubles and triples. I don't know. It just didn't seem like a fun day or a fun track, Jordan, to me. But maybe I'm wrong. What's your take on that?
I enjoyed it.
Okay.
I like this. I like the speedway races. The thing about like Daytona is like kind of hit or miss. Like I'm not a big fan of that like sandy or black dirt in Daytona. It's just so slick and pushy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's different track builders in Daytona, so you never really know what you're going to get. But I enjoyed it this weekend. I thought it was a good like mix up. I don't know, it felt like it flowed pretty good. Like I wasn't really like in many battles like having to try and like really like pass people. Other than like obviously we were in a pretty serious battle at the beginning of the main, but like I was kind of just chilling behind Hunter and Deegan.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it was a little bit of a hard track to pass, but the whoops have kind of been my go-to for trying to make passes this year. So they were really gnarly. They weren't very fun in the main, but other than that, I liked the track. I thought it was fun. It is kind of weird being during the day, but I thought that the dirt actually stayed fairly good for
Sure.
what it could have been, how hot it was. I mean, we have pretty much the same dirt at the farm, and there are times whenever it's that hot out there, I mean, that dirt can get so dry and hard packed, it's just not good at all. So I thought it stayed pretty good.
I like the speedway tracks generally. And again, I wasn't there, so maybe I'm not the best place to judge, but I generally like them. I think they're a good idea.
Atlanta's been good in the past.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. So I'm a fan of that. But going forward, hey, did you?
I felt like this weekend they had a lot of flat turns, and I think that sometimes the flat turns make it a lot more one line. A little bit harder to pass, and I think that because really, they really only had the two bowl corners on the two ends, and then the bowl a small bowl before the one set of loops. But other than that, it was all flat turns and kind of switchbacks. So I think that made it a little bit more one line. But yeah.
So obviously this is old news now, but you've hashed it out with Hayden. You guys are all good. Whatever happened, and it was weird. I think Hayden's having a terrific season, and he seems like a good kid. I never understood any of that. Obviously he was upset about something during the week or something, or I don't know, but you guys all good?
Yeah, we're all good.
Okay.
I barely saw him in the break. He was gone that first week, and then on Monday of the second week of the break, I twisted my ankle pretty bad, and I didn't ride until this Wednesday. The Wednesday before Atlanta, I only did 15 or 20 laps, so I barely saw him really. So we didn't really talk too much, but we're all good.
Okay.
Is what it is.
Right? Yeah. That was bizarre for sure.
It was a little weird.
It was a little weird. I mean, Jordan.
It was just unexpected.
Jordan freaked out.
I think that's why he freaked out, because it's what the fuck just happened?
Right.
Yeah, I did. That's. I talked to Weege, and I told him the same thing. I think it would have went different if I would have been expecting it, but I just came out of nowhere. The first one.
Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing you Jordon Smith on the show. A nice comeback season. Are you signed up there for next year? I'm hearing different things. Or what's the story?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, wow. Good.
Good for you. Yeah, that's awesome. So, look, you rode for TLD. You almost won a championship. You rode for Mitch Payton. What's it like at Star? What's the bike like? It's a charged atmosphere. It's intense, right? Brad and those guys run a tight ship. What's it like to be on Star? And you've, like I said, you're a veteran. You've been on other teams.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a different vibe for sure than other teams that I've been on. Just mainly because we all train together, everyone on the team. We do everything together. So it's we're all good friends. We get along great. Everything. It makes it fun to train, and the whole atmosphere of training together, I think that's what elevates the level of everyone. It's
it's Baker's Factory, right? It's what a Baker's Factory guys
did.
Exactly.
And I did train there for a couple months on 1 year on TLD. So I had kind of had a little bit of that, but it was really just me and Shane on TLD then, and the other guys were out in California. So it's good though. They work their butt off. You can tell by how much success they've had. If something's not going right, we're going to figure it out. It doesn't matter, track conditions or how long we need to stay or whatever. They do whatever they need to do to figure out what the problem is. And I like that. That's what you always look for as a rider. Is you want a team that's going to take your input into consideration and do what you think needs to be done and what they think needs to be done. So it's been cool. It's been good. I've just I've switched to, I'm still living in the same place. It's obviously only about 20 minutes from my house. And so that was very convenient for me. But other than that, I've changed a lot of stuff. I've been at MTF forever and went over there. So I kind of went into it with an open mindset and just knowing how much success they've had. And been they have had all this success for a reason, and I'm going to do the program and ask no questions. Just do it, just do it. So I think it's worked out good, and I think it's showing with my riding. I think that this year, like you said, I've always been fast, but I really feel like this year I have more speed than I've ever had. And so just consistently qualifying in the top 3, and I've never been able to do that. So. And always being right there. So, yeah, it's been really good.
702-586-7857. You have a question for Jordon Smith. Yeah, honestly, I was going to bring this up to you. Like, I've written this and said this before. Like, I thought you need to get out of MTF. And I will say the same thing about Faulkner. I think Faulkner needs to get out of the Robbie Renard thing, not because Robbie doesn't know what he's doing, not because Robbie doesn't understand things, but you just get stuck in a rut. You're riding the same places. You listen to the same people, and it's not working, and you just switch it up. And I think I've said the same thing about you, Jordon. Like, you get comfy at MTF. It's the place you've been at so many years and so many times that maybe it's good, right? Maybe it's a good thing to go somewhere else.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it definitely is sometimes a good thing to switch it up. I think that I was always a firm believer in MTF, and I throughout my entire career I've had a lot of pushback from teams and whatnot from MTF, and honestly, the 2 years that I had the least amount of pushback was 2017 and 2018, and those are my two best years.
You crushed it.
You know, so like I really felt like MTF was good, but like I said, I mean, it's hard to deny what Star's doing, and with all, I mean, how many fast? I mean, we have like 8-9 guys out there every day just battling. You know, like. I could go to the race and finish second, and then show up tomorrow riding, and I might be the fourth best guy there. You know, so but that's the truth. Like, I mean, I may be fourth or fifth fastest tomorrow whenever we go to the track. You just never know where I may be the fastest. So it's just really it's a good program they got going, and it's hard to beat the competition. You know.
Yep.
You talked a little bit about it, but do you get to experiment, do many things to your own bike? I know there's some base packages within Star, like here's what we got, you got to choose, one of these. Do you get to go outside of that box a little bit for what you want?
Oh yeah, for sure. They like this year we started on some of their base stuff. I think I don't know for sure, but I think I probably started somewhere similar to like what Christian was on last year, and we changed some stuff, and just now I'm on like my completely own setting, which is pretty far away from where I started. So I think I'm pretty much on a unique setting from everyone else. I believe like we're all like somewhat close. I obviously have the bike pretty dialed in, and they have so much data on this bike that it's crazy. Like it's like if you want this person's Cooper Webb's winning setting from this year, or Aaron Plessinger's from this year, or Dylan, they have all those settings that you can go and try. So, because it's still the same bike, I'm pretty sure. So, it's pretty cool. But yeah, they give us freedom to kind of do whatever, and whatever we come up with is like they're always looking for the next best thing, which is really cool.
You talked about going to the race, you get second, you go back home and you grind, and you're getting fourth or fifth. When you practice, is that F with your head a little bit when you have a day like that at the practice facility when you got dudes beating you, or is you just like, okay, this is what I'm about, there's no ego, I'm just going to suck it up and then roll to the next day?
Yeah, I think more during the preseason for me this year, because like it has been so long since like I was like battling, getting consistent podiums and consistently battling up front. Like I kind of still had some doubts in myself of like if I could still be that guy, So like in the off season, like I was definitely like every day, like I wanted to try and be the fastest guy. And like if Nate or Levi were going faster than me, I was like just not like really hard on myself, but I was like trying so hard to figure it out. But then I think now like I know that I'm going fast enough, and like I'm trying to kind of work on different things a little bit, like as far as like just really focusing on like certain things for this moto, like technique and that kind of stuff, focus on something and not worry so much about like where I'm at speed wise. So I mean before the season started, for sure I was like more of like getting a little bit bent out of shape if like I was a second off of Nate or Levi, or just because I didn't really know where I was going to be at whenever I started racing. Like I felt like I knew where I was going to be, but you don't have that confidence until you're there.
We saw in one of Deegan's vlogs that Jeannie's out there, and when I was over there last year doing the 23 YZ450F intro, I saw her, grinding out some guys on the Supercross track. So I think it's really cool that she still comes out and does that. Are you with her at times? Is she, pushing you guys to be a little bit better? Because I know she's really good at that. Hey, this guy's 0.2 better than you. We got to step it up. Is that happening over there?
Oh yeah, she is the stopwatch queen over there. She loves it though, man. She loves being out there. She loves coming out, helping us out, seeing us do good on the weekends. Whenever you come in on Tuesday after a good weekend, she just has a big smile on her face. So it's cool. It's cool to see her still have so much passion for it. And we'll be out there doing sections after motos, and you're like, Jeannie, I can't go any faster. She's like, well, you have to go faster. You got to figure it out, And that's why Ricky was so good. You got to figure it out. So she loves it. It's cool to see.
It's Randy with Michelin. For me, that's mind blowing that Jenny is still that dedicated to helping. Respectfully, not her son.
Well,
right?
Ricky says she's just
she's just that way, right?
She needs something to do.
Yeah,
she can't sit back.
I was heavily involved in Supercross back in the day. And you're flying to and from the races. I'd end up doing a lot of flights with the Carmichaels, and she was that intense, and it makes sense if she's that intense with her son.
Dude,
I was there for the YZ450 intro, and Bennick just got on the team.
Okay,
and she made him go through the whoops. I was out on the track for an hour and a half doing photos, and he was pounding the whoops. There was a fucking black mark through the whoops like I've never seen. And the kid looked like he got beat. I talked to him after. He's like, he looked worked. Right. He's like, dude, Jeannie worked my ass today.
There's no remorse from Jeannie. That's for sure. There's no remorse out there. I mean, she does not care how the track is. She don't care how tired you are. How long of a weekend you had. She's there. None of that matters. All that matters is that you're going to get better at what you're doing.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So Millsaps, Davey was in here a month ago. Who's gnarlier, Colleen or Jeannie?
Ooh.
It's hard to say.
Okay.
It's hard to say.
Davey told us some stories, dude. Davey told us some stuff that I'm like, what? Oh my God.
Yeah, I would say probably, in my opinion, probably Colleen.
Okay.
I think that, I could see Jeannie being very gnarly too, but I haven't had too many crazy section works with her or anything yet. But Colleen I grew up from such a young age. I was one of her kids,
Yeah.
So she was pretty hard on me at times. So, but the biggest difference in Colleen and Jeannie is Colleen's a lot more technique oriented, where Jeannie's more of stopwatch. I don't care how you do it, just do it fast.
Well,
Jeannie's if you could be doing the section fast, you could bring anyone there, or you could be doing it faster than anyone in the world can do it, but all she knows is what time you did it in, and that you need to go faster than that. So it's gnarly.
She Davey told us two stories. Colleen shooting with a BB gun, and then ninja starring pit boards at him in the air.
Yeah,
throwing a pit board like a ninja star at him while he's in the air.
Wow.
I could see that.
Yep.
I could see that. Yeah, I hear stories from little Brian that whenever they wouldn't get up in the morning or something, she'd just come up the stairs pumping the BB gun, and they'd be up real quick.
That's awesome.
And then I've told the story about Jeannie before. Timmy and I went there in '99. Ricky was a two-time national champion at this point. On his way to a third. We did 3:30s in a sand track in the grass somewhere by Ricky's house. It wasn't the compound. It was somewhere else. And Timmy did 2.5 before he just pulled off. Ricky did all 3. JT did 2. Timmy needed an IV that night. Ricky did all 3, but skipped the turns. He has to do the figure 8 turns.
Yeah. Okay.
We got back home. He told Jeannie he didn't do the turns. She lost her mind on him. And Timmy and I are sitting in the driveway going this is weird. We did 3:30s. He didn't do his turns. He's also a 2-time national champion on his way to a third. This is outdoors, 125 days.
Right.
And she's yelling at him, and he's yelling at her, and I'm like, oh, my God. I can't believe this. You know what I mean? Dude, the kid didn't do his turns.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's why Jeannie and Colleen are so good at what they do, you know?
Guess.
And, it's crazy as, a female in a sport like what we do, for them to be so successful at it, it's pretty crazy. So, but it's because of that. They're just gnarly. They're you're more scared of them than anyone else that you ever talk to. So.
No, I know. So I talked to Styles at Anaheim 1, and I'm like, hey, man, how's the bike? And he's like, dude, He's like, fuck. Like, and I'm like, okay. So, Jordan, how's the bike?
Dude. Same thing.
It's unreal, right? Yeah.
It's unbelievable how fast that thing is.
Yeah.
It is just, and like,
dude, outdoors might be fun for you. Outdoors might be fun.
Yeah, right. And that's, I mean, we got on the outdoor bike, and like, I really don't know like what's different between the supercross bike and the outdoor. If it's just, you get on outdoors a little bit deeper, but like, it feels like it just pulls that much harder. I'm like, how? Like it's just unbelievable. It's good.
Were you at the compound last week at all?
I was just there on Wednesday.
Okay, because Travis Preston was out there doing some testing. Were you there when he was there?
I did see him there, but I didn't talk to him. I wasn't riding outdoors. I was riding supercross.
Did you get a chance to see him ride at all?
I did not. No, I didn't.
Okay, damn it.
No, he backed up that he's old and decrepit.
He is old and decrepit, but no.
Oh.
He said he rode one of the team bikes before he left, and he feels 22 years old again, and he'll kick my ass.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to see what he's
all
doing.
right,
Okay,
right,
I just want to.
Was he doing production stuff, or what was he doing?
Yeah, both, I think.
Oh, both?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing you Jordon Smith on the PulpMX show. Man, big race this weekend, dude. Looking forward to it. Should be great.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I like doing the East-West shootouts. It's fun. It's fun, like, you race so many races, and it's like, all right, like, this is completely different, like, mindset almost, like, you have to go in and, the same rod that gets you a third one weekend now can get you a sixth or seventh, Yeah. So, a lot more important to get a good start. I mean, it's like, going to be more like racing in 450 class, so I enjoy it.
Yeah, it should be great. I always feel like we've seen so many of these showdowns before, and the two favorites don't win. Like, obviously the Lawrence brothers are the favorites. We've seen this before. The two guys are worried about their titles, worried about their points, right? They're not quite, they're maybe a little uptight, and then a dude like Jordan or a dude like RJ or Hayden or whatever just takes off. Andrew Short won one, and a bunch of guys have won. Nathan Ramsey won one. Guys that were not the guys win these shootouts because there's no pressure, right? And they're just, I feel like we could see an upset. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan for sure.
When you're behind Hunter and you watch him ride, because we watch him ride, it's unbelievable to watch. He's so technically good. He doesn't look like he's hauling ass. And you watch you ride, and you look like you're just shredding, hauling ass, and he's pulling away from you a little bit. Is there something that you can pinpoint from Hunter that you're like, oh shit, I can do this better?
Yeah, well, really, this weekend is like the only time that I feel like I've been close to him all year. Like, I haven't really raced heat races with him. I think I raced one of them, but that was at Daytona, and I was not feeling good at Daytona. And he's gotten like every hole shot, and I've been like, by the time I get into second or third, it's like he's gone. So this weekend was definitely the closest I've been, and like, on the track this weekend, I felt good. There was two sets of whoops. I like the whoops. I feel like I'm probably the best guy in the whoops on the coast, and I felt like I had the speed to catch him, and I would catch him a little bit, and then I would make a small mistake, like clip a rhythm, do something, just like a small mistake, and go from like 2.5, 3 seconds down to like 4 seconds. And then by the time the next lap came around, I felt like I was in about the same spot. And then just make a little mistake, and he's just so good. He just doesn't make that many mistakes like he did this weekend. He almost went down, but like other than that, like he just doesn't he doesn't dab his foot very much. He doesn't miss rhythms. Like he's just so solid. So
he had the big one in the first lap there. He almost died on that one. But other than that,
that was definitely close.
Speaking of dying,
Jordan,
Detroit, through the whoops.
Oh,
how I'm like, dude, you got so lucky that Tough Block saved your ass.
Yeah,
I pulled the Martine.
Yeah, you did totally.
Right through the Tough Block. No, that was not good. I came in there and I was Owen and someone else, I believe, on my right, and like they were like on the right side in the middle. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go down this left side. Well, I was about 4 whoops in, and Owen started coming over. I think whoever was on his inside kind of came over on him, and you can't shut off whenever you're going that fast. And I was like, well, I don't know how this is gonna go, and I like started skimming the tough blocks. I had so much speed, like it didn't even knock me offline. And then once I got out of them, I just like yard sailed. But yeah, that was those whoops were big too. Those whoops were really so like I was going, and you had so much speed into them. Like whenever you have that much speed, you can't shut off. So
you went full Marty. You went full Marty.
I did.
Flipping off the tough block. Yeah.
Yep. And then the last lap in the LCQ through the whoops too. Like I came off that double, and I was like, I knew that I had a chance at it still. Like it was like Chambers was still far ahead of me, but I came off that double, and I was like, I don't care if I die in these whoops right now. Like I hit those wide open, and they were so chewed out. But yeah, it was. Rather forget that stuff there.
Yeah, listen, it's the first time we've had you on this year. We had you on last year when you wrote for the Firepower guys, and I got to be honest, when I heard that you signed with Star, I was like, huh? Really? They signed Jordon? Like, again, you're an awesome dude, and you've got speed, but I was like, can he stay off the ground? Like, can he harness what we've all saw back in the Troy Lee days? And I wasn't sure, Jordon, you could, and I got to be honest, I was one of the guys being like, I don't know, man. I don't know how that's going to go, and you've proven me wrong. You've been solid,
well,
you know?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's, man, it's been a long time.
Yes.
I felt like, 17, 18, and then going into 2019, like that was, I didn't really get to show it much because I hurt my wrist at the second round, but like I was so ready for 2019. Like felt so good, and like Fortner was riding so good too that year. Like I really think that it would have been like a really good battle between the two of us, but at the second round I like went down the whoops and hurt my wrist, and then like the entire year was ruined, and like we couldn't figure out what was wrong with my wrist. I ended up having to get multiple surgeries, and then signed with PC. And I was just talking to Mitch at I think it was at Tampa, and he was kind of cruising by our rig, and I stopped and talked to him, and he was like, man, like we were just talking, and I was like, every time I called you, like for those 2 years, I was hurt. Like something was wrong, And it was just like the dumbest things, and just then, something would happen, and then like my knee and then my shoulder, and I just literally spent the entire 2 years hurt. And there was just like no. He's like, well, I believe in you. Like, like he had some good words, and that was good.
That's
to hear.
good.
Literally the whole time that I was on the team, every time I called him, something was hurt. And I mean, I was like, well, I got to call Mitch again. And I would just dread, I'd dread it. Because like, we never really got to build like a good relationship because of that. Like we never, like I only raced maybe
5 times,
maybe
4 times, 4
yeah,
or 5 times.
Yeah, maybe 8 races for him, something like that. Between 2 years, and like the second year, we had a new bike. Like 2021 was a new bike, and I don't think that I ever had to do a motor swap on the practice bike. Like that's how little time I had on that practice bike. So, and then obviously they hired me to try and win, and going out there and still trying to win. Like that's just not a good combination. So, it was tough, but I'm proud of myself for like being able to come back from that stuff and kind of use last year as a almost a learning year again, and just getting back into it, and proud of myself for being back to where I'm at today. So
I think you should be. Yeah,
keep it rolling.
I think it's really hard in our sport to, when you fall off the merry-go-round and get back up and get back to your speeding. Like it's not easy, man. So
no, it's not. It's not. Especially whenever you spend that many years like away from the races. It's like 3 years really that I just didn't spend at the races, and I was playing golf and whatever I could do to pass my time. Because I just there was nothing else I could do, so it was tough.
Yep, absolutely.
You grew a beard, and Steve didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like the beard. Yeah,
dude, I've had a beard since I was like 16.
I don't think you should be a 250 rider and have a baby and a beard.
Should it be in a contract? Like, hey, if you're at 250 class?
I just look, man. If you have a beard and a baby,
Steve, okay, I do, Steve.
I know it's time. It's time, man. Like Dave Coombs Sr. when he dreamt up the 145 East-West in 1985, he didn't think about beards and babies. I guarantee you. But no, man. Like you said, a lot of years of injury. And so I'm really stoked that you're doing this well, and it's working out well. So good job, man. Thanks, Jordon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Good job, brother.
No problem. Thank you, man.
Sure. Talk to you later.
See ya. That's Jordon Smith, everybody. Yeah, like I said, I was full on like
beard and babies.
I'm like, Star signed Jordon Smith.
Really?
Like,
That's a little surprising. Yeah.
I was just like, like the dude can't stay healthy. It's been a long time.
It just goes with what you, JT, Weege, everyone says. You can work with speed. They know he's fast.
Yeah.
Let's hope he can stay on the bike, right?
And you put him with the program. Like I thought he needed to get away from MTF for a long time. You just get static there, right? So I was
shot with BB guns.
Apparently. That too. God, dude.
That's one way to get up.
60 minutes. Like if Dan Rather, is he dead? Is Dan Rather dead?
Yes.
I think he is.
Yes.
Morley Safer?
Maury?
Yeah.
Maury's alive.
Maury's alive?
Yeah.
If Maury's Safer.
Yeah.
Or no, the pedophile guy, Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing with those 6-pack of beer and those condoms? If that guy ever decided to visit riding facilities and do like an investigation, our sport would be fucked.
Dude.
Like, excuse me, Mrs. Millsaps, we have video of you shooting these children with BB guns. Would you care to explain?
The verbal abuse that you hear, okay?
Yeah.
You have to have thick skin in these training facilities because most of these trainers, they do not hold back.
No, and again, these are minors, right? These are minors for the most part. And Chris Hansen would be walking in there with a camera crew.
Dude.
Like, so, like, yeah. Anyways, good job for Jordon Smith. Doing a great job, for sure. I want to thank the folks at Wiseco, by the way. Wiseco Piston. Kevin Bailey was in here not that long ago. 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons. Factory Honda using Wiseco products as well. He told me a little bit about the process of what they need. The 250 and the 450 side of things. The Wiseco's being really responsive to that. ATVs, jet skis, dirt bikes, UTVs, you name it, 2-stroke, 4-stroke. Who didn't have the giant Wiseco sticker on their fork guard?
I think we all did.
Didn't
At
we?
some point in time, yeah. Heck yeah.
We had to have it to get the contingency.
Right. We didn't even run Wiseco back in the day, and we put that sticker on our fork guards. I mean, why not?
Duh.
Jay Clark, Wiseco guy, running around back in the day.
Wiseco Jay.
Also, too, they got the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve chain components. Wiseco, there's a code to save on PulpMXShow.com. They've been supporting here over 80 years. So we'll thank those guys for coming on board our show, Wiseco Pistons. Check them out. Our phone call here from Anthony. Anthony, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Kiefer, you're the awesome one out of all of them.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
My favorite.
Okay.
Thank you. I like this guy.
But I have a bit of a race tech rant.
Is it about Life Swap? Is it about Life Swap? Because we get it, Anthony.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right.
So,
Go ahead.
Everybody talks about the greatest of all time this, the greatest of all time that, the most dominant guy.
Yep.
And they never, ever mention Villapoto. You guys have. I'll give you credit. You guys have.
Well, Weege is really on that, right? Wygant was on here not that long ago talking about it.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, nobody, you guys do. But, on the broadcast, maybe Weege will say it. But nobody ever mentions him. And he, honestly, did not get beat in a season he completed.
Okay, but you're right about that. He won every outdoor title that he finished or started and finished, and he won every Supercross. But, you have make a good point. But also, what about the career length that is not as long as the other guys, right? So there is that.
You're not wrong.
That's part of being an all-time great is doing it for a long time. RV's one negative is he didn't do it for a long time.
I mean, he probably could have if he switched like Eli, maybe.
Could have, would have, Anthony. Could have, would have.
It
right?
didn't happen. It didn't happen.
But so
he robbed us.
I look at it
robbed us.
I look at other sports. There's been some guys. Okay, we all know we're huge hockey fans in here, right? Everybody is.
Love it.
But Eric Lindros, got drafted, set the world on fire with points and trophies.
He was good.
And then he got hurt over and over, and he quit. Now he made the Hall of Fame. He was on track to be the greatest, well, maybe one of the greatest, not the greatest, but one of the greatest ever. And no one talks about him now as the greatest. But when you actually go and look at his number of games played and his points and then the stuff he won, you're like, holy shit. He was a shining star for a short time. RV wasn't RV maybe a little longer, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get it. Wygant said the same thing, and we maybe are underrating him because he doesn't. RV.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
He was also one of the only guys to go win a GP in his first season. from America.
Yeah, but then he looped out.
It's Cockix.
Yeah, he did do that. But hey,
Focus
yo,
Cockix.
give him
listen,
credit.
I mean,
he did win that one GP.
No, you're right. I don't know, like
All
so
I know is I had a great time with him over the weekend. We had great
he beat
stories.
some bad dudes in the 450 class overseas. I mean, he was a bad dude.
No,
he was like mentally tough like Webb, but speed like Eli.
He doesn't show up in these greatest when you do the list of wins, right? He doesn't show up. He's just behind Chad and these guys in Supercross. Outdoor motocross, he doesn't really have many wins at all because he got injured 2 or 3 years.
You want to know something for sure, though?
Yeah.
He gives zero Fs about that.
Any of that.
No,
I think he's doing fine.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I think he's doing fine.
Yeah, no, but no, Anthony, good points. Maybe we need to think it over, a little bit and look at RV in that.
I just wish they mentioned him a little more. Got him more involved.
Here's the deal: when they ask
'Cause he
riders,
was the GOAT.
when they ask riders about what their Mount Rushmore of riders are, RV's on it most of the time.
Is he?
Well,
Yeah.
I grew up watching him. The first race I ever saw was him winning. So yeah.
And I bring
I'm
up
24 years old,
and I
so.
like Dunge. Dunge and I are fine, but when people talk about Dunge because Dunge is second all time in outdoor wins, maybe third, maybe Eli passed him now, but outdoor 450 wins. I'm always like, timeout. Like he'd never beat RV when they raced together, and RV didn't get hurt. And again, not shitting
That's
on
what I'm
Dunge,
saying.
not shitting on Dunge, but let's think about that.
No, Dunge earns his title. He's totally great.
RV needs to be ranked ahead of Dungy, even though Dunge has more wins.
I don't know.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
All right, Anthony. Well said. Thanks for calling, man.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. That's a Race Tech rant from Anthony. There we go.
All
right, we're going to commercial break here. We got Colt Nichols coming up. Jared Lesher, 2-stroke guy. Randy Richardson probably has some thoughts on Life Swap.
Dude,
X-Brand goggle tear-offs.
I this thing that's going on outside right now.
Yeah.
I thought Randy's doing this. Like literally, I thought this was one of his things. I was asking Heather, is he doing this? You hear that?
Yeah,
You don't hear that?
I know, but how did you think he was doing this?
I don't know because you know him. He he knows your rant, so I think he's putting something out there. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh,
like I hired someone to leaf blow the neighborhood.
Got it. When it comes around to the rant, I
gave him $20, and he's out there just revving that leaf blower. That's what I did.
Okay, that part I get.
Yes, that's what I was thinking in my head.
There you go.
All right, we're going to commercial break here. Randy Richardson from Michelin, Kris Keefer from Keefer Inc. Testing, Travis Marks, and Tallon, I guess. Yeah, from whatever they're from.
ShopTeamYourCitizen.com.
Wow.
Wow.
A trusted and valued company in the industry.
Oh, my. Hey, before we go to the commercial break, can we get We Just Laugh real quick? Can you drop that?
Yeah.
I love it. So good.
It's good. All right, I'm going to be right back after this.
With butter, no pie.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moranz, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves, and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com and Fly Racing and Decal Works. Thanks to Jordon Smith and Cooper Webb. Two of my greatest friends in studio, Kris Keefer, Randy Richardson.
Oh, sarcastic, I feel like.
Wow, really?
I mean,
two of my greatest friends. What, you
sounded like that.
I've known Randy for 23 years.
Really?
Yep.
Is that long?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Known you for, I don't know.
Long time.
Seems like forever.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Seems like that sounded real.
Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima. SC1, I mean, it's something that Randy takes. Marks.
Yes.
Yes,
Marks.
sir. Yes, sir. Hi.
Is that your dad?
That was my old man, yeah.
Mark sent me a video of his dad putting SC1 on a UTV. He was putting it on like paint. he was 3 layers deep and then moving on to the new section.
And is he driving it in Vegas area?
No. Like we were just in Williams, Arizona over
okay.
the weekend.
What's he doing? Why is he doing that much?
Dude, he really likes that SC1. I'm telling you, he's like, it says put a good coat on there and then wipe it off. And I'm like, dude, I think you could do a little less. But
he's
the dust is gonna go.
Honestly, it's like 3 things for every panel, and he's moving the next one, going 3. Just holding it.
I took the video, man, and I
Yeah.
sent it to Steve because I wanted it's Matheson and Can, right? So I said, is this too much? And I get it's not paint, man. That's what I get back. And there were 4 of us there. We were dying.
Yeah.
Dying at the text
this
back.
man. Do you use the pulp code to get it?
Funny story. He didn't know they were a show sponsor.
Oh.
So he bought a case.
Oh, God,
So
dude.
I'm going to be calling in some favors.
SC1 will be, I mean.
I'm going to call Trevor.
You know what's funny is I've tried other brands of silicone spray.
Yeah.
And it's just not the same.
Yeah.
It does work really well, though. No BS.
It does, yeah.
And it, like, keeps the water and stuff off a little bit better when you put it on.
Honestly, like I spray it every time I wash the bikes. I spray it underneath my fenders before I go race, and it really does help get the mud off when you go to scrape off.
All right, Pulp 20 is the code to save with MaximaUSA.com, whether it's SC1, like Mr. Marks, or whether it's MPPL.
Great. Suspension clean is some of my favorite.
Yep. Please check it out, MaximaUSA.com. Thank you to those guys for all that they do for us. Pro Filter as well. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Pro Filter. Oil and air filters for street bikes, UTVs, dirt bikes, all of it. Pulp 20 is the code to save. I'm worried about my air filter right now. I need a new Pro Filter 2023 YZ450, but they don't make one yet.
Really?
Or I don't think it's out yet. Yeah.
They've got to have one.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure it out. I gotta change that filter, Keefer. So I gotta work on that. Thank you to folks at Pro Filter and Maxima USA. Pulp 20 code to save at both of them. And our buddy Eric at Works Connection, PulpMX 20 code to save. They now have oil filter covers for the 2020. Why are you mad? You're mad because you don't get one.
I'm not mad.
You don't get one. I already talked to Eric. You are not getting one.
I love Eric. I love Works Connection, but I'm happy that you have those.
You are not getting one either.
No problem.
We've already talked. So
no problem. Not a problem.
But hold on. What if you guys had swapped? Then you would have got the one that came here.
It would have said 762 on it, though.
Yeah, but that's just details.
PulpMX 20 is code to save with WorksConnection.com. Just get all the cool shit and don't worry about it. Don't worry about what Keefer says or anything.
Do get the Honda lever for the Yamaha, though.
Yeah?
Yes. It's really good.
Do I have the Honda lever on mine?
I don't know.
Oh.
I haven't looked.
Well, you were on my bike at Glen
I
Helen.
didn't
You got
pay
dirt
attention.
all over it. I saw it today.
You're too busy shredding. I didn't even get a chance to see your
was
bike.
testing.
Yes.
KYB testing.
So weird.
Top secret.
So weird.
Yeah, no, that's what they do.
I'm working all day testing, and he is right there, and they're helping him like he is Eli Tomac.
But why wouldn't they? Because that is the connection. Because you don't remember earlier in the year when they needed that shock spring back for Eli Tomac because he had validated the setting, confirmed it would work well.
Gilly
for
said they
Tomac's-
needed that spring back for Eli. For
for
Soupy.
Tomac's weight and or speed. Yeah. So they got it back for him.
All right, everybody, let's get to our next guest here. We got some phone calls on the line as well, and Colt Nichols coming up. EVS Sports, the original protective gear company, protecting champions and riders for over 30 years. They don't plan to stop anytime soon. Pulp 30 is the code to save with EVS-sports.com. Chiz, Axel Hodges, Pastrana, RJ Hampshire. using EVS Sports. Sexton did as well, and we thank those folks, EVS Sports, for coming on board. It started out as one knee brace, has evolved into a full line of protective gear to help keep riders safe while they do what they love. Pulp 30 is the code to save. We had a two-stroke in the main event this weekend, in the 450 main event. We don't quite know when the last time we saw one in the main event.
Wonder if he knows.
I don't know if he knows. This gentleman rode right into the spot, too, in the LCQ. It didn't take a massive pileup in the heat race, let's say, with a bunch of guys down and then somebody sneaks in. This gentleman rode right into the qualifying spot in the Atlanta Supercross, and I did a privateer pod with him earlier this year. Good dude. Jared Lesher, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, man. How you guys doing?
Congrats, dude. That's awesome.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
That's sick.
Yeah, so it looked like, again, like you rode yourself into the LCQ, into the spot. You seemed to get better as the race went on, as the LCQ race went on. Did you have some lines, or what happened did you feel so good to ride yourself into it?
Man, whenever I got around the first turn, I could have swore that there was absolutely no way. And I obviously didn't give up, but at that moment I was like, oh, man, this is going to take the best ride of my life to even get close. So, but on the last lap, whenever I came around, I saw fifth on the pit board. And I thought Michael, my mechanic, was either wrong or I honestly thought he was wrong. And that lap, I saw 3 Cowies in front of me. And obviously I thought, to myself, well, AP's probably gone.
Yeah.
So I thought, shoot, man, that is the spot. And I ended up, I think it was Marquier, caught him right before the white flag there in the first set of whoops. And, rode a clean last lap and just rode it on in for 4th.
Yeah, you went 10th to 6th. You were 10th after lap 1, 6th after lap 2.
If I'm a 450 guy, I am pissed. I am pissed that the two-stroke passed me.
Listen, when I'm coming through, there's no doubt in my mind, or there's actually thoughts in my mind that think, I'm gonna get smashed at some point. Like somebody's gonna get upset. But everybody has been super cool with it so far. So, but yeah, I think I was 14th around the first turn. So, and actually on the first lap, I remember coming around, and whoever was right behind me on the first lap, I remember seeing their pit board, and it said 14th. So I must have maybe been 13th, 12th, somewhere around there, coming past the mechanics area. But, it was, man, it was a really good feeling. And, shoot, that was a really fun race, too.
Yeah, we did a privateer pod after Anaheim won. We talked about it. And, Jared, you're a good rider. You can make mains on a 450, but you're like, hey, my sponsors want me to ride a 252 stroke. It gets me more attention, all of that. And so I'm going to do it this way. But I'd be honest, I didn't have you qualifying for one of these. So that's awesome. What's the biggest advantage and what's the bigger disadvantage 13 rounds into Supercross that you've seen?
The biggest disadvantage I'd have to say is the starts off the grate. Man, that is some tough, that's some tough cooking there. The thing just has instantaneous power, so it's really, really hard to control, and without like having a switch on it to be able to set the RPMs, or there's really no way to set that. So it's all kind of a guess. And we have a good general idea, but again, it's really hard to come out the same as the 450. So even if I come out mid pack, I'm pretty okay with that.
And is there an advantage anywhere that you see?
Dude, this weekend, that track obviously was more open than your average, your normal Supercross, but or your stadium Supercross. But I think obviously the sand, just the way it flows through the sands, the rhythm sections, kind of how they were laid out this week. I really felt like that bike was able to carry a lot of forward momentum through those rhythm sections. Being able to shift third and just kind of float forward through those rhythm sections kind of helped. And there were a lot of little spots too where you can make up time, just where you were on the ground. For example, like the off camber coming in, before you get underneath the tunnel right there. So there were little spots like that where you can make up good time. And man, that bike, it really doesn't lose much. There's obviously advantages and disadvantages to both bikes, but the 450 and the 250. But I think we're in a really good spot. Obviously, the bike's plenty capable. I don't think that's an issue at all. It's more or less rider error, at that point.
I have a lot of questions.
Okay. All right.
So, great rider. I've watched him over the Arena Cross year. I watched him. That's kind of where I kind of know you from, Jared, is watching you at Arena Cross and how aggressive you are. Your corner speed's really good. I feel like it within the Arena Cross confines, it's an advantage because you can hit those three in those rhythms. You can hit those 3 outs out of the corner fairly easy compared to the other 250Fs that are doing it. At Atlanta, I feel like or any Supercross track, if it's tighter in those ins and outs, like in Atlanta where you had to dive to the right-hander inside and then jump that little tabletop, you can get in and out of there really quick.
Right.
So at what point do you say, okay, man, I am a good rider. Sure, this 2-stroke thing has gotten me this far, but are you here to get followers, make a little bit of money, or do you want this as a career? Where are we looking at to where like, okay, maybe I got to transfer over to a bigger bike so I can see what my true potential is, or where are we at?
I mean, I've been there and I've kind of came back from that. And, to be completely honest, I really didn't take the 2-stroke route for any sort of it wasn't a publicity stunt or anything like that. I really got the idea from obviously Stank Dog, like running him the last 2 years and just being super curious, asking him questions. And I mean, he was kind of the one that opened my eyes to even it being possible. Cause when I asked him about it at first, I was like, man, you're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I couldn't imagine being on a 2-stroke out here. And he's like, man, it's honestly not as bad as you think. And last December, whenever I got on a 2-stroke, when I got on that YZ on a Supercross track, and I rode it for the first day, I mean, I was so surprised. The thing, I don't know, maybe it's just the way I ride it, but for me, it really, really worked that day, and it was super impressive. And it was really just a question of, like, what if we take this thing and we try to do all 17 rounds on it and just see where that ends up? I don't even think we really had obviously your goal is to make main events. Obviously,
Right.
Every single one of us out there wants to make main events, but I don't think we really had a true set goal at the beginning of the season because we had no idea where we were going to be at. I mean, we were kind of at ground zero, but I mean, between the motor package, HP race development with Derek, I mean, being able to down on the bike, getting the power delivery exactly where it needs to be is obviously huge because you can't be, hitting the power band in the wrong spot. It's a really weird space to be in if you're in that space. So that, along with the Enzo KYB suspension, Yoshi and Ross, those guys have been obviously hooking it up. Even Yoshi coming over this weekend and helping me in between each qualifying session. So there's a lot of moving parts, obviously, that make it all happen. But overall, at the end of the day, the bike's definitely capable. A lot of people think it's not, but a lot of it just comes down to the rider and being able to perform on it.
So basically, if you were offered like, oh, hey, Jared, what's up? I'm a team. I want you to ride my YZ250F next year and be on a team. You're open to that idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If it makes sense, and yeah, definitely. It's crazy that aside from the 2-stroke, I feel like we've done some really, really cool stuff in the past, even last year with bike themes, that kind of thing. We did the same exact thing we're doing this season. The only difference is we're on a 2-stroke.
Correct.
And the amount of publicity and followers and fans that we've gained from that is it's pretty insane to see. So that's really been the only difference. I mean, my results haven't really changed other than making a main right now. But in the LCQs, I was basically the same spot last year. I was usually close between 7th and 10th to 5th in the LCQs. Really close, but just not making it in. And that's where I've been this season, until now. So, it's a process. I think it's taken this long to kind of figure things out. But at this point, even with the arena cross finishes, I'm capable. The bike's plenty capable.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of doing it.
Also, too, sick. The bike looks sick.
Yeah, it does.
That is a great setup.
Thank you.
Well, not his whole setup, his gear, the way he has these flow boots, like it looks sick.
Yeah. FMF's been a big part of your program, Jared?
What was that?
FMF's been a big part of your program?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Little D over there. Those guys have been awesome. Helped out.
Little D will eat this shit up.
Oh,
dude,
he
is for this.
That's
he likes this
That's
shit.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they
partnered when we took the bike
right?
into the factory. Yeah, and they saw that thing firsthand before A1. it was really cool to see their reaction. I mean, it was super, super cool to be a part of that and be able to tour it and all that stuff. Yeah, those guys they've been like family.
EVS Sports bringing you Jared Lesher on the show. Do we know when the last time a two-stroke was in a 450 main event? Does anybody know?
Apparently, it's Mike Brown, 2006.
Yeah, that's what. So Josh Woods is listed as a 252 stroke at Vegas that year, and I texted Woodrow and he said, "No, I was on a 4-stroke." # never change AMA. And then Woodrow said he thought it was Brownie in 06.
Wow, that long.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty freaking rad, man.
Because Willard did it in Seattle, but he was on 125, right?
125.
And then Stank did it last year. So we all know Stank went absolutely ape shit on us last year. So, no, man, it's a really cool story, and like your setup is clean, and fans are cheering for you. And I like the fact that you rode into it. I think that says something there where you didn't take a big crash worth half the field down. You know, it was you started 14th and rode into 4th. Like, that's great. That's pretty cool.
You just watch him ride, and you can tell he's a rider. Like, he is a good technical type of rider.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep.
It's really impressive.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
No, and listen, hey, dude, if you keep doing this, you're not going to be in my LCQ race either, you know? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing, though. See, you still got to invite me either way. I got to be that wild card.
I feel like you owe him that at least, yeah. He's a two-stroke guy.
I was looking at the points after Atlanta, and Jared is 8th overall with 89 points, and the cutoff is 17th with 63. So I think you're pretty safe.
Yeah, he's
safe. I think you're because
Fair
obviously
enough.
we only 2 more races until it's go time. So
Fair
I think you're in no matter what. But I'll be emailing you the schedule shortly, probably tomorrow or something, Jared. Just let you guys know what we're doing. So get a ticket for that, by the way, if you can, people. $30 ticket. You can win a YZ 450F or one of a bunch of other prizes.
How much was last year, the pot? What was it?
Mark's 140, was it?
Yeah, right around there.
We're not getting 140 because that cancellation in Denver to the next week in Salt Lake was insane because everybody knew that it was canceled and it brought exposure to
Flooded it in.
So we are not going to get 140, but I'd like to get – what did we get the year before, Marks? 110?
Yeah.
107?
Yeah, 107 sounds
So over 100 would be cool.
100 would be great. If we got 100K to divide with 22 guys, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So you're saying you have a schedule – you have a history of scheduling stuff and then putting it off to later. Is that what you're saying?
No, the weather.
Mother Nature.
The weather helped us. Pulp 30 is the code to save with evs-sports.com. Please check it out. Pastrana, Hodges, Chiz, RJ, and more using it. So, Jared, your motor itself, the porting and everything else, how's that? Who does that? Your motor guy does that?
Yep. HP Race Development, down Texas, Derek Harris. Yeah, he's built us some damn good motor packages this season. Kind of placed the power where it needs to be, like I said.
Yeah.
That's been a huge part of the kind of the program.
Have you gone through different settings, or has your A1 stuff been good? Like, have you tested much, or has he come up with new things for you, or is it sort of like, hey, I'm good A1, you've left the same porting all year?
So I think we actually swapped carbs after A1. I don't know. I couldn't tell you which direction we went. I don't remember at this point, but we did swap carbs just to kind of place the power a little bit differently.
Are you on electron carb? Are you on stock carb? What are you on?
Stock carb.
Okay.
Yeah, two-stroke guys like the Electron, right?
Well, Electron smooths it out, so I don't know if these guys for Supercross would want that. They want that snap, right? So that's why they go back to that stock carb.
Listen, that motor, that thing's proven, dude. You put a V-force and a pipe and silencer, some race gas.
I rode Carson Brown's. He won the two-stroke national.
Yep.
And I rode his bike the week before, and holy shit, man.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. But that's also a 300. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, the 250 the YZ250 is a
big bore that shit, Jared. No one's gonna know.
No, dude. I'm telling. Everybody says that. Everybody says it's a 300 or wants to think it's a 300, but I don't want any more power. I need the thing to control a little bit better before I can have more power underneath it.
Oh, I know, man. I had a big bore racing, and I had to tell these guys I don't want that much bottom end. I was rolling insides and going and seat bouncing shit when 250S were lifting. And I was like, hey, man, we got to tone this thing down a little bit.
Yeah, it's just too much. Too much. It wants to rip your arms off. Yeah. We went through that, and I know what you mean.
How are you getting to the races? What's your situation with the travel and all that?
Just me and the mechanic loading up on the weekends and rolling out.
So do you find places to ride during the week in some of these treks, or is it pretty much, hey, I hope to get in press day?
Yeah, pretty much kind of hoping to get in press day at this point. I mean, we haven't had any real opportunity to ride since I've been in California in February. So, I mean, the closest Supercross track to me is 3 hours. So,
right.
Driving back and forth on the weekends and that kind of thing. I mean, leaving so early during the week, and then my mechanic, Michael, he works a full-time job, 9 to 5 during the week, and has to work while we travel on Fridays and Thursdays. So
that's the hero.
Yeah,
right
seriously.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you what. Yeah, he is.
What's your maintenance schedule on your bike? So we kind of know what four-stroke guys do, but so what's different about your maintenance schedule? What are you doing?
So we actually have we got 3 different motors in rotation. So we kind of just whenever we're out, we put about 5 to 7 hours, and then we swap motors and take that piston out, see what it looks like. That's kind of been our thing so far. I mean, we haven't really done anything crazy as far as, I guess the only other thing that we've done is like we've changed the domes to kind of put the power, like put that snap for the arena cross. Like we had changed the dome to where it put that snap all on the bottom end, so where the thing wouldn't rev. It wouldn't have any top speed at all. It'd basically just run out of power halfway through. Then you can change that dome and make that power basically from mid to top instead of all on the bottom. So we've kind of messed with those a little bit, but they have a good dyno setting with those, and I mean we have a good idea of which way we're going with it. So luckily we haven't had to change too much stuff within the season.
It all depends on what squish you're running, but flat top piston single ring was even when I was working for Ferry and Wiseco made one for us, or they had a special one for us. And then Yamaha, that was our setup too. But again, different squish and all that. But it was a flat top piston.
Single ring because less friction. So
yeah, just less friction.
Yeah.
Right? Better for soupy.
Yeah.
So but lifespan wasn't great, obviously. But that was our setup on YZ250s back in the day. So
I mean, as far as two strokes go, man, that Yamaha YZ250 is a fun bike. As far as two strokes go, it's snappy, fun power, good chassis.
Randy. You love two strokes.
I absolutely love them. Yeah, and walked by and didn't get a chance to meet Jared, but checked out the bike there in his pits Saturday. That thing looks phenomenal. That 80s retro look looks super cool. And I also enjoyed recently the article in Racer X. I believe it was your mechanic or photographer, social media guy who wrote the article about how you guys had got mixed up on when was the military appreciation round. Right. Got that switched around. So that looked cool, and that's good for you guys to pay that honor to the military. But man, that 80s stuff.
When I walked into Anaheim
so
1,
good. Yeah.
You were right by the pit entrance, and I walked by and I saw Jared's bike. I'm like, what in the hell is that?
So cool.
I'm like, I took a picture of it with my cell phone. I'm like, oh my god, that thing's amazing. You know what I mean? It was pretty good looking. I'll tell you what I like about Jared too. So he's made main events before in the 450 class and 250 class and all that stuff, and he's on a two-stroke now. And yes, he's getting attention because he's on a two-stroke and people are loving it. But also, like, he's riding hard every race. He's not getting out of it and doing whips, and when he exits the track, he revs it and yells to the fans. He's not a sideshow. Jared is there to race on a two-stroke and put it in main events. Unlike some other guys that just don't seem to give a shit and just want to talk about being two-stroke guys, Lesher to me is racing hard, working hard, trying to be into the every main event, and he got one in this weekend. That's what I like. So that's my statement on that.
Well, here's the thing. Stank is a good rider. He is. Like, I watch him ride. He's a great rider. Like, I don't think...
Here we go.
No. I'm just saying, like, I want to just... I ride and I look at... I've studied guys a lot as far as how their technique is, and Stank is a good rider. So, I just want to point that out.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Jared Lesher on the show, brought to you by EVS Sports. Pulp 30 is the code to save at evs-sports.com. Well, Jared, man, thanks for calling in. Great job, man. Like I said, really impressive. So we think this is the first guy in a two-stroke and a 450 main event since 2006.
Wow.
Damn.
That's pretty cool. Not a bad guy to follow.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's, and also, let's not forget, he's got to race all the Kawasaki LCQ Challenge That thing is full of cowies.
A lot of
every
green.
week.
A lot of green.
Dude.
Yeah.
450 cowies.
I couldn't believe how
Well,
many.
you know
damn-
they pay for the night show, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. That's why they hell have it. But
You get $500 if you're on a cow. You just make the night show.
I thought it was 300.
Yeah.
500.
It's 500.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. I'd be on a cowie too.
Yeah.
Right?
Crazy.
And then I did a little research on Jared because he's in the daytime program this week.
Yeah.
And the guys that I talked to about Jared, they're like, dude, he races everything. He'll race whatever.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't care. He just wants to race. So it's pretty cool that you just go like racing. You're a racer's racer. Pretty cool.
That's right. That's right. Show up for the race, baby.
Good job, man. Thank you for the time tonight, and I appreciate it. And let's go two in a row. Why not?
Hell yeah. Let's string them together.
There we go. Thanks, man.
Let's rock. Thank you, guys.
Later.
Thanks. That's Jared Lesher, everybody. Good job by him. Like I said,
Not a bad
Moving.
track in Jersey. It'll be chewed up, soft. So it'll be a good
Yeah.
track for a two-stroke.
Yep. So thank you to EVS Sports for bringing him on. We got a question for Kris Keefer here. Luke, what's up, man?
Hello.
Hi, Luke.
Luke.
All right, good talk, Luke. What else we got?
Rick?
Matthew's on
Rick?
3. Matthew, what's up, man?
Hey, yeah, it's kind of fast forwarding to next year, but with some rumors and for sure stuff that you mentioned, with Sexton, potentially going to KTM, will he have to go with Baker's factory being on KTM?
Well, I don't know for sure, but I would assume yes. I would assume that.
I mean, I think it's awesome. I think sky's the limit there.
Yeah.
But also with Webb potentially, who knows what's going to happen. But if he does leave and potentially loses Baker's factory, will it kind of be a repeat of last year without having Alden in his corner?
Yeah.
If he has to leave KTM.
It's a good question. I can see myself asking that before the season starts, right? Because it does seem like he needs the Baker push, the Baker competitiveness to make it happen there. So, yeah.
Which I'm a big fan of both, but, I mean, I think Sexton will shine, and Webb, who knows, kind of shocked us all last year. Shocked me for sure.
No, we'll see, man. Should be interesting. We'll see what happens. I could see. Well, it all depends on what Tomac does. I've said this before. If Tomac retires, Coop goes to Star, I think. If Tomac stays there, which now I hear Tomac might stay, then I think Coop resigns at KTM. So.
Right.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for calling.
All right. Yep, no problem.
Have a good night. Thank you. We got the X-Brand Goggle tariffs coming right up as well.
That's crazy. Cooper's only led 12 laps.
I know.
All year.
I know, right? Yeah, he's got 2 wins and 12 laps.
Chase 65, Eli 83, Kenny 27, and Plessinger has led 20 more laps than Coop, and Coop's in the title.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy. Michelin Starcross 6s. We've had them on talking about our show for a long time. Got them on my bike. They work really well. Keefer, you've tested them as well.
Yep.
The Starcross 6 line available in a multitude of compounds. And Michelin man here, Randy Richardson, to tell us more about some of the things that are coming from Michelin.
Yeah, so
this is exciting.
Heck yeah! So right now we're in the midst of a program. So we have our Get Dirty. Huh?
Well, can we talk about the other thing?
What thing?
Yeah.
You come back to Supercross?
Okay.
Michelin's come back to Supercross?
This lack of professionalism is so.
Yeah, Michelin's coming back full bore. They are sponsoring Factory Honda in 2024.
Sick.
Actually, May not.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, no. So currently
Yes.
we have a cool sales promotion going on right now that is $40 back on any set of Michelin off-road motorcycle or off-road or mountain bike bicycle tires. So that's going on right now through the end of April. Just a couple more weeks. And that's at michelinman.com/motorcycle. You'll see our current promos there. What you were referring to, we talked about today on our bicycle ride.
Yes.
Yeah, when we were trying to.
Great ride.
I was just trying to rebuild trust in you personally. But what I was telling about there was we've been working together to put together with Motorsport, going to put together a PulpMX discount code that'll go into effect in May. So
couple weeks, yeah.
Yeah, exciting. More info coming up, and that'll be coming up after the Nashville Supercross. So May 1st, we'll launch all the details on that. Yeah. And that's for everything. That's for off-road or motocross. That's adventure touring, cruiser, or your favorite street bike racer.
Yeah.
So if you do that type of stuff,
right.
Anything that's available through motosport.com.
And
May 1st, we'll have a PulpMX discount code.
Has the reaction to the StarCross 6 been good?
It's been good. Yeah.
It's been
good. Yeah. It's a bit different than the StarCross 5 range, and I've heard Kris speak about it sometimes. His recommended air pressure is like 12.5, and so certainly a little bit stronger casing than the StarCross 5 range.
Harder to change. The 6s and the 5s.
Yeah. If only you had someone that would fly in and do that for you.
No, I did it myself. I did it on three.
You did it to keep
4
me from making
tires.
a production of it.
I did. That's right.
Yeah,
I did.
Certainly that's
production.
That's what he did.
That's what I said. Yeah, the last time he was in or whatever, I'm like, I changed my tires. I'm not. You're not coming in here.
Well, he really showed me. He tricked me. I didn't have to change tires.
Right,
he really showed me.
He got you.
But then I'm doing a project bike, and you shipped me some SC6s for that, and I mounted those as well.
Yeah.
So,
Well, awesome. Yeah. So, but they've been very well received for sure. The feedback that we get on them is the performance has increased, primarily front compared to the StarCross 5.
I would agree.
It's more noticeable, more predictable traction.
I was just telling the KYB guys that.
Yep. And then the improved durability, which for someone having to buy tires, that's always a key factor. How long the tires last. So.
Do you notice? So there was a Michelin bicycle sponsor on a wrap-up show for many years, for a couple of years, anyways.
Yeah.
And we're no longer doing that. This gentleman was not allowed to do it anymore, so we parted ways with him.
Sad, really.
Yeah, really sad. And how has the Michelin bicycle sales been affected by the drop-off of this said show?
I would say it's had an impact.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's been a factor.
Yeah. Okay.
No, for us, honestly, and Jamie did a great job of promoting the Michelin bicycle tires. The challenge we've had.
Fly the girls in from LA, boy.
Yeah. And that's the problem is supply chain. So we couldn't get the girls in from LA, and we couldn't get the tires in from Europe, right?
Yeah.
So we've had incredible demand for our mountain bike tires, but just keeping up with it has been challenging. We've certainly improved that, and that's one of the messages that I'll share this coming week at Sea Otter Classic, like you and I were talking about, going to a big bicycle expo there, and so we're excited about the increase in product availability.
So I get DMs asking me about the Michelin stuff, and I kind of tell them I'm running DHs, so I know you guys love the E-Wild line, and they work well, but I favor the DHs, so I'm just letting you know that I tell people I like the DHs.
Yeah, and DH is a very versatile tire. It's a great E-bike tire, right? An E-mountain bike tire, and then for downhill, that's what Cam Zink and those guys run for sure, and most everything they do, whether it's Red Bull Rampage or traditional DH riding. But for an E-mountain bike, it's a great option as well, because you're not as concerned with lighter rate or rolling resistance. Or
do any Michelin bicycle tires come stock on any production bicycles?
Some. It's and the that OE fitment, and similar to the motorcycle industry, is extremely challenging from a price point perspective, and then and also just keeping up with the demand. So for us, we've had really high demand, and so we're more focused on the RT or replacement tire market more so than OE. Because it's more profitable for us. The replacement tire is more profitable than original equipment.
Right. But, Michelin, check them out, please. And not decided yet, but you may be at the Millville Ride Day up in the air. Yep.
If it happens.
Yep.
I don't know. You never know. You can't tell with anything nowadays. But
no.
I'm hoping it happens, and I'm hoping to be there.
Yep.
It would
fantastic.
be my personal desire.
10 to 15 emails a week about the title in it.
If you want the title.
The title in the subject line.
Oh.
PulpMX Ride
So
Day.
if you want in this ride day, it's 150-ish people on Saturday, open on Sunday to anybody. We're going to have people at the gate to monitor this. It is a ride day. Marks? Ride day?
That's correct, yes.
Ride day at PulpMX.com. Send that email. I will not pick anybody that does not email that address. I cannot stand people who can't listen. Ride day at PulpMX.com. Yeah. And we'll pick some random listeners. And Keefer, you got 10 spots. So
I got 10. I haven't picked any yet.
Right.
So we'll do that.
Yeah. But look, it's catching fire. Phil wants to go. JB wants to go. Justin Starling, Will Hahn, the Martin brothers will obviously be there.
It's going to be a who's who of motocross.
You're going to ride. Randy's going to be there, hopefully. I think we're going to have Bradshaw and Pike there.
And maybe the Dunge. That's what I hear.
I haven't heard this.
I did.
How did you hear that?
I just heard it.
Another gear company talks to him, and he was
Oh, no.
He was maybe informed. I'm just saying.
No. The Dunge doesn't get in unless he comes to me.
Oh.
He's not showing up.
So, Dungy, that's PulpMX Ride Day.
Ride Day at PulpMX.com.
Ride Day at PulpMX.com.
No, listen. Hey,
Don't
listen.
screw it up, Dunge.
Listen,
Don't
Dunge.
screw it up with the wrong address.
Like, I'm sure he listens. I'm sure he's listening right now.
Yeah.
If you want to come to Ride Day at Dungy, it's not a problem. Just ask me. Send me a text.
Okay.
Don't try to backdoor your way into the Ride Day, Dunge. So that's where that stands.
Don't try to use a fake pass or anything to get in.
And you, sir, your company that you're talking about.
Yes.
They are only going to be allowed very few spots. So they're not bringing,
I feel like it might a little bit more than a few.
Oh, no. So, yeah, lots to talk about. Ride Day at PulpMX.com. That's going to be really fun. 2 days of riding at Millville.
2 days of riding of you, that's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's Millville. Remember my rule.
Yeah.
I get 15 minutes before anybody else.
By yourself?
No one can look at me.
No one look at you.
Yep, and I'm allowed to ride the track by myself.
I'm blind.
And Troll Train told me the prep will be between a national and a
local.
And a local. Like it'll be. It's not gonna be ripped as deep because national prep sucks.
Steve prep.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. Thanks to Troll Train for making that happen, and trolltraining.com. Check out John Wrestling and Alex Martin for all your training needs, whether you're an up-and-coming amateur racer like, say, Aiden Kiefer, or you're a vet guy like me, or you're an off-road guy like Randy Richardson, or whatever. Trolltraining.com.
If you're a poacher like Kris Keefer that just poaches off Aiden stuff.
Right. Trolltraining.com. John and Alex.
Right. There you go.
They know everything that they've done over the years that's been wrong, and they'll help you and correct you and walk you along the line. Trolltraining.com. We've had Alex on here, of course, in the show, and we'll have him on again to talk about it. We have X-Brand Goggle Tariffs coming up. Colt Nichols as well. We got some some phone calls coming in. Scott's on 3. Scott, what's up, man?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to talk to Randy real quick about Randy, I just wanted to thank you. You committed to coming in to the studio tonight, and you did it. You closed the deal, and I appreciate that. You've had a positive impact on me as an individual to see how a man keeps his word. Thank you for that.
You're
Chris?
Yeah, you're welcome, Scott.
Oh, go ahead.
You're welcome,
Thanks,
Scott.
Randy.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. The way I look at it is if a man's word is the most valuable thing he has.
Well said. Chris, we met at A2. I told you Heather was in my top 3.
Oh, that's right.
You took a picture of us with your phone.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming she's still talking about me, or?
Actually, that's what gets her fired up before I get in bed. Yep. So thank you for that.
Scott from A2.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
Hey, what's your name?
Nice.
I'm Scott from A2. Oh, yeah. Come on in.
What about anal bleaching?
Hey, Steve,
yeah.
who would make you nervous in a moto trivia contest to go up against from, like, say, 84 to current?
Nobody.
Really?
Nobody.
I mean, look, I could lose. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but no one would make me nervous. Bring it on. Coombs is great, but I think I got him on some things. Yeah,
All right.
I mean, I know a lot about the sport like that way.
I know.
I'm a nerdy dude that way with magazines and stuff. So, nobody.
Nice.
All right.
So, anyways, I'm the guy that made you that 500 show 500 with the Mount Rushmore. And Randy, actually, I consulted with him on where to put Ferry next to you or whatnot. So
nice.
Thanks,
Cool.
Thanks for that too, Randy.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate all your help in my sexual activity I've been doing. So
thanks,
thank you.
man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Later. Have a good night,
See ya.
guys.
All right. Tate's on 5. What's up, Tate?
Tate.
Look, I've worked my way through this week as much as Randy probably has of the disappointment that
It's been a tough week for all of us. It's been a tough week for all of us, buddy.
It has been very trying.
You know what, Tate, though? Tate,
consumed.
good things come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait.
The third time.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's just like George W. Bush said, fool me once, fool me, you can't be fooled again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was one.
What's up, Tate?
Here's my question.
Okay.
Here's my question. There was a lot of talk, Triumph is based right there below Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of talk about maybe the bike was going to be introduced this weekend.
Yeah,
didn't happen.
That was never
Keefer,
gonna
you
happen.
are all around test tracks all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just give us a little bit of something, man. Tell us what we can expect here. What do you know?
Yeah.
Let us know.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Can we talk about other things? I mean, I don't know anything about this.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
You're in the media.
I'm in the media, but I
You're
don't.
in the media?
I mean, they've done a great. I don't know anything more about it than you guys do. I
Oh,
don't know.
Huh.
I don't.
Huh.
Oh my gosh.
Randy.
I know that leaked video was horrible.
Dude.
I did see that.
Yeah.
That's like drone footage from Mars.
I don't know what. That was a potato. I don't know. So if you're Triumph, are you pissed at that? Are you mad that Vital put it out and everybody put it out? Like, I don't know. Are you mad?
I just feel like.
Yeah, for me, what I wonder is, like, who did that originally come from?
Correct.
And what kind of NDA did they sign?
Coming from a person that has done confidential testing with other manufacturers, when you have a controlled environment with a bike that hasn't been announced, the gates are shut, you know who's there and who's not there within the property.
And they know what track that was, obviously.
And so I feel like if someone's that close to the track, the brand, the manufacturer, knows what's going on.
Okay, but could, like Randy said, could someone have flown a drone over?
No,
what's going
the
on?
way that no.
Okay, all right.
The way that was shot, that was right on the track.
Yeah.
Wow, drones can get, if you're a good drone guy.
Yeah, but I don't think that was. To me, that
You
did
can
like
tell
drone
if it's a
footage.
drone, though.
Well,
Okay,
I don't
all
think
right,
they
I
had
don't know.
drones.
I'm
in
not a
19
drone guy.
Well, I don't think they had drones in '84, which is what that film quality looked like.
It's a beta drone.
Yeah, it's a beta drone. It was
Don't poke me.
It was a
Well,
VHS.
Listen,
on a remote
Tate,
control
obviously
airplane.
Keefer doesn't know a thing,
Or at least that's what he's saying right
yeah,
now.
so I don't.
So he's not test riding for him at all, huh?
No.
No.
That's what he's saying.
No.
That's what he's saying.
Honda. I'm a Honda guy. I've done Honda production testing.
Yeah, remember that Honda that coughed and burped and all that ECU? That was Keefer.
No, it wasn't.
So, all right, Tate, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thanks.
See ya.
Appreciate it. Boy, we're getting hammered on this life swap thing. I don't know why.
Oh,
Yeah, I just wish people would let it go. I just wish people
Luke,
would let
what's
it go.
up? You got a question for Kris Keefer?
Yeah, I just got a testing question for Keefer. I'm having trouble with me front fork, and do you have any tricks on knowing if the fork is too hard or too soft? Because I'm having trouble knowing if I'm too low in the stroke or if it's not sitting up.
Yep.
Obviously, you can put a zip tie around the fork leg or something, but is there any tricks to the trade?
It's a good question because one or the other can feel the same. A lot of these guys thinking,
Put the zip tie on.
well, no, I understand what he's saying. Like in the stroke while you're riding, because you could have a soft fork, and then have the valving be stiff in the middle and never get past that point.
Mm-hmm.
So a good rule of thumb is either deflection or head shake. So off throttle, here's what I've experienced. This is my theory. Off throttle, if you're coming into a corner and you chop the throttle and it gets a little bit low and you get a little bit of head shake, to me that's too soft. Now if you do that and you're off throttle and it deflects, like you know what deflection is compared to head shake, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So if you deflect, I feel like you're too stiff. So that is for me what I tell like beginner, novice guys that are trying to test that don't know much about their suspension is that's a good rule of thumb to think about when you evaluate your stuff. Is it deflection or is it a little bit of a wiggle head shake? So usually that stuff will come from off throttle situations.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And what you're talking about, that head shake when you're off throttle, is because the it's just letting it settle in too far in the stroke.
Correct.
And
it's
changing the
diving,
rate
and then
control.
it puts too much weight on the front
Gets
end, and you
busy.
get a wiggle.
Twitchy or busy. Okay.
KYB stuff I put on my Blue Crew. It's pillows.
Phenomenal.
Like pillows, yeah. X-Brand goggle tear-offs. Let's do this. X-Brand goggles.
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand goggles. Guess who won the GNCC yesterday?
Strang.
No.
Oh.
Grant Baylor.
Grant Baylor.
X-Brand
The other
athlete.
Baylor.
The other Baylor.
I talked to Stu. He's a cool dude.
Yes.
So I guess five winners and 5 races for the GNCC guys, right?
That's awesome.
So X-Brand goggles, choice of GNCC winner Grant Baylor. And Strang. And Craig DeLong.
What does Strang get?
He's won before.
You don't know what he got, though.
I think he got 6 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 23 is the code to save with X-Brand. The Lucid goggle, simply phenomenal. And if you look at the Lucid goggle and you see the qualities and the features and benefits of it, and then just look at Hunter Lawrence's Alpine Star goggle, and then look at the Factory Ride goggle from FXR guys. you'll notice a lot of similarities there. These companies are seeing how great the Lucid is.
Really?
And they're just on board with X Brand.
Wow.
EKSbrand.com. I don't think people like me saying that, but I just do it anyways. Pulp Show 23 is a code to save with X Brand. These questions submitted by Corey Moser.
Like your thought process.
What?
I don't think people like me saying that, but fuck it. I'm going to say it anyway.
Fuck it, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do? Cancel the Pulp Show?
I don't know.
Right. All right. Corey Moser?
I don't know.
Don't know him.
Okay. 30 seconds.
Mosier.
30 seconds on the clock.
Mosier Valley?
45 seconds, whatever it
Mosier
takes.
Valley? That was a good track.
Let's make this quick, boys. All right, Marks.
Steve.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be quick. Well, what do I say? I had every intention of doing the X Brands, consulted my buddies for ideas, had some rough draft questions. But when Randy walked in that door today and we made eye contact, I asked, are we doing this? I support and stand with Randy, and this week it just didn't happen. But we'll come back even stronger.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Woo!
That's the X Brand Goggle Terrace,
Pull that
everybody.
tear off, Tallon.
Yep.
Mosier.
And
There
just
we
go ahead
go.
and play the outro while we're at it.
Yep. X Brand Goggles.
Yep.
Sometimes
Shit just doesn't happen.
Sometimes things just don't happen.
Yeah.
And you know what? As men, you just you
We move
acknowledge
along.
it and you move along.
We're not going to talk shit on it.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You don't,
We're not going to
yeah.
beat a dead horse.
No.
You don't do any of that. You
We're just going to go, man, that would have been good, but hey, you know what? Life goes on.
Yep. Yep. We just move
Turn the
on
page.
and you turn
Rip
the page.
a tear off and just keep going.
And you
Clear vision.
you look at another man in the eye and you move on. And you just acknowledge that maybe there were mistakes made along
Yep.
the way.
You're fucking
Just
kidding me.
look at him straight in the eye and say,
But-
we can't trust each other.
But
And
then
move on.
what you do is you just try to build as a human being. You just try to build.
Yep.
You know?
Last time I do this goddamn show.
So,
So good.
X
We
Brand
just try to
Goggle
heal.
Tear-Offs.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thanks for coming out. Randy Richardson in from Michelin. Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at OGO. Love the OGO guys, whether it is the 9800, which, I mean, a couple days on the road, pack one up.
Can we go up 100 more? Are we going to be able to do that?
To a 9900, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this last week.
I know.
Did you bring, what did you bring for Life Swap? Because you were committed to it, so did you bring, really, what did you
I
bring
brought
to
a
it?
9800 and
Yep.
a layover because
Okay.
the layover was empty. I
Yep.
was going to take that to the ATL.
Ah, good move, yeah.
Because
then
I
not
know
even
if I
check it, just
didn't,
go- yeah.
either A, someone would see me, take a picture, send it
Yep.
to Steve,
Yeah.
and then all hell would break loose.
Yeah, so 9800 for the week, and then the layover just for that travel to
Correct.
and from.
And then when I opened my 9800 when I got here, because I went straight into the bedroom, opened my 9800, there was a lovely note from my wife
Yeah.
inside of my bag as a surprise.
Yep.
How much she's going to miss me and love me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you think that's when you backed out?
And then I said, you know what? I don't know if I can live without her for a week.
And I was very disappointed because I was all in.
And he's like, get me the hell out of here.
He was so stressed about working
Yeah.
the computer. He said he didn't
I
sleep on
wasn't
Sunday
stressed
night.
out. Here's for the listeners.
Yeah.
I lost
Let's hear
sleep.
let's hear the truth.
I lost sleep the night before. Heather's like, "Why are you up at 3 a.m?" I'm like, "Fuck, I want to do a good job. Like, I don't want to screw this up. I don't want to be the guy going, oh, Keefer's an idiot. The show sucked this week." I didn't want it.
I'm not scared.
I want to be like, you know what? Keefer's better. I like Keefer more.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I wanted.
All right.
Because that's your competitiveness, right?
Yes.
But you're
And now we'll never know.
So you're more of a quitter than a competitor.
So we'll
Really?
No.
Or no? Okay. No.
We didn't start, so you can't quit. You don't start.
That's
Hey,
true,
man,
yeah.
you beating off?
So we'll get it. We'll get it when it's time.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
Yeah, we race Ryder D. We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll race him when it's time.
Yeah, one more. Can we do the laugh one more time, please?
Wait.
Colt Nichols coming up here shortly. Jason Thomas too. If he's not asleep, we're gonna have Jason Thomas on later on.
We saved some time on that. We saved some time on
yeah,
that
we
X-Brand
did.
tear-off.
We
We really did. We
Uh,
really did. Yeah.
Thank you to the folks at OGO for bringing Kris Keefer on the show. The code is PulpMX to save at OGO Power Sports. Code is PulpMX at OGO Power Sports website to save. Whether it's the layover, whether it's hydration pack, the 9800, the rig bag, whatever it is, OGO makes traveling a little better, a little easier. The backpacks are fantastic. My backpack's going on like 3 years, and it's held up great.
My
so.
OGO backpack is 12 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So OGO Power Sports, use the code to save with those guys. Thank you to those guys. And the 7 o'clock hour that is ending right away. Brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse at ORW, Phil Nicoletti, Enzo Lopes, and more, using ORW parts for sponsorship for their team. They got stores throughout the West Coast, including Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas, Atlanta, Arizona, and more. Code is PulpMX to stop in to check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products. They install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels, to steps, bed accessories, and more. Offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track in style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. The code is PulpMX to save, bringing you the show tonight, the 7 o'clock hour. So thank you to folks at Off-Road Warehouse. Kind of got dancing for time here because I thought we had X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up, but Colt Nichols is coming up in 8 minutes.
Hey, 8 minutes. That's nothing because all of Pulp Nation thought we had a live swap going.
Okay.
So imagine how you're let down.
Let's
think about Pulp Nation.
Let's talk about the showdown this weekend in New York. Who we got? Like, obviously, like I said with Jordan, like, I feel like the Lawrence brothers, I don't know if either one wins it because they don't want to do anything dumb. They want to just preserve their big points lead. We know they're the class of the field. We get it. They don't want to race each other, hard or anything. Yeah. So I think we have a surprise winner. RJ, Jordan, maybe Hayden Deegan, right? Couldn't you see like a kid breaking out at a showdown and riding with like reckless abandon and then winning the damn thing? So I think someone other than the Lawrence brothers win it. I don't know who, though. I know that's pretty vague. What do you think, Keefer?
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm still going with my theory earlier in the year that Hunter is the best 250 rider in between both coasts, especially between Jet and Hunter. The rivalry they have, which they kind of downplay a little bit, but I know it's there. Technically, I think Hunter's just – I mean, you heard Jordan say it. Like, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and when he does, he recovers pretty damn fast. So I think Hunter wins the shootout, wins the title. Can both brothers win the title on Saturday night?
No, Hunter can though.
Hunter can, but Jet can't yet.
Jet can't. No.
Okay.
But Hunter can clinch the title. Yep.
So I think that happens. I think he wins and he beats his brother and gets his number 1.
Okay. All right. And Randy.
I'm gonna go Deegan.
Okay. You're with me.
Deegan's first win.
Right.
Yeah, because he'll get a little sketchy, and in and amongst teammates and or other racers.
Right.
And I think that'll happen. And then I think he will ghost ride his bike, and then you guys will have something to talk about the following week.
You think he ghost ride it?
I do. I think
so too. Yeah, I think so
too.
Too.
Like Deegan did? No, there's no way he can do it off those big jumps now, like the finish line. Like, that's gnarly if he does that.
Why? What's wrong?
Because back then when Deegan did it, it was really small. The finish line.
I think he does it kind of slower, and I think he kind of goes, and steps off at the top.
And then maybe he the bike just goes and falls over. Like not a big like
in between.
Brian's thing was
right,
and it was more of a like a camelback or like a suede tabletop thing. Yeah, so, I think he does. Yep.
Okay. So Hayden Deegan, I'm going to pick the field, and you're going to pick a Hunter Lawrence.
I'm on Hunter
for the showdown. Yeah, it should be interesting to see how that goes. They're always exciting to watch. They're great to watch.
Have you thought much about who's better between Jet and Hunter since we've been talking about?
Jet's better.
You still think so?
Yeah, I think Jet's better. I really do. Hunter's riding great, and I'm not taking anything away from him, but I think Jet's better.
Okay.
So,
Randy?
Any tip of the scales to Hunter, who's been riding East Coast, since it's an East event, versus Jet, who's been riding West?
No, because Jet was East before.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like track-wise ruts and stuff?
No,
I don't think so.
They're both amazing.
Well, Jet
riders,
won his title at New Jersey last year.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to the race this weekend. As far as 450s, I mean,
dude,
it's gnarly.
Yeah,
it's getting gnarly.
Yeah.
We were talking about this on our review show. Like, honestly, it's the chance that Chase Sexton runs off 4 in a row is not that low.
No,
he could do it. He could just get that confidence, get rolling, figure it out. We've seen him stretch out leads on all of these dudes multiple times, beat all these guys in heat races, in qualifying. Like we said, if he wins 4 in a row, he probably wins the title, down 17 and everything else that goes on. So, I mean, that's not – do I think it's going to happen? No, it's not the odds-on favorite. It's probably less than a 20% chance even. But the guy could certainly do it.
Mm-hmm. 2 things.
Yeah.
He needs a start, top 5 to do that.
Yeah.
If Cooper, Tomac – hell, even Barsha or Roxon, those guys get good starts, and Chase is back out of the top 10, and we're in Jersey. So for me, 2 things here. The start will have to be good for Chase to win. And then now we're in softer, chewy conditions, so the whoops are going to break down, so that plays favor to Coop. He's going to be jumping through them. So the amount of time he's going to be able to make up, I think, is not as much as he could if it was a different track.
Yeah.
So this what makes it really interesting for me is like
you're thinking it's coupe track.
I think it's a coupe-ish type of track. We talk about his mental toughness. We didn't really talk about it to him today on the show, but
we all know it. You know.
I mean, dude, Tomac is in your ass for 15 minutes, and you're just hanging tough. So he doesn't give a crap if it's 23, 1, 94. You know, who cares?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. This is going to be more of a coupe track for sure. But then we got the 51 and Roxon and
I mean,
all of
it's
that.
not like number one
great.
sucks in soft conditions.
No. But you got to think if you're Webb and you're 6 down now, and yes, he's good at Denver and Salt Lake, but those favor Eli without a doubt. Elevation and hard pack and all of that.
Yep.
You know, we just saw a hard pack track at Glendale. Coop wasn't very good at it. He's got to get this thing down in the next 2 weeks to have a fighting chance, right?
But we also know things have changed since Arizona for his bike.
Right.
So he could be better on hard pack.
Also, too, bummer for Nate Thrasher. I meant to mention that earlier. Put his hip out, and it sounds like he's going to be out for a long time. And he'd reached a new level, right? So, yeah, bummer for Nate Thrasher.
Did you get that text?
Yeah. I don't know anything about it, though. I got to verify that.
Okay.
But yeah, funny we had 2 hips go out, like Craig in Glendale and then Thrasher 2 weeks in a row, right? So Christian's going to be out for a while.
They said they found some bone fragments in there too.
In Thrasher, yeah.
Gosh, dang, man.
I'm gonna ask Christian to come out here to do a show.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I think he'd do it.
He'd be really good at talking about technique and what these guys are about, you know, and what they're thinking.
Also, too, maybe I'll take him out riding a little bit. He can help me.
Yeah.
Coach me a little bit.
Where? Western?
Yeah, Western.
Okay.
Which, by the way, I went out there 2 weeks ago. It was fucking awesome.
All right. No Mesquite? Not going to go to Mesquite?
I'll go to Mesquite.
Okay.
Bring it. How was their race? How was their Verb World Mini?
We didn't go, but
how'd you hear about it?
Yeah, I heard it was really good.
Did you bring my FMF exhaust this week? Did you bring it?
Oh, I forgot.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool, man. Right on. Great. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sucks when you have someone you can't depend on, isn't it?
Absolutely, Randy.
Hurts the heart, doesn't it?
It's terrible.
At least I got it for you. Huh.
Do you actually have it?
Oh, my. Are you seriously saying that?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Wow.
Why didn't you just give it to me Thursday?
Because, my God.
Yeah.
This guy would kill me if we're in a war. I swear to God he would.
Yeah.
I told you. We just talked about it. I said, do you want to bring it? Is it a slip-on? No, it's a full system. Oh, forget it. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that at the track. So I didn't bring it.
All right. Wyatt's got a question about exhaust. Wyatt, what's up? What's your question for Kris Keefer?
Hey, so I got a 2019 YZ250F, and I was just wondering what the best exhaust was power-wise for racing, like off-road, cross-country, hair scramble kind of.
So are you looking for a smoother? What do you want out of your engine character? So that kind of helps me tell you where to go.
Kind of more of like a smoother power, like, but still controllable.
Yep.
Where like it's not super like when you're coming over like to like a log or something out of a corner where it's like, oh God, I got to go now.
So for me, here's the thing. The stock YZ250F muffler is atrocious. It's loud. It's obnoxious. It sounds like dog shit. So you're going to put on a muffler that's going to sound better, but you're not going to get as much bottom end with any muffler out there. There is no muffler that's going to have as much bottom end, aftermarket muffler, as much as stock. So if you're looking for a smoother power, which is good, FMF is really good in that area. It sounds good. I would leave the insert in. Even though it might have a spark arrestor, if you don't want the spark arrestor, cut the screen off, insert the insert back in, and that gives you some back pressure, which helps keep some of that bottom end. But overall, that'll give you more of a linear bottom end pull, more mid-range, and a little bit more top end than stock. It's very hard for these aftermarket muffler companies to make a better muffler than stock now, just because of the sound regulations. So, especially for a 250F, man, it is tough to find a muffler like, wow, this thing is so much better than my stock one because, power is king in the 250F world, so it's hard to build a muffler when you have a lot of sound constraints. So luckily for you, you want something more linear, and FMF does have that. Also, a little bit more expensive of a muffler, a little bit better built, in my opinion, is a Kropovich. Kropovich is a little bit better in that direction, so those are my 2 picks.
Cool, man. Thanks for the call.
Okay.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Speaking of factory, Wyatt's background information. Turn your radio down, people, when you call in. Rental.com. Whether it's Fat Bar, whether it's 7/8 bar, Twin Wall bar, whatever it is, Rental has you covered. And, of course, the Red Bull KTM guys, Monster Energy Kawasaki, and Factory Honda, all using Rental. More titles than all the other brands combined. And they got a real cool thing going on this weekend as well, coming in New Jersey. So stay tuned for Rental social media and Pulp social media and stuff to find out more about that. To speak about Atlanta and more, Factory Honda rider Colt Nichols. What's up, Colt? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. We haven't touched base this year at all, but you made a mention on social about Atlanta and said you were kind of drained and didn't have not much left. I want to blame Will Hahn, but I'm guessing it wasn't Wilbur's fault. What were you just doing some motocross testing, or what were you doing?
Oh, I mean, it's always Wilbur's fault, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
It's got to be his fault, you know. But no, it was weird, dude. I came down with quite a sickness on Saturday.
Oh, okay. All right.
And to this day, I don't know. I have no idea what happened. Friday, I felt fine. I didn't sleep very good Friday night, and I woke up and I was like, okay, I'm pretty damn tired. But it was just weird, dude. It kind of hit me out of nowhere, and I didn't think I was going to race the main. I got done with the heat race, and it felt like I just did like a 30-minute moto at Paula. Like I was so hot, and like I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. Like felt like I was hyperventilating. I was like, I don't know what the hell is going on. I've never had that feeling before. Like the last lap of the heat race, I literally thought I was going to die for some reason. So it was it was really, really weird, and I couldn't eat anything. I had quite the stomach issue. So yeah, I mean, obviously it just sounds really horrible, but I just straight up just had nothing to give in that main event. I wanted to do stuff, but man, I was having a hard time getting out of the saddle and standing up and doing all that. I was quite drained.
So,
but,
dude, to get a top 10 is probably not too bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, not too bad. I was just disappointed because that track and the way that dirt was with, you know, some of the ruts and it being a little more technical, I felt like that kind of went right into my wheelhouse, and I didn't really get to ride it to my potential. So I was a little bummed on that, honestly. But it happens, man. It's racing.
Yep.
You got to show up and go to work, and I feel a lot better today. Sunday was still a little rough. I made a lot of progress today, and then we'll be good to go for the weekend, though. So it's good.
I sense food poisoning, some sort of light touch of food poisoning. You know?
Yeah, I kind of thought that too, because I'm just like, I have no idea what else this could be. I don't know. It was really weird. I haven't really ever experienced that before, so it was quite disappointing. But it happens, man. It happens to all of us.
You know what's an overlooked part of traveling for racers, and you know, I know this from just traveling. Well, no, like sleep in hotels, sleep in weird beds. I have had some. I mean, I'm on West Coast time, and I'm always traveling. And I've had some horrible nights of sleeping. Just couldn't sleep. Pillows, mattress, whatever. I didn't have to go race a friggin' main event, right? I just had to go watch and talk shit on riders in the press box. It's pretty easy.
Yep.
But Colt, like getting sleep and making sure it's quality. I don't know if you take, melatonin or like it's important for you guys because I've been there where I haven't got much sleep. I'm sure we all have. But you're racing. So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes a big difference. I used to be on the melatonin train, and I would take it going from west to east coast and things like that, and I haven't really had to do it much. The past probably, I don't know, I guess I'd say 2 years. I didn't really use it at all in 21. I felt like I needed it in 19. But this year I haven't really felt like I needed it. I've been sleeping fine. I've been really healthy, and haven't really had many issues. Aside from the obvious hitting my head at Daytona, then I had that little growing injury right after A1. But overall, I mean, I've been healthy. Like no sickness, nothing crazy. I mean, everything's been going on par. So it was just weird, man. It was a really made for a difficult Saturday, that's for sure. Like I said, it happens.
And it was hot, right? It was 80 degrees, so that didn't help.
Yeah. I'm sure that definitely didn't help. But, man, it's just weird, too, racing day races. I feel like I'm at the Oklahoma City State Fair race that we used to do on 60. It's just weird. It's just a weird vibe for the day races, that's for sure.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Honda's Colt Nichols, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, the undisputed global leader in manufacturing design since 1969. So please give us a call if you want to talk to Colt. Yeah, Colt, a little bit of a start and stop season with you. Started strong, got a groin injury. Yep. I talked to you early on. You're like, dude, I haven't ridden much during the weeks, and then you go and hit your head, and that's another stopping point. Like, yeah, kind of hard to get on a roll here for you, right? To get solid weeks in.
Yeah, it's been weird, man. It's yeah, it was just weird. We left A1 being, I guess, surprised, I guess you could say. And I've told people, too, I mean, even after A1, I was like, it's going to get a lot harder before it gets any easier. I mean, guys crash and things happen, and A1 seems to always be chaotic. But I felt like I rode strong. I did exactly what I wanted to do at that race, which was go out there and just ride my own race, get a good start, and then just kind of see where I'm at. And that's what I did. And literally after that, the train kind of came off the tracks, and I don't really know how I survived a few of those races. I was struggling pretty hard to, kind of pick my leg up in the turns and just make it through the nights, those next few rounds. And I just didn't want to miss races. I knew I wasn't at my best, and I wasn't able to perform the way I wanted to. But, I mean, dude, I've been out for a year. I don't want to just be sitting on the couch. And if I can muscle through it, I feel like that's better experience and, something I can carry over for the remaining rounds and stuff. So that's what we did. And just as I felt like we were kind of starting to feel it a little bit more, like I had some, decent speed and had a few of the races, even Houston before I crashed, and a few little things where I felt like we were kind of getting it on track. But we were struggling to kind of figure out what direction we wanted to go with the bike and how we wanted to do that. And we were showing up on a new setup pretty much every single weekend, new fork or new shock, and I wasn't riding during the week, so we were coming in kind of blind and just throwing it at the board and hoping it stuck. So that's just part of it, though. This 450 class is really hard, and getting that bike set up is pretty damn crucial. So we were trying everything we could, to get myself a little more comfortable and get me with a little bit more speed and in a spot where they wanted me to, where we had the bike at A1, they were trying to, I don't want to say push me to go a little different direction, but just like, hey, man, we don't know if, that's going to work. It kind of seems like Band-Aid type fixes that we're doing here. So we went a lot deeper into the testing, and it definitely got a lot better. I mean, we're finally at a point now where I feel like we've made a lot of progress on the bike, and I'm finally a little more comfortable, and it's all just a time thing. And unfortunately, that hasn't really been on my side since I got on the bike. And that's just the way it is, though. We've been running with it and seeing what we can do, and I hope we can have a little more speed these last remaining rounds and show up and actually ride to my potential. I'd be happy.
Is it tough because look, you're a champion, you got an ego like everybody else, and you Chase we all know what Chase can done and what he's done and what he can do if he does it stays up. And then you got the Lawrence brothers, and they're dominating, and you're like, hey man, like I got to crush it too. I got to do well. I want to, we know you're a Supercross only deal. Like, has some of that been hard on you at all? I don't know. Like you're a pretty mellow guy. You got a nice personality. You're not like some sort of dick or nothing. But like, what's that like? Is that hard on you?
Yeah, I mean it plays a toll. I think at some point, I mean, dude, I'm man enough to admit that I'm struggle sometimes with some things. I mean, how could you not? I have a guy that's literally been the fastest qualifier for feels like 8 years straight, but every single round this year. And I mean, dude, just an insane amount of speed. And the same with the Lawrence brothers. I mean, they win everything. And, Chase has been in a position to win a lot of races, and he still won, a good amount of races this year. So it is weird. At Star, I felt like I'd finally earned that title of being kind of a top dog on the team. And, you have that sort of, I'm the guy that's supposed to go win kind of feel to it. And now I'm nowhere near at that point, with this team. So, in a sense, yes, it weighs on you a little bit just because I want to go perform, and I want to show these guys that I deserve to be here kind of regardless of the scenario. But at the same time, it is tough just because I know that it's not really, honestly, even in my hands as far as where this goes and how long it's going to be for. So, so it is kind of a weird spot, but at the same time, I'm just pumped to be here, to be honest. I mean, from the get-go, everyone has just been so cool on the team, and they've had such a good attitude. And dude, my mechanic Jordon is such a good dude, and everyone's just been really, really helpful, honestly. Like they want to see me ride to my potential, and Lars from the get-go is like, man, we know that you can ride really, really, really well. I mean, you went head-to-head with Jet, and in 21, and they were able to see me kind of race through that, and they've just been pumped on everything and really helpful. So it's made that transition a little bit easier for me, where normally they could have kind of turned their shoulder a little bit towards me and just been like, fuck,
been like
struggling,
just been like, well, he's a write-off. Let's work on the guys that are winning, or whatever.
Yeah. But dude, I really honestly can't say they've done that. I mean, we've kind of came back every single time if I'm like struggling or whatever we struggle on the weekends. They're like, hey, dude, let's figure it out. Let's go during the week. Let's try a few new things. And luckily, they've just been really open to my ideas as well. Because I'm coming from a Yamaha on a different bike, and it's been helpful, I think, all the way around for, I'm hoping, everybody. But for me, just trying to get that comfort there has been a really, really big deal that we've been battling for a long time. So, but they've been awesome. I mean, nothing short of awesome, honestly.
Well, I feel like Lars is one of the best team managers out there. That's my opinion. We had him on the show before, and he's talked really highly of you since Kenny left, because he says you've actually helped Chase and their direction a lot more when you guys are doing testing, because you and Chase are similar in a lot of ways for setting. So you coming onto this team and being a part of that testing, whole progress and the whole thing, how it lays out, right? There's a lot of steps within these tests that I know what goes on. And from the outside looking in, it may like, oh, you're just showing up racing and riding your dirt bike. But have you enjoyed, that process of testing and learning the bike? And even though maybe the bike is not where you want it to be, but have you learned through that process?
Oh, huge, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily say it's not where I want it to be. It's just, dude, the Honda characteristic, like everybody that's successful on the Honda and that has been in this Honda family, like even Trey, he's a test rider for Honda. He's rode Hondas pretty much his whole career. So, I mean, everyone that's been on this bike has just been on it for a long time. Lawrence Brothers, Sexton, I mean, these dudes have been on a red bike for a long time, and you kind of adapt and get used to the bike setup and, how this thing feels chassis-wise. I mean, they still have the same characteristics year to year. So for me, I had that with the Yamaha. I've been there for 8 years, whatever it was, 6, 7, 8 years. And so coming onto this, the characteristic is kind of just polar opposite, So it's literally like almost feels like reinventing the wheel. And in a lot of ways, when I first got on it, I was like, man, I'm going to have to change like the way I ride, the way I do this, the way I do that. And as we started going, I'm just like, dude, I'm old. I can't just change the way I'm riding anymore. Like I can't really do that, So it's more or less just trying to be like, okay, I can't change myself. I need to try to get this thing to suit me. And however I need to go about doing that is the way we need to do it. But dude, it's been so much fun. Like just learning bikes and how these teams work and just how much stuff you can do and the direction you can go. And I mean, you can kind of go down a rabbit hole sometimes for sure and get a little lost. So it's been good for us, dude. We've retested things a few times now, revisited things that we tried earlier that I was like, okay, this didn't work, but we weren't quite up to speed yet either, so it might work now. So it's just, it's been a blast, honestly. And like I said, they've been pretty awesome to work with. I knew Shane Drew a little bit from the Yamaha days. So he's had a big role in this, and, even Hutch on the 250 side, I've known him for a really long time, being Bogus mechanic, and like I said, just really, really good group of dudes. So it's made the whole process actually really fun. When normally testing can be, almost a drag sometimes, it's honestly, it's been awesome for me, learning a lot for sure.
So we learned that you're an ass in low kind of guy. You liked your bike coming into the Honda world. You liked your ass in low coming from the Yamaha, and then now you have a bike that is front biased, and so I'm sure that was something to get used to. So what is, for the people out there, because we're all geeks about bikes, so what is the main difference coming? And you rode the 450 Yamaha as well. What's the big difference just coming from your factory Honda to that Star Yamaha?
I mean, it's so hard to say with this new Yamaha. Obviously, haven't rode this one. But the old one, I did a lot of that base testing for Star when they took that team over from factory Yamaha. And their process when they did it was, okay, let's build this bike as fast as we can possibly build it, but make sure it's like usable power. Then, okay, let's make the bike as fast as we can do it. Let's tame it back from there. But then let's make it as light as we can possibly do it. So then we can actually have somewhat of a comparison to the 250. So that's what they did. And it worked phenomenal. I mean, it's just the way that they did that and that process of elimination. And it was cool for me to be a part of it. Trying stuff on that 450 before it ever went to the actual guys who were going to race that the next year was a cool thing for me because, like I said, I learned a lot. So going into this thing, it was just the way the power is completely different. And then chassis-wise, like that Yamaha, with the way the engine is and then the way that bike is set up, it's very stable. Front to back, it doesn't have a whole lot of that weight transfer feel, like getting on the brake, it doesn't slam forward, getting on the gas, it doesn't yank everything back into the shock and make the front end feel super light. It, to me, just is a stable bike. And coming to the Honda, like it just has a lot of front end traction, and I felt like not near enough rear end traction. So, you get on the brakes really hard, especially with the way they had this bike set up. It would kind of dive on you in the front, and then you would go a little bit past quarter throttle and go to half, and then we would start to light the rear wheel up, and we couldn't get enough traction to actually meet the throttle. So it was like it had so much power, but it wasn't usable power because we were sitting there spinning. We weren't actually getting traction to the dirt and moving and going forward with it. So that's still kind of the battle that we're facing a little bit, where sometimes I don't know if it's as much chassis or, fork and shock combo. It's maybe a little bit more the way the power delivery is on this thing, because the bike is so rideable and it's so good, but sometimes it just lights up too quick. Like the power curve is just a little too steep. So that's the battle we've been kind of going with, trying to get a little bit more of a stable chassis, raking the front end out just a little bit, going progressively stiffer on the forks. And, you still have to have the ass end a little high on this thing for it to do some of the things that it likes to do and what makes the Honda great. You can't really sink it too low in the rear like I had when we first started. But like I said, it's a really, really good bike. It's just right now we're in that zone of trying to find that perfect happy medium on the power to also the chassis being stiff, but not too stiff to where it's not rideable.
Right.
And then the rear not too high to where I feel like it's just kind of smacking in the ass a little bit. So I feel like we're in a really good zone right now, though. We've done a lot of work to try and get that thing a little bit more rideable. We've kind of had to, I don't want to say detune it a little bit, but in a way we have. So, but like I said, just polar opposites, man. It's a different ball game, especially when you go to the 450. When that thing starts to kick in the whoops, it really goes. It's not like a 250 where it just kind of lines itself back out a little bit easier. So, it's definitely just a different ball game, and I know bike setup has been way more crucial than I ever really anticipated on the 450.
Yeah,
for sure.
Horsepower, torque, all of that. Kiefer, is that what you experienced a little bit with that bike on a production-wise?
Yeah, for me, it and this is production. Obviously, these guys are riding something way different, but for me, it just always underneath my ass where I sit, just always felt stiff, and I lost traction because of that. So if I was coming out of a corner, it would move side to side on me a little bit quicker than other bikes, just because it kind of it would deflect a little bit, and then. On the production world, the power is pretty smooth, especially the Works edition. But just from that pivot, swing arm pivot back, it just feels firm, and I just have a little bit of lack of traction. So
it's weird. It's like a lack of traction, but it's just a weird thing. Like I said, I from day one when I rode the bike, even on outdoors and we moved to Supercross, it was the same comment. Like, dude, this bike has way too much front end traction and not enough rear end traction. So we've been trying to kind of shift it back a little bit, but. Like I said, it's just weird. Every new bike that I've ridden, even when I was riding that new KTM down at 83 Compound when I was going to ride for that team, and it's just weird. It seems like every production bike now, the wheel feels like it's right underneath you.
Yeah.
It's not really raked out that far. You kind of have this really over the top of the wheel kind of feel, and it's just, I don't know why the manufacturers are kind of going more that direction, but it definitely makes it feel a little weird.
Well, Yamaha's done that in 23. I don't know if you heard, but it's exactly what they did. To that changes to that bike.
Well, it's funny when I ride all these bikes back to back, and you get on a Honda, you really feel like, holy shit, that front tire's underneath you, right? But they do that for the consumer. These average guys that want to go ride on the weekends, that thing turns like a son of a bitch, right? So these guys feel like heroes.
So someone else asked me. Someone asked me about the new Yamaha and the changes they made, and I was like, "Look, man, I really think they did this for Supercross. I think they did this for the Supercross. Eli Tomac and
there's for sure less stability with the new bike,
right?
Yes.
And Honda, like since 09, Honda's been raking smaller, thinner, shorter.
Their motto was razor sharp cornering.
Yeah, and I don't know if dudes like me, that's always great, but it's great for Colt Nichols and Supercross racers, right? But yeah.
I mean, it's weird. It's just weird the way they do that sometimes. But like I said, it's crazy how much you can do to these things. I mean, it's mind blowing, honestly. But whenever you come to a team, it's crazy too because there's a baseline already. That they already have laid out. Like, hey, this is our engine package. This is what we think is good. This is some ballpark suspension. Ride this thing, see what you think. But whenever you're struggling a little bit and you don't know which direction to go, I mean, dude. You try to start from square one. It's like, well, where is square one? Like we don't know, you know. So it's just crazy. I mean, it's just insane how much you can do and where you can move all the stuff. And like I said, it's been a fun experience. And this team has been so patient and just honestly just uber cool with everything that I've been doing. And I feel like they could have easily been frustrated and been like, this kid. But dude, they've been awesome. So I've been pumped.
Is it me, Steve, or like over the years, Honda's kind of loosened up a little bit? Like it's not as rigid as it used to be.
No. Yeah, way cooler team than they used
to
be. Yeah, absolutely.
Not even close. I don't know if that's why, but just hearing things in the past, and obviously I'd be around Trey all the time, and I would try and just be anywhere he was, and it just seems like a completely different vibe, that the team has now. I mean, obviously the riders and the crew is different than when Trey was there and all this kind of stuff. But it's just, dude, it is such a fun environment. And Lars is such an easygoing guy. And everyone is just, I mean, they're just cool as hell. I mean, it's just a fun team to be around. So, like I said, I've been really pumped, and they're doing their homework and making sure I'm as comfy as I can be. So I'm happy with that.
Are you running the front end that chases the braced frame, all the added bracing? Did you try that? Are you running that?
We tested all that pretty early.
Okay.
I liked it at first, and then we went back away from it. So all that stuff is I don't know, man. It's tough when it comes to bracing and trying to do all that stuff. Sometimes I feel like it's a little Band-Aidish, but at the same time, if it works in certain areas, and a lot of guys like that feel, if it needs to be a little more rigid, then that's a good thing. I don't want it to be more rigid. I just want it more hold up in certain spots. So, so that's what we were battling at first. So.
It's crazy to me because I've tested with riders that we haven't told them what we changed, and we changed motor mounts, 5 millimeters or different material of aluminum, or all that stuff, Keefer, that you've done, and Colt you've done, and then they've come back and they've told us given us the same feedback on what this small change made, and you go, holy shit, and you like the littlest changes make the biggest differences for guys like you, Colt. And then I look at that bracing on Sexton's frame, and I'm like, sweet Jesus, that's what that must be like compared to stock. I mean, again, this is factory riders that can tell the difference between 2 millimeters thinner motor mount.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's insane. I mean, I don't even believe like some of the stuff really that it does that, because I'm like, they'll make a change and they'll tell me what it is afterwards, right? They always want to do it blind, so they can be like, okay, does this kid really know what he's talking about? So they do it blind, and I'm like, okay, this is the feedback I can give you. This is the way the bike felt with whatever it is that you guys just did. And luckily for me, I don't know if I've just gotten lucky a few times, but the feedback has always been what they've been wanting. So that's been a real positive for me, for the team at least, But, dude, some of the stuff, like, after they tell me what it was, I'm just like, you're shitting me. Like, it's got to be, like, a million other things than that, Like, it's just crazy, that small change can make that big of a difference, but that's just the way it is now.
We spent a day testing the shock bumpers on a shock shaft, the little foam. We spent a day testing these things. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
Sure.
I know, it really did, and you're just like, wow. So... yeah,
it's crazy because you can go 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, just like Colt said, and you don't know, and that's what normal production testing is like. It's blind.
Yeah.
You give them the feedback, and then they download the info for you, and it's like, oh, we did 2 cc's of oil. You're like, what? You're like, holy shit.
No way.
Yeah.
No, it's wild. But it's been cool, man. It's been a fun experience. I wish I could put it together a little better on the weekend and make the 45 look a little better. But that's all right. We will. We got a few more rounds.
I don't know, man. It looks pretty good. I feel like I feel like your starts are pretty good. Like you get good starts. You're in the mix at least, and your technique is good. You look good on the bike. You always seem to find Dino though. You guys are always together.
Dude. Oh my God, you and Dino.
I don't know how in the hell that happens, but dude, it seems like there for a while every weekend. I was like, I just don't want to be around Dean at all costs. I don't know why we find each other every time, but it was crazy. And even obviously same thing this weekend. But I kind of know where I want to be at, and I'm trying to keep my goals realistic, and I know where that is at the moment, and I have some things I want to do before the season ends, and I really hope we can do that. We had to kind of reassess our goals once I got hurt at Daytona. We had to change it up a little bit, but I have some goals, and I know kind of where I want to be at, and I'm not naive. I'm not like, hey, I want to be up there battling with Coop right now. Like, that's not really where we need to be. It's baby steps, one weekend at a time, and get a little better each time. I'll be happy with it. So we will.
All right, we got a phone call for you for Colt Nichols here, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. It's Josh on 3. Josh, what's up, man? What's your question for Colt Nichols?
Hey, Colt. Just been following you for a long time, seeing you on Cowies to Yamahas and
Cowies.
Honda.
You go way back. Yeah, jeez.
Yeah. Just curious, what are your goals? Like, what are your plans for the next 2 to 3 years? What do you want?
That's a good question, to be honest with you. My goals, honestly, were to use this opportunity to just try and do as best as I could and try and earn a seat somewhere. Getting into this factory mix is very hard. Very limited seats on a factory 450. There's just not very many there. So for me, this was a big deal, getting this opportunity and, trying to stay here if I can. If I can't, no big deal. I'll do whatever the next best opportunity is. But obviously I love where I'm at, and I want to stay and try and be competitive and, race to my ability. That's really all I want to do at the moment. My short-term goals are, try to be in this I don't want to say midfield battle, but a little bit, with these guys that are on each team, and there's 2 factory guys on each team, and I'm trying to be right there in the mix, with those second guys. It seems like the first guys on each team are battling for race wins, so right. I kind of know where I want to be at in that range. And then for the next 2 or 3 years, man, you'll see me race at Supercross and trying to just get a little better each year. It's really tough when you look at rookies coming into this class, and it's hard to do great as a rookie. So the next 2 or 3 years, I expect to, I want to be battling and trying to win races and, be on the podium, or at least a hell of a lot closer than what we are right now. So one step at a time. But, yeah, next 2 or 3 years, that's where I want to be at for sure, man. It's going to be a tough climb, but we'll get there.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Are we doing World Supercross? Is that in stone? Is that
we don't know yet. We're
okay.
still trying to figure that
okay.
out. We're definitely in talks,
okay.
with a few teams right now trying to get it all sorted. It's been a little harder than we expected to get something done, but we are trying to figure that out. And we had no plans for the summer, so I want to go race World if I can't go race outdoors. So
okay.
I just want to race.
Yep.
So, that's what we want to
do. Would you obviously staying Honda outdoors would be awesome. We don't know if that can happen. Probably not. But would you ride for like a USA team in outdoors over doing a World Supercross deal? Like is it money? Like how is it boil down to preference, or are you just looking for the best deal on what you want to do, whether USA outdoors or World Supercross?
It goes both ways, honestly. I'm a traditionalist in a lot of sense. Like, I like racing Supercross and motocross. That's just what we were born and bred to do, But at the same time, World Supercross is, dude, it's a damn good opportunity. It's really good money. It's 6 races traveling across the world, and, that sounds pretty cool to me. So
right.
It boils down to what's smart. I'm not going to go out of my truck and, spend all my own money to race, motocross, so I can go race World and make a lot of money. So if the opportunity is there and it makes sense, I'd love to stay. But at the moment, it doesn't really look like it. So we'll see. That probably points us the direction of going World, but you never know. Things change so quick in this sport.
I know. I always worry, though, like I was talking to Chiz or somebody about the World stuff, and I'm like, being in front of all these managers every week in the outdoors is worth something, and not disappearing and putting in good results, But then on the other hand, like you said, who wants to do it in a pickup truck with a bucket you're trying to wash your bucket and spending all your money?
But also think about it. If he kills it at WSX, the managers and everyone's going to know about it, right? So that could put him in a good position for next year.
Yeah, I feel like the managers here aren't going to be scouting World Supercross. They're balls deep in outdoors every week.
I'm not saying they're scouting it, but they're going to know the results.
Yeah, no,
right?
That's true.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Tanner's on 4.
Tough to say.
Yeah. Tanner, what's your question for Colt Nichols?
Hey, Colt. Just wanted to tell you you're doing a really good job for your rookie 450 season, man. So just keep killing it. My question for you was, how do you think your buddy Justin Bogle will do at the Canadian Nationals?
Bogle. Yeah. We had Bogle on here a couple weeks ago. Listen, I'm a little worried because he's been riding a 450.
Just got a 250, I think. Just
recently. Did he get one yet?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. He got us a 250. So
okay,
no,
good.
he's been pumped. I'm actually really pumped for Justin too. I feel bad actually because I don't know a whole lot about the 250 series in Canada, like as far as who's in it, what they're doing, who a lot of these kids are. I was actually watching some of the arena crosses, and I think some of those, or at least 1 or 2 of those kids, race in the Canadian series. So I knew a few of them that are going to be racing up there for the 250 class. But dude, honestly, if he shows up and is just enjoying himself, having a good time, and he's getting paid to race a dirt bike, I'm happy for him. But do I think he should go up there and do well? I really do. He's a really, really good rider. He's got a lot of talent. He's working with Will now, and out here in California, I think that's benefiting him a lot. And being around us and riding with a good group of guys has been really, really productive for Justin.
He's we had him on our show, and I just think, look, I don't think he wins the title, but whatever. I think he podiums a lot, and he's always in the mix. And, dude, he's such a cool guy. He's got a great attitude. I think the fans are going to love him up there. I think he's going to embrace Canadian Moto. He's going to be cool to people. The Canadians have their guard up against big-name Americans coming up there because there have been guys that come up and kind of flopped or kind of been arrogant or kind of looked down on the series or like they didn't want to be there,
Yeah,
and I do not see Justin doing any of that. I see him being like, yeah, baby, let's go,
No,
screw the
that's
Canadians.
what I mean. He's just been he's been so good, and he's had such a better outlook. I think on racing in general and life and just everything, dude. I'm pumped for him. I think it'll be a good opportunity. He'll go up there and have some fun, and whatever the results are. I mean, I told him, I'm like, dude, you can't really look at it like it's do or die. I mean, you're at a different part in your career now, and it's more about having fun and enjoying getting paid to race a dirt bike. And I think that's the way he's looking at it now. But do I think he can go up there and win some races? I definitely do. I mean, the dude's really, really damn good. I mean, he won a 450 outdoor. He's he's good. You know,
no, and tracks don't get that rough either. Like it's not like like there's a couple of sand tracks.
Gopher Dunes.
Well, Gopher does, but generally speaking, tracks on the west get. So, anyways, I think it's gonna be great. I can't wait to see him go up there.
Yeah,
so,
I'm excited, man. I'm pumped for him.
Thanks, Tanner. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else for Colt Nichols before we let him go?
Colt, what can Steve do on Saturday mornings for his fit check? What does he need to walk into the pits to look a little bit better?
Hey, honestly, he's been crushing, dude. All the way back to 2019, he came in with the casual cargo man fit.
Yep,
and
I did.
I loved it. I mean, I loved it. He's doing his damn thing.
Leave me alone.
I respect it. So
right.
I think he's doing just what he needs to do. And I haven't really been as focused on. I would say a walk-in fit. I mean, it's hard to do that when you go out and you get ninth, and it's like, geez. And then I got all these people being like, quit worrying about what you're wearing.
Dude, exactly, right?
Like, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Like,
but hey, I get it.
Hey, Nichols, why don't you spend more time practicing than worrying about what you're going to wear?
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's insane. But
I know. It
cracks me up, but at the same time, I'm just like, all right, I feel you. I get it.
AC,
I like what Steve wears.
AC quit doing his vlog and everything. Like, he's back doing it a little bit, but
is that because backlash?
Yeah, he's just like, dude, I ride for 2 hours a day.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's 2 motos, and I'm training. And what do I do with the other 8 hours? Like, I'm resting and I'm doing but these fans are just like, hey, injury boy, like, why don't you ride some more? Like, what the fuck, man?
I know, dude. These people are ruthless. Honestly.
I know.
They are ruthless.
Give these riders a little bit of, like, slack. Like, think about it. There's 8 hours in a day in a work day. And if you guys ride for 4 and train for, another 2, you still got tons of hours left in your day. So, God.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all right to have a little personality, I mean, we all have one. I mean, hell, I'd love for people to actually see a little bit more of a lot of these guys because, I mean, we're normal, cool dudes, but you don't get to see a whole lot of it. I mean, a lot of us are a little guarded with some of that stuff, that's for sure.
Can I also say before we let you go, and I hope A-Ray's not listening, but no, he's always fucking pumping up O'Neill, and it's sickening, right? How much O'Neill or how much A-Ray pumps him up.
Yeah.
But Colt's kit, O'Neill's underrated. A lot of people want to be fun of O'Neill.
They have gotten so much better.
Because LaRocco wore it, then Red Dog, it was the gear of the old guys. It
not
was
Doug Dubach's old stuff.
Right. Like, O'Neill is underrated. The stuff Colt's been wearing, and even that goofball A-Ray, it's good-looking stuff.
Yes.
It is.
Hey, I mean, dude, the fit has been good. It looks good. And honestly, I wish everybody could meet Frank and Mark from O'Neill. They're just such good. I mean, it would make you want to buy the gear. They're just such good dudes that it would make you just like, you know what? I'm going to be an O'Neill guy for life. Like, let's just go ahead and do this. Listen, so really, really good people.
I'm Fly and Keefer's FXR, but I got to give it to O'Neill. They don't give me $1 of advertising, but O'Neill is good. Is looking good.
And I have tested stuff last year.
Yeah,
I wore it.
Yeah,
and it fits so much better than the last time I remember. Like it's updated fit and the hardware pant. That thing won't rip.
The one thing
you cannot.
Well, O'Neill's always been durable.
Indestructible.
Yeah, but the one thing.
Oh no, tough as nails.
I'm not with A-Ray on the boots. I'm not there on the boots. A-Ray.
They're way better, dude. They're so much better,
He's trying to compare the boots to like Tech 10s.
I'm like, calm down.
He's like, settle down, A-Ray.
Calm down.
Settle down. Frank hates when I tell these stories, but if you've gotten to know Frank, he's a really good dude. He threatened to sue me, Colt, back in the day. It was great.
Oh, wow.
So he's pretty gnarly, right? Like, if you get him in a business atmosphere, he's pretty gnarly.
I've heard a lot of stories.
But he's an awesome dude. He's really nice. So 1999, I'm working for Red Dog, right? We're running Exonic bars. It's like O'Neill, Exonic, like their hard part line. Yep. And they're not working great. They're not – if you put them in the mounts, they're oversized like a twin wall. But you put them in the mounts, you could see they weren't totally round. They were a little oval, right? You could see daylight on the bottom.
Oh, boy.
And – it's whatever, production issues, whatever. So Timmy crashed Tampa 99. Bars went forward, even though they were tight. Bars moved, and that's it. Like, we tossed them because they gave us money, though.
Right.
But we bought Renthals with an Exonic pad.
Oh, boy.
And we're like, cool. We got Renthals with an Exonic pad and whatever, and we went on our merry lives. Well, someone from Renthal took a photo of our bar because the Renthals, they look different than Exonic, right? And they sent it to every dealer in America on a fax. Fax. This is fax days. Look at even the competition runs our bars, and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's
So
hard.
I'm a greaseball mechanic driving a box fan, making $400 a week working for Red Dog.
Getting told what to do.
Yeah. Frank, my cell phone rings. It's Frank. I've never met the man. I don't know who this is. He's like, this is Frank from O'Neill. And I'm like, hi. And he's like, so what's going on with the handlebars? And I'm like, yeah, man, like they just don't fit. Like, I don't know. Like, and he's just like, listen, I'm suing you. I'm suing Timmy. I'm suing you. We gave you guys money. You're not running the product. And dude, like he was gnarly on the phone.
Yeah.
And I'm like scared shitless. First of all, I don't have $100 to my name. So what's he suing me for? Like, but at the time, Frank is yelling at me and I'm scared to death. I'm like, Timmy, the guy from O'Neill just called. We better lawyer up. Like,
you don't mess with a man and his business and his money.
Dude.
It's just a no-no.
No.
That's
So,
a no-no.
like, I got to know him later on, and Timmy wore O'Neill for years, and I told Frank the story, and he doesn't remember it. He says he doesn't remember it. But to make it up, like, years ago, he was in Vegas for something. He took my wife and I out to the Palms, the steakhouse.
No, really?
The Nines or whatever it's called, Nine Steakhouse, and paid for our dinner to make up for the threatening phone call
That's awesome.
in 1999. But it was just, I remember being scared to death.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
That is actually incredible.
Dude, I don't know this guy, and he's saying he's going to sue me, Timmy.
Yeah.
He's going to
He's
sue
about
me.
to take all $200 of my dollars.
Right. Like I'm just trying to get the handlebars to make it through a crash, and then now I'm getting sued. And
Here's what I respect. The brand has been here for how long?
Oh, right.
And that says something in a gear world, right? Like it's been here for
Oh
decades.
yeah, no, that's huge. That's really hard to do. I mean, a lot of these companies go in and out. I mean, I have to ask though, Steve, why? I mean, you're obviously a big Timmy guy. I want to know. So didn't he wear Thor the one year, but he wore a Fly helmet only?
Yeah, that was Fly didn't make gear then.
Yeah, but I never understood that, and it bothered me because I had the little Timmy toy dirt bike, and I had a Fly sticker on the helmet.
Yeah. So
and I was like, I don't get this, and I hate it. Like, why is he doing this? I don't understand.
Besides being the only and the reigning Summercross champion, Tim Ferry has another a great moment in the industry. He was the first rider that Fly paid any money to.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because they had the helmet first before they did. Well, maybe they might have had like shitty gear. I don't know, but it wasn't the good gear, right? But they first came out with a helmet. Terry Baisley and everybody there, and Timmy was the first Fly athlete to wear it. And I guess maybe they were just doing helmets. He had a signature helmet. There was a little signature helmet he had, and then he wore O'Neill gear. And I don't think anybody like back then thought of Fly as doing anything special, right? But then they paid Villeman in whatever year that was.
I just never understood that. I didn't know the story. I needed to know. I knew you would know.
Yeah.
I needed to know why he did that.
Yeah, and then Timmy was an O'Neill guy for a long time, and you know he kind of took the mantle over from Morocco. But yeah, next time you see Frank, ask him about that story. He's going to claim he doesn't remember it. I say he does. I was a kid scared to death that Frank from O'Neill was going to sue me. So.
Oh my God, that's incredible! I'll definitely ask him. He's got some stories. Too,
he does have some stories. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he definitely does.
The cover shot on Race Direct is clean. Like the gear is really clean.
No, listen, I'm telling you, O'Neill doesn't give me they don't give me a dime, and I think the look is underrated. I really do. Yep.
Yeah, that new stuff too fits honestly. Like, man, it's titties. It's awesome. That new Prodigy stuff is really, really good. And these dudes are doing their homework, and they really want to help me. I mean, obviously, I want to help them, help me. You know, it goes all the way around. But just, I mean, obviously, I want to help them as much as I possibly can because they're just such good people, like really, really good guys. So, yeah, as much as I can try and plug them and help them, I'm certainly going to. They're pretty awesome.
Do you see that? Like, how does that not slip? How does his foot not slip?
I'll ask him. He's on the phone right now.
So I'm looking at a picture of you going through the whoops, Colt, and it's an O'Neill ad. Okay, so you must be in Southern California riding the hard pack whoops. But you were literally on your toes on the pegs going through the whoops. I don't understand how it doesn't slip off. Like how do you adjust your feet that far back to hit those
trust
things?
me, my foot has slipped off, and I have went for a wild ride, a handful of times. I mean, doing a knack, going through the whoops. I mean, the whole nine. But I don't know. I mean, I've looked at that multiple times too. Because you look at pictures and you're just like, dude, I don't understand this. Like one little movement, and I'm going to Indonesia. It's not going to be good. And somehow we just ride it out every single time. So I don't know. It's kind of weird when you look at pics like that. But that one actually looks pretty cool. I think I know which one you're talking about. But yeah, it's I don't know. I've definitely had my foot slip a few times. So
yeah, it just looks like you're on the very tip of the boot, and like it's gonna slide off. But I know those pegs are razor sharp, and It just looks like your calves are getting stretched to hell. It's so crazy.
Oh, yeah. That one's saving me.
Well, hey, man, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Thanks for the good discussion. Good luck for the last 4 and whatever you're going to do this summer as well. So, yeah, thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I appreciate it, as always. And, yeah, we'll talk to you guys later.
Good job, Colt.
Sounds good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. That's Colt Nichols, brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com. Check out their website. They got a great bar fitment tool chart, and as well as a dealer locator thing. So fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Got to set up Renthal
like how
fat
you
bars
say that loud and look
on
at
my
me.
bike. All right. Race Tech Rant.
Oh, boy. Let's warm it up.
I mean, racetech.com. Pulp23 is the code to say with those guys. Thank you to Racetech for all they do. Great suspension company. Motor work as well. I heard this week, and maybe you told me or someone told me, Racetech's doing motor work for like a big team. And, they sign an NDA.
Mm-hmm.
They just do the work, right? They got CNC machines and everything. And they're doing all the work. And they're not allowed to talk about it because it's the team's own motor design. But Racetech does the work. Did you know about that?
No, I did not.
Someone told me about it. It was like a good team. And I was like, oh, shit, look at Racetech. Anyways,
That's cool.
So they'll do motor work for you over there, down there in Corona, California, and suspension work as well. Randy, get your vintage Husqvarna suspension done there. And,
That's what I have.
You got the emulators in there?
Yep, have emulators in there. Yep, and a little bit stiffer springs from Racetech. And it's a really hot setup. Makes a big difference for
Shredding.
me. Yeah.
So Pulp23 will save you money with Racetech, and we want to thank those guys for coming on board. My Racetech rant, look, I know Bobby Piazza's been charging people to rev his bike at the races. It's been going on for a little while here.
Really?
And I got tagged in this stuff this weekend. I talked about this on the review show a little bit. He was shut down this weekend. Atlanta had the garages and everything else. Randy, you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Starling, I don't think Justin would get mad at me, but Starling was right there and said he couldn't hear himself talk or anything else. It was going all day.
Yeah.
You pay Bobby Piazza $20, you rev his bike.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to talk about whether that's something that I would do.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
not.
I
don't understand it. There was a gentleman in the studio.
Yeah, it was allowed when I paid $20 to him for my girlfriend to rev the bike. Yeah. I wanted her to have positive vibes.
Yeah.
And she said she did. Yep.
Okay, great. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Positive Supercross vibes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he posted it on social media, canceled. He videotaped the Feld guy without showing them that he was filming them. He told me, I talked to him this morning, I like Bobby. He's a good guy. I don't look, and I'm the first guy to criticize Feld in the AMA. You guys know it. Need more nets, and AMA's fucking up live timing, and I'm not scared. I'm not some stooge for Feld and AMA.
Right.
But on the other hand, Bobby doing the canceled, and then he told me he didn't have anybody around them, but it appears he did have hype guys in his pits yelling for
But I
people.
don't think it was from him.
Okay.
I think they're just coming up and like, hey.
Yeah. No. I'm saying people saying to the crowd, come on, rev a bike. Bobby said it was just him and his chick.
Right, which I believe.
Okay, but
there was a hype guy there.
There was
For
a hype
me,
guy
there was
there.
a hype guy there.
Right.
I got caught up in it emotionally. I got pulled into that.
Right.
He was telling me that I could. Some guy. I'm not saying he was with
yeah.
Bobby.
But Bobby should just have said that guy, hey, can you stop? Okay.
Right.
So, look, So he makes this video about getting canceled, and the AMA hates privateers, and all these people are saying fuck Feld and fuck the AMA, and I'm getting all these tags, and people are pissed, and it's like, bro, no one could hear themselves talk or think. Dunlop, you're right by Dunlop. They probably complained. Justin Starling said he degaffed about you people revving his bike, but he couldn't talk to people or have conversations, get ready for the races, this kind of shit going on. So when they approach you, and Bobby didn't like the way the security guard approached him, and that's another, I wasn't there, so I don't know one way or another, but when they come to you and be like, hey man, can you just turn your bike down? You can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
Just say yeah. Just say, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Don't make a fucking video. Don't make a hidden video. Don't say, I'm canceled. They let you do it the previous 4 or 5 weeks. And in this instance, you were too close to the garages and people were complaining. And just say, yeah, man, I'll shut it down. And go in the back 40 of the pits where you have some room or something. Why subject the AMA and Feld, who have let you do this for numerous weeks and just asked you to stop doing it because it was irritating others? Why blow them out? Why say you're canceled? Why make a hidden video? Why do all of this? And now if I'm Mike Mewey at Feld or Mike Pelletier at the AMA, I'm telling Bobby Piazza to fuck off. Mm-hmm. You can't do that anymore. You're our guest here. we own this venue. We rented this venue. You're our guest here. You can no longer do this because of look what you did. Instead of just being cool and being like, dude, I'm sorry. I get it. It's loud. Randy, you vouched for that it was loud. Starling said it was loud. So it's not a question of whether it was loud. It was.
Yeah.
Just handle it and be like, dude, okay, we'll shut it down. And then see you in New York when hopefully we get a better spot and we'll charge $20 and make a bunch of money to rev the bike again. But instead, he makes a giant deal of this thing. I get tagged into it. I got to make phone calls. I got to figure out what's going on because, again, if it's Feld in the AMA and it's rightful, I will call it out. I'm not scared. I don't care. But in this instance, if you're Mewey or Pelletier, you're like, why let this guy do anything?
Yeah.
Why? Beat it. Total. I can't. I like Bobby. Ridiculous of him to do that. Ridiculous of these hype guys. One of the hype guys yelling, "Is this America? I thought this was America. I thought this was America." Like, hey, jerk off. Jerk off. I'm going to buy a fucking leaf blower and stand beside you wide open.
There's nothing more annoying
weekend
than that, especially like a leaf blower. That thing just gets on my nerves. But back at the Supercross.
Okay, here we go.
Right?
Yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this.
No, I'm
so
just
can
saying.
I wrap up my rant, or is this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But Kris has a rebuttal.
No,
I'm
it's all right.
going to
Go
be
ahead.
neutral. I'm going to be neutral.
Well,
on
just
it.
when does your whole production come into things?
When does what now?
Your production. When does that start?
Oh, it'll drop tomorrow. But anyway, that's not something we need to worry about right now.
No, I just
go ahead.
I know Randy's going to do this thing and spring something on us, so I just want to know, like
Get
when
prepared.
is that happening? Yeah. Or can I wrap up my rant?
Yeah. Go ahead. It's your show.
And Chris has a rebuttal.
Should be Chris's show, but it's your show. Go ahead.
All right. So that's my race tech rant. Like I don't get why Bobby did that. He might have just apparently this thing was pretty popular. I mean, guys like Randy are giving him $20.
Right. Yeah.
So this thing was pretty popular. He's making good money from this.
Yeah.
And so he might have just ruined this by being this way, by making this video. Like I don't.
Yeah.
And then now again, like I get, are you going to talk about the AMA fucking the privateers over? Okay, like, all right, so we got to talk about that, which, wait, they didn't. Like, my whole thing in life, like, I hate the people in airports early in the mornings, and we've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
FaceTime, loud ass at the airport gate at 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, what's up, bro? I'm on a plane. Like,
No
hey, man.
shit.
Like, I'm right here,
I get it.
and it's 6 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you not see all of us?
No.
Why does your phone call have to inconvenience me at this time? And talking in movie theaters. Why do you think we get to talk in movie theaters when we're here? Like, and this is the same thing with Bobby. Like, Bobby, it's loud. I get it. You're trying to make money. Cool.
Yeah.
But now Feld and the AMA look like, because of your video and because of everything that's been going on, they look like assholes.
You want to go ahead?
So, Chris, go ahead. Well, no, you had a rebuttal.
I don't really have a rebuttal. Like,
Oh.
now that you've explained everything, I agree with everything you said. Here's what I think. We don't know how. I want to just try to paint the other side here. I feel like privateers are just kind of, well, not kind of. They are the backbone of what we're doing here. We would have no show if there was no privateers.
That's fake. That is.
I
false
feel
news.
like if
That
they
is
all
fake news.
Really?
Yes.
So you're telling me if 10 guys were racing, because that's basically 11, 12 guys, factory dudes. Everyone said, fuck it, I'm out. Right?
Yeah.
They're going to have a fucking race?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. They're not going to do it.
Well, MXGP's gone off. MXGP's gone off with 14 guys.
But not every weekend.
No, but.
So.
And you got to add the guys that are injured, Christian Craig and Ferrandis, and,
I thought when I originally saw what Bobby was doing, I actually laughed and said, that's a pretty ingenious idea.
Sure, I got no problem with the idea.
Right.
I would never pay $20 to rev a
Correct.
motorcycle, but sure.
But again, like I told you, I'm a freak with football and things. Like I would pay a lot of money to run around the field to see what the field feels like and just do these things.
You would pay a lot of money to do that.
Yes.
You would really pay a lot of money to do that.
Yeah. To be on the sideline, to feel it, to hear what the guys are saying. Like I would do a lot of things.
I thought you just meant to go run on the field.
I would
by
pay
yourself.
money to do that as
Okay,
well.
Okay.
It's like to feel what the end zone feels like. Okay.
Go deep, Chris.
Yes, I'd be that guy.
Okay.
So I understand the fans coming up. Oh,
no,
sick.
yeah, frisbee catching.
I've done that before.
I know.
Okay. So to have the fans that are removed from our sport to feel and rev a motorcycle, which is probably pretty cool to them.
Yeah.
Like it's us putting our foot in a F1 car and revving it. That would be bitching. So I get what he's doing, which I like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do think, I don't know how the AMA official or the security guard, whoever the fuck it was, going up to Bobby, how they present, hey, shut it down.
Well,
maybe
Bobby,
he could have came in and said.
No, Bobby, I talked to Bobby this afternoon.
Okay.
He said that he didn't like that guy's attitude, and I get it. Like, the guy was aggressive, but you know what? You know what Bobby Piazza did? Tried to sneak his girlfriend in during the COVID races without getting a COVID test and got busted by that guy.
Okay.
You know what else Bobby did?
Yeah.
Tried to give his chick a year-old credential to walk around and got busted by that guy. So that guy is already like,
right.
Fuck this guy.
Right,
like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, this guy's causing trouble again.
Yeah.
And I agree. That gentleman is security at Feld, and he has come at me aggressively, like more than I thought, for track walk or something, where I was like, hey, man, just
track talk.
Where I was like, hey, man, can you just call Sean Brennan? Like, I am supposed to be here. Like, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I get it. He was a little aggressive. He's got some past issues with Bobby, right, as we just talked about. So maybe you can't blame him a little bit for this fucking guy again. And just even if he's aggressive, don't be aggressive. Just,
yeah. No,
hey,
I agree
can you
with
call
that.
Mike Mewey? Hey, sir, like, you and I have history. You don't like me. You're at me, coming at me aggressive. Let's call Mike Mewey right now. Instead, Bobby said the crowd's getting all it. Like, but there's ways to diffuse all that.
Yeah.
Just don't, hey, I'm going to sit down here. We're going to call Mewey, Pelletier, figure out if I can do this. And that's it. Like, there's ways to do that. And, again, like, he might have just screwed himself in future races.
Yeah, could have.
So
yeah, because you can't buck the system that much.
I like privateers. I like Bobby Piazza. But I don't like this video saying canceled.
Yeah.
And I feel for Mewey and Pelletier and Feld and AMA because, dude, they're just trying to give everybody a little peace and quiet here.
Oh, let me finish real quick. So I have no rebuttal after what you just said. I agree. There's a way of getting what you want without getting pissed off or doing certain things.
Right.
He could have said, hey, man, you think we can do it as a different time? Like you said, I think it could have happened. It's a great idea.
Apparently he's been crushing it money-wise.
Raising money.
But
here's some things that I was thinking of when I was watching this. I've seen his Instagram post of his bikes are blowing up. He's had some part failures. He's been looking for money to get to the races. And then you have these people revving the shit out of his race bike. So why the fuck don't you have a practice bike or some other form of a motorcycle to let those people rev that bike? Yeah. And then you could keep your race bike from floating the valves a little bit. I appreciate, great idea. Awesome idea. I appreciate it. But I didn't know how the official came at it. Maybe that guy came in hot. Maybe
he did apparently,
and then that raised it up. But as a young guy like Bobby is, I'm sure that raised him up. He's from Jersey area, so you know that attitude's already there. Everyone that I know, Boston, Jersey,
except for Weege.
Bernardo, hothead,
right.
So I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just think it's a good idea. If he would have just calmed down a little bit, it would have been awesome.
Dude, and instead of making a video and sending everybody again yelling about privateers and Feld and all this, instead of doing that, just back it down. Don't make a video. Call Mewey and Pelletier. Be like, how can we keep doing this?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's figure this out. Again, by all accounts, Randy's, Starling.
Yep.
It was loud. It was in a bad corner. It was in the garages. All of that.
Yeah, for me, for the record, like I didn't know any of the history of any passes or not passes or anything like that. There's certainly when we were walking through, I heard a bike revving up, which is kind of odd to hear a bike just revving up.
Are people doing it once, or are they just
have at it? Give her a few twists. Yeah.
So it goes back to Keefer's.
Yeah.
Like
it's
okay,
exactly.
So.
And against a 4-stroke, which is the most
Well, it's
annoying
scared the shit out of me if I'm
world.
racing that bike, in the show. I'm like, dude, is this thing gonna make it?
So I see that, and I thought, you know what? Like you, I like the privateers, and I thought, I'm pretty creative. He was putting together what I call like a production, and I like productions. so I'm going to chime in and let Brooke sit up there. For me, I don't care anything about revving the engine, but I'm like, cool, sit up there, rev the engine, and that's what I made a video and posted that. So that was
your girlfriend liked it.
Yeah,
like she thought it was cool.
Positive vibes.
Okay,
positive vibes.
Yeah.
And then so she liked it, and then. We walked away, and that was it. And I heard it rev a bit later. It wasn't until much later that I heard, the fiasco about it. But certainly, and years and years ago with Michelin, I've been there where we were doing something, and at the time Clear Channel before Feld, they might come and say, hey, you can't have the Michelin man in the paddock just kind of walking around from places. I'm like, okay, well I didn't know that, right? So you just kind of what you need to do is kind of chill down,
chill down,
and say sorry about that.
Yeah.
What is there a way we can still do something like this next week, or could we be pitted somewhere away from people because it's a cool experience? You got to have that conversation and kind of de-escalate it, right?
It's about being mature enough, being old enough. Look, I've been young. I've done dumb shit. I've puffed up to someone else. Like, I get it. It's just you got to learn to.
Like, I'm all for blowing someone out if they deserve it, but does Feld and AMA deserve this? No.
I don't.
And now there's a vital thread. There's my DMs are full of fuck Feld and fuck the AMA. They're keeping the privateer down again, despite throwing a whole bunch of money in the purse this year for privateers, by the way.
Which they did increase,
Which they increased the purse this year. And you know, when the privateers yell about the merch stuff and all that, like, and Jet, like, you can vend. You can sell merch. Just
how much is that? Do you know?
No.
We don't know that.
But just go to Feld and be like, hey, man, I want to merch my shirts. Like, you know.
Here's the thing that I don't like about some of the privateers, and not all of them. It's like they feel like they're owed something.
Absolutely.
Like, yes, I agree. Those guys should make more money. I agree. They are the show, like I said. But
all three of us are failed pro racers here.
Yes.
We're like, hey, we're going to race pro. Oh, hey, we're not good enough.
Right.
Like, time to move on.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm just saying, like, no one owes no one anything.
No.
So if you think you're there and you're part of the show and you owe me because I'm doing it, no one fucking owes you anything.
Yeah.
You're here because you want to be. Enjoy it. Try to do it as long as you can. I'm here for that. Be creative like you are. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really cool. Just like kind of Randy said, you got to relearn to. Yeah. The thing I learned from my buddy Greg, he was in SWAT for many years, and he came in these situations that are heated. He's like, the louder someone got, the quieter, the more calm I got, and then it helps the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a great rule of thumb.
Right. And, you know, Bobby told me that, like Pelletier was watching him a few weeks ago, rev his bike, and was just like, oh, yeah, like Matt Pelletier from the AMA.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Like, whatever. Like, you know, seeing how it worked and seeing how it's set up. And you know, now if you're Mike and Mewey and Mike Pelletier, are you, like, going to help Bobby? No. Not after that video. So that's my race tech rant. And I like Bobby. Good dude. Talked to him this afternoon.
Yep.
I told him all my points. I disagree with everything he did. Not the revving of the bike, but the videos and all of that. Like, dude, just fight your battles when you can. And props to get some money in, but come on, man. So, race tech rant of the night.
It's a good rant.
All right. Andy?
Production?
Yeah.
No, I can't really.
All right.
Can't really think of
He's
anything.
a little bit more quieter tonight, I feel
in the
like.
past week or so.
I got a tweet, too, that said Randy's been really quiet on the show.
Yeah.
So what am I supposed to do? Just come over here and talk over the top of you two guys who are primary hosts, co-hosts, what have you?
You're the primary
guests?
co-host tonight.
No. You're don't get mad at me because you're in the wrong seat. That was your decision. Okay? You backed out of this whole thing, so don't get mad at me.
You did.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm dead in the war.
The blame pie.
Shoot me. Steve lives.
Listen, honestly, I'll tell you the honest truth. Marks was like, dude, there's no fucking way that dude is going to be able to do what you do.
Wow.
And so he can't do it. Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
This is why they call Steve the CNN of Moto.
What part don't you think I could do specifically?
I literally never said that.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't say a word.
I was about to get mad. So.
Okay, honestly, Tallon said it.
I was mad. I was probably going to get blown up with phone calls looking for help from you, probably. And I was mad that,
honestly,
that it wasn't happening.
Tallon said it.
No, he didn't. He wouldn't say that.
Tallon wouldn't say anything.
No.
Was that Tallon?
That was Tallon.
Oh, okay. Wow. Jesus.
Tweet at Tallon.
Yeah. All right. We got a phone.
One small race tech rant.
Yeah, sure.
It's just a small one.
Yeah.
But how you oftentimes ruin the pronunciation of one of your key sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
It's Motorsport.
Do I say motorsport?
Yeah, you do.
I
want you to work on that. Yeah.
Really?
I thought he always says motorsport.
I do too.
No,
motorsport.
No.
Motorsport.
Motorsport. Yeah.
See how I'm helping you, and you're not dying?
Right.
I'm saving you.
Mm-hmm. Motorsport.
And that was brought up to me as I was working with that amazing company on this entire upcoming
Motorsport.
Anonymity.
I'm saying motor to try to see how I say moto. Motorsport. I think I'm still. I don't know. Yeah, listen. I know. I know it's motorsport. I know that.
Right.
But
the green driver's the crop.
No doubt about it. So listen.
Yeah. See, that's all I had.
Skippy's on too. What's up, Skippy?
Skippy.
Man, I
I got to apologize to Randy first and foremost. I was not aware that at shopteamyourcitizen.com, y'all had a new funny pack available.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the funny pack. Yeah, you can carry a PBR, some Van Halen concert tickets, a couple of Advil. You'll be ready to go.
Do we have a discount for our listeners tonight or anything for Team Your Citizen? Okay.
No,
you're just going to pay retail for it and support somebody locally.
Okay.
You're just going to support somebody in the industry. Pay retail, you'll be fine. You'll be okay.
I did. I bought
2
shirts.
Me too. No,
that's not what I want to. Go ahead, Skippy.
As senior citizens yourselves, I just want to know, like, what is something that you guys appreciate from the golden era, maybe through the 90s, maybe in the 60s for you, Mr. Richard, but
60s, wow.
What is something that you appreciated from the past that you wish you had, but what's also something that you guys appreciate from today's racing?
I know something that I miss that I wish they would bring back that they don't do anymore. Can I say it?
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm. It's your show. Well,
they used to mac down with the Camel Supercross chicks on the podium, and it was awesome.
Yes, yeah.
Mac down.
Full tongue.
Stanton would be up into that thing. Stanton.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
Right.
I want to see someone just smack them in there.
Dogger has an epic Trophy Girls story.
Really?
Epic.
Overheard a phenomenal Trophy Girl story with Bradshaw this past weekend.
Yeah.
So you have to ask him about that one.
Okay.
I'm not going to share it here.
Yeah,
but,
no.
Super
Listen,
good. Super good.
You're right, man. Hannah had the chick on his shoulders.
Right?
Oh, that one's, yeah.
Did you see the ones with the Matasevich? They're at Washougal?
Yeah.
And they had, like, the girls up there, and they're topless, and they're hanging out with them. I'm like, where did those times go?
Yeah, that's good times back then. Then the Me Too movement came.
Yeah.
Fuck. I mean, I don't understand it. If the girls want to do it, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
I guess everyone's quiet. I guess that's no big deal.
So what do y'all like about current racing that you wish they would have had back in the day?
I'll tell you what. I'm not. That was Keefer's thing with the Trophy Girls. I'll tell you what I don't like. All right, I'm gonna get yelling at clouds right now. I don't like this fucking technology. I don't like any of this technology. It's ruined racing. It's ruined racing.
Yeah.
We got starting maps and starting grates and starting hooks and ECUs that can be programmed from the sky to work on certain corners of an outdoor track. We have shadow videos that show you the absolute best line to take, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I don't like any of this technology. It's ruined moto.
Me either. I like it, but when lap times, when people use just a couple of phones and would just rotate them out and get lap times, that's what I liked.
Was way when it really worked. Yeah.
So
You can't do that, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was talking shit
when
on
you knew your truth with your laptop, with your iPhones.
Yeah.
Right.
Here, why do you hate the greats?
It just starting is a skill. It's a technique.
It's still a skill.
Not on a grate, not as much.
He's never used one though. Mathis, have you ever started on a grate?
No, I refuse to.
No, it's because you don't. I mean, dude, come on. You've never used one before, man. Like if you drop that fork guard all the way down, you can dump the clutch. My skinny ass can dump it in third gear. I love it. It's all good.
You just made my point for me. You just made my point for me, Skippy. Thank you. There's no technique needed anymore.
You fucked me.
There's no technique needed anymore. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm going to put my bike to 12,000 RPM. Oh, look, there's a light that just came on to tell me that. And now I have a start map for just the start. And now I'm on a grate with my front end loaded down. And all I got to do is just simply dump the clutch and go.
So I think it makes it way more even for everyone to get a good start, which provides more action for us fans. So then if you have to pick, can't go there as a whole. So you got 8 good gates and 12 shit ones. So now you only got the good 8 guys getting good starts.
Okay,
for me, that gives someone like Colt Nichols a chance to get a good start.
So did we had no greats and 8 good ruts and 12 shitty ones for 40 years? Was there a problem with the starts? Was there a problem with racing and the starts?
No, but there's no problem with the greats either.
It just makes it easier. You don't see anybody blow starts anymore.
Our sport is hard. It's
keep
okay
it hard.
to make.
Keep it hard.
It still is.
Keep it hard.
It's still
harder.
I try, and it works well.
Hashtag harder.
Harder.
All right,
Hey,
Skippy.
Steve, Steve, real quick. What's the first thing you think of that goes through your mind whenever you walk up to after your 8th and gate pick? Let's say you get 8th gate pick. What is your first process?
How do I have 8 gate pick? What are you talking about?
Big boobs.
Let's say you pick the 8th gate pick or whatever, and you got to choose your gate in 8th. What's your first process when you go up to the gate?
He doesn't think about shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like on a grade, am I a Supercross racer? Or am I just Steve Mathis at World Vets? What am I?
Well, for Steve,
World Vet. Let's say World Vet.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I just
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Look at his fucking feet when he starts. They're out 10 feet past his bike.
I was better. I was better.
Yeah.
I got better, Chris.
Yeah.
Wait,
He
we
said,
have
do
video.
I put my feet? Do I want to put my feet back at the rear axle, or do I want to put them just behind the pegs and then I'm get back to the rear axle? How do I do
even
that?
did the whole crotch grab of the pants. That worked too. That was a good tip. You told me that was a really good tip.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. Okay, Skippy.
For what it's worth, your opinion is appreciated, but I don't think it's very well respected. I think everybody really appreciates the start grades because there's consistency.
Yeah, because it makes it fucking easy, Skippy.
No,
That's why.
For me, I'm out on start grates and, with all due respect, the whole shot device things.
What?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. For me, I am. Yeah.
Oh, fuck
For me, I
Eric.
am. Yeah.
Fuck Works Connection,
No,
everybody.
no.
They make the oil filter covers. They can survive on that.
No, I'm not. I don't mean it from a business perspective. I just mean it from it is an additional.
Fuck it. Let's run
requires-
slicks. Fuck knobbies.
Do what now?
Let's run slicks.
Why? Why? It's motocross. We've always had knobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
Let's make it hard.
All right,
Let's make it
Skippy.
hard.
All right, Skippy. We gotta run.
If they
Thank you.
just go ahead and
Thank you.
pave the entire race, so we don't have any of those
Yeah,
unfair
why
ruts,
would we
then
need
we
bumps?
can do that.
Why do we need
we'll
bumps?
do that. It'd be called
You guys
Supermoto.
take it too far.
Call
Like-
it Supermoto. That'd be cool.
Wyatt's on 3. What's up, Wyatt?
Hey, so I've got a race tech rant about JT.
Oh, I'm here for it. What is it? Yep.
So, I mean, does somebody just wake up and piss in his Cheerios every morning?
I don't know,
It
man.
seems like the guy. It just seems like he just doesn't have fun with life
Dude,
at all.
I'm
He's
with you.
always complaining.
Yep. Yeah, and
You
honestly,
know-
I've been meaning to have a private conversation with him, but I'll do it on the air.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being
Yeah.
serious. I'm really being serious.
Yeah, do it now. Just don't say anything about his sister's jeans, please.
No. He does his own podcast. He does time job at WPS Fly Racing. He's got the NBC thing going on. He's got a VIP thing at the races when he's not doing that. He's got I'm sure I'm missing some stuff. My stuff, my Moto 60 and Pulp Show and the review show, right? He is constantly busy, constantly looking for the next thing. Oh, he monitors his stocks 24/7. He gets up at 5 a.m. to look at the stock market and does he day trade, Marks? I don't even know if he does that, but he's
Sounds to me like that's morning trade.
he's trying to trade stocks. He's very concerned with his money. Money is very important to him, and that's fine. It's just not for me. He's got Pulp Fantasy stuff he does. He does some of the back end and answers some questions on Pulp Fantasy. The guy is stressed. He's got no chick. Despite he'll tell you he's got chicks. I don't know what he's doing. Wyatt. He's got too much on his plate. I really believe that. Think about how often he's on the phone and he's not really paying attention, doesn't really hear my question or doesn't hear what I'm talking about because he's looking at a text
Well,
or
when
an
he's
email.
co-hosting, he is looking at something.
No,
over here.
yeah. No, he can't even sit in a co-host without looking at something. He's just so busy, so wide open. The dude needs to just chill back a bit.
Smoke a little weed and chill down a
Well, I
little
don't
bit.
know about
Do we need to get him a fucking blowjob or something?
What's that? And he's going to the gym 24/7. He's a gym life. He's
swole.
Eating food in the cooler. He looks in great shape. I mean, he's done a great job with his physical fitness. But think about that man's regimen, and I don't know. Like I think he needs to drop something.
Monk life.
Yeah, monk life.
It's like he couldn't even live. He couldn't even live the hypothetical question of whose life he would want more.
No, dude, he can't. He can't.
He couldn't answer it.
He can't answer a question. He can't kind of. You know what? He doesn't want to look. He never wants to be wrong. I don't care. I'll be wrong. I just said Jordon Smith wasn't going to be a great fit at Star Racing. That was my opinion. I told it to Jordan. I have no problem with being wrong. I'm also right a lot, right? But hey, you can't be perfect. JT doesn't want to be wrong, so he doesn't answer anything, right? So, yeah.
Oh, I mean, and he has. I mean, it's grown over into his facial expressions. Like even when he's happy, he doesn't look happy. You know?
No. Well, that was when he raced
he
too.
pissed.
When
he
he
just
raced,
looks mad. If he walks around the pits, he looks pissed, but he's not.
But he did that when he raced. Randy can vouch for.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
I know he's like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But even when he hangs out with us,
Yeah.
and he's just sitting there,
Right.
he looks mad.
Right. I think he needs a less.
He needs a woman.
Well, okay. Or
He needs a blowjob for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs a. He's so I just named all those jobs he's got.
Yeah.
I honestly don't like. I admire the hustle.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
have
me
no
too.
idea how he has the time to do everything that he does.
I don't think he
just
does.
don't.
I
Yeah.
don't think he does, and
Yeah.
I think he takes shortcuts to get it done.
And that
I want
affects
to
his
be
quality of life.
wined and dined and
I'll just say it, 69.
Yeah. So there we go, Wyatt. Like, I know it's frustrating sometimes, and I listen, he had a hard conversation with me years ago. He was like, hey, man, I think you need to lose some weight. Like, he really did. He was like, I need to lose weight.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was one of the things that I took in when I started eating healthier and mountain biking, and like, I'm like, shit, man. Like, JT's like, hey, I'm just trying to be serious here.
Yeah.
And
well, that's
like,
good.
So I need to do that too. Maybe not on the radio show though.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
a great start to this.
I was going to say he'll probably really appreciate that, him coming to you in private and sharing that with you.
I'm sure he's going to be really open to it.
And
too.
then you just blowing him out on the.
I'm not blowing him out.
So.
I wouldn't say any. I'd say all this to him. I just think he does too much, man. I think he's too busy. He's got too much shit going on. Marks, you're in our group text, fantasy wise.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I would agree. Yes.
Thank you.
He has been, even when, of course, when he was racing, he was like that. But I've known him for a long time. He's always kind of been this way, a little bit reclusive.
Yeah.
To himself a little bit. Like, he's always been that kind of guy. And I think he's that guy at home.
And I think when you get older, you get more entrenched in your habits of whatever those were, right?
So, I don't know. And the personal life, I don't know much about his personal life, but for what we know, me and you.
If he had a chick, how could he keep her?
That's what I'm asking.
Right now. Like how? How could you?
So I just think he needs a loving person in his life to kind of calm him down.
Just step back a little bit.
People get older, get a little more set in their ways.
Yeah.
And, for some people, it's challenging to even spend a week away from home.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I thought I was really listening to this until you said that, and I just looked away.
No, we deserve it. It's fine. It's fine. Again. So, Wyatt, that's your race tech rant? You just started up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
yes,
I would say you could Instagram DM him, but then he'll block you. So
yeah, see, and I don't even follow him on Instagram anyway, but
right.
I listen to everything that you guys put out. Love all the content,
And JT's a smart dude.
Yeah, Mensa. He's a Mensa.
He's a smart guy.
I'm ready to expose myself.
I'm with you, man. Sometimes it's frustrating, but I honestly think he's not paying attention to everything we're saying because he's looking at stocks or he's answering emails or answering texts about work, and he's doing one of these shows. Whether it's this one or Fantasy or Moto 60, he's doing it half.
I think he's already looking forward to the next thing while he's not living in the present.
Yeah, absolutely, So
he's got a lot of great insight, I just hate to listen to him complain about a fucking game,
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. Yeah, he's also very, very competitive.
He's got a good memory.
So,
yeah.
Good memory.
Thanks, Wyatt. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. MotorcyclistryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. Oh, look at that. It says two-wheel representative at Michelin.
Yep.
MotorcyclistryJobs.com.
Yep.
Looking for a two-wheel expert.
Probably are.
Michelin.
Mm-hmm.
In Greenville?
In Greenville, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah, North American headquarters.
Yeah. Okay.
Got 401k, full benefits.
Yeah. Going to work under Scott, it says here.
Yeah, Big Shot Scott.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Don't even care, dude. Don't even care.
Don't
You're
even
like,
care.
Cool, great.
Don't even care.
Thank you to the folks at the motorcyclindustryjobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for motorcycle industry. And Alex
Bailon,
that started it.
And
Good
the
guy.
crew over there, they do a great job.
They do a great job. So thank you to the folks at motorcyclindustryjobs.com. The job of the week, KTM CSR. You know what that's?
CSR. Hold on. No, I don't.
Randy.
Yeah.
Randy knows.
KTM CSR.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See what you got. You're very industry knowledgeable.
Give me the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the first one.
Can't.
No, it's not it. Give me the first word, please.
Customer.
Service tech. Okay.
So tech is R?
RT, whatever. It's all the same.
Technical.
I said CSR.
Oh, I said T, CST.
Yeah.
No.
Customer service rep. Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, there we go.
Sorry.
That went sideways.
Yeah, it did.
Didn't take long.
Under general supervision, the customer service rep, CSR, answers customer and dealer calls, logs information to facilitate resolution through to closure. Wow. Big words.
That's what I want to get tonight. It's just closure.
Ensures that the appropriate resources are utilized to provide a positive customer experience. This is brand new at their building, right? KTM's brand new building.
$53 million.
Yeah. So I've walked through it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen all the videos.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Absolutely nutty. KTM North America has an amazing environment, it says here. 12 paid holidays plus 2 personal holidays per year. Personal time off starts at 15 days per year.
Starts at
401k program, medical, dental, vision.
Yep.
10% discount for completion of an annual physical exam.
Discount of what?
For completion of an annual physical exam.
Yeah, it's on your health insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, check it out. Good
Biometrics.
job.
It's called biometrics.
Motorcycleindustrysjobs.com. And also ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save. We talked about this clamp last week, the split clamp for Yamaha that I was supposed to test. I never did. Did you?
Nope.
Okay.
But
the Ride Engineering one-piece bar mount is used by professional race teams like Phoenix Racing and riders looking to ride a dirt bike for the first time. This product is lightweight and strong and primarily designed to keep the bars from twisting in a minor crash without adding extra rigidity. The most popular 1 and 1/8 size is available for Husqvarna, KTM's Gas, and other brands. Priced from $99 to $109. They are great value and good insurance. You will be able to get up and finish your ride or race. So please check it out. It's a heavy-duty bar mount. It's a 6-bolt bar mount for Ride Engineering. PulpFan20 is the code to save.
If you're a KTM, Husqvarna, KTM and Husqvarna guy, those stock bar mounts suck ass. So get a ride bar mount.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's get to our next caller here.
Shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What's up, Mr. Side?
What's up, boys? I didn't know you were doing a show. Just found out. Just figured
Really?
You guys weren't
Is that
even
why
here
you're calling
tonight.
calling me at 5:30? You know what's going on.
So
no, honestly, I forgot that you were supposed to even be in the studio. I did call you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, Monday. Yeah, I know we don't do many shows on Monday, so I get it, Mr. Side. I understand.
Well, I just
your confusion.
I can't rely on you guys anymore.
Well,
so
maybe
I just
he
didn't know.
thought with the Fly Moto 60 show being on a Friday, maybe this was going to be on Tuesday.
Okay.
There's no reliability.
I just
from
feel like the
PulpMX
material's old.
Keep rank.
Like all this
it
this
old?
material, it's just old now.
Well, Mr. Side, I mean, look, we've taken a few shots
Yeah.
at Mr. Side
Couple
over the
nicks,
years.
yeah.
Couple nicks. So if he wants to get in there, let him get in here.
Yeah.
You know?
Get up all in it.
I'm not the only one that quit.
This is riveting.
Hi,
But
Dark.
so
What's
I
up?
I heard a rumor that Kiefer After Dark is no more.
Yeah, why do people say? Did we say that?
No, I don't remember saying that.
I think what I said was we haven't got quality questions, or
Well,
it's the same shit. So we're just
the
like,
same-
hey,
yeah, it's the same.
what are we going to talk about? Like, I have a couple points I want to talk about tonight if we do it. That's entertaining.
Yeah.
But the questions are in. Like, I have a good question tonight. I got one right here. That's decent.
How many times, Dark, can you say, hey, man, maybe you should talk to your wife a little bit? Like,
Right,
ask her.
let's communicate.
Yeah.
Communication.
Hey, man, maybe you should ask your wife, you want more sex.
Do
or,
something
like,
for her so that way you
Right.
get a BJ later. Like,
Yeah,
it's just pretty simple.
Dude, you know?
Okay. The person that mentioned it, I guess last week when Chris was in, that you had made some kind of comment like, "Oh no, we can't do it anymore," something along those lines. So I didn't know if there was like a sponsor complaint or something.
No, we didn't talk about that at all. I mean, Mr. Richardson isn't a fan.
Right.
Of the After Dark.
That I know.
Right.
That I know. Okay,
No,
that's good to
it's
hear,
not so
'cause-
much that. I think
No.
I think you've done a great job of
warning,
putting it at the end of it and everything. And I certainly think for listeners who do not want to hear that, they can opt out
Yeah,
for that. So
they
to
can
me, I
opt-
think
yeah,
you've done a
right.
good job at doing that. Yep. Yep.
So, Dark Side.
Dick.
Yeah.
What race are you going?
Can
to?
you do that, Randy? Can you do one real quick? Can everyone
Did
do
you
one?
add-
Talon, do one.
Dark. I'm out.
Oh my God.
That's not good.
Go ahead, Mark.
Dark.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Has Heather got one?
Nah, she don't got one.
Big boobs.
Jamie,
has that.
Jamie, let me be honest here. So, you got the job at Vital. They told you could do the wrap-up show, right? And so we scrapped the wrap-up show.
Yeah.
And then you also said to me, like, I may not be calling in every Monday. And I'm like, yeah, man, cool. But you've called in every Monday.
Yeah, I don't remember saying I wasn't going to call in.
No,
they just don't want me.
You said like I'm not even going to really call in. Like I may not, maybe you got a life, like all that kind of stuff where you didn't have to listen to the show because for the wrap up. And look, I'm not coming down on you. I'm just like,
sure,
yeah, you just.
That's okay.
No, I'm not. I'm just like you call in every Monday. Like
I have a great question.
I'm fine with it. I think our listeners like to hear from
Dick.
And so I'm good with it. But like, you're still calling.
Spider.
Yeah.
Would Dark drive a spider, like ride a spider, spider, like 3-wheel things?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm
No,
Dark,
absolutely
and I
not.
drive a spider.
Dark, how's things going with the metal chick?
Dark Spider.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not going on anymore.
Oh.
Hey, boy.
Dark, you're in a little bit of a
dark spot.
Here.
Maybe
no,
you
I'm in a
should
good
have.
spot, man. I had a bad week, but I'm good.
He's doing better.
We all had a bad week.
Yep.
We had
all of Pulp Nation. We all had a bad week,
Here
Dark.
we go.
We all had a tough
I rode
week.
4 days
buddy.
in a row, man. What are you talking about?
Me and Dark had a good convo the other day, and
You did?
He's. I think he's in a better spot.
Okay. See, I don't call Dark about that stuff. So.
Well, no, I just heard, and I wanted to check up on my buddy.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. No,
I have
I've been good, man. I was like, go ahead.
I have a question. And this is a serious question. So let's say Steve said, hey, man, I need an employee. I want to pay you the same amount of money that Vital pays you with the same benefits, whatever you're getting now, but I want you to be full-time Pulp, quit Vital, tell Lindsay that I'm out, give him the 2 weeks. Would you do it to come back to the Pulp empire?
Man, I don't feel like that's an appropriate conversation.
No,
for,
it's fine. Like
on
Mike,
air, so.
How can I paint it to make it easier on you? Okay, let's say you had no job and Michael Lindsay said, hey, I'm going to give you X amount of dollars, and Steve Mathis said, I'm going to give you X amount of dollars, and it's the same amount. Health insurance, everything you got. Where are you going? Everything you got.
Yeah, I'm out on this conversation.
Oh, my JT'ing us.
No, I'm taking Dark side.
Oh, my gosh. Do you think Michael's really going to be upset?
Dark side.
Yeah, I'm taking Dark side.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
by you saying that, we know the answer. So thank you for coming to the Pulp Empire.
I almost
I don't want to hurt Steve's feelings.
I talked to Lewis about hiring him for Pulp.
Yeah?
It's just I'm not.
You're not quite there yet?
Well, you got to pay travel, right? Salary and travel. And, like, dude, that shit adds up.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, hey, you're done with all of this, and you need someone to kind of take it over.
Right.
Would Dark be a good candidate?
I need to sell this to, like, Randy or someone.
Yeah.
The whole
and
Pulp
then what I could do is I could say this filmed in 401k.
Yeah.
That's what I would have to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah.
All right.
Right.
Yeah. Did you ask me a minute ago what races I'm going to?
No, I don't think I did I?
No.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, I thought I heard you. I said okay.
You're going to Salt Lake, right? Nashville. No, you're going to Nashville.
Just Nashville. Just
Right,
Nashville. It sounds like
Right.
Not even going to Denver.
Wow. Sad.
That is sad.
Yamaha
unless I
race
pay for it
live show
myself.
Yeah.
I may spring for it myself because I do want to go see.
Come on, Vital. Pay for Dark's way. Let's go.
Well, listen.
Yeah,
listen. Bring your bike to Nashville. Charge people $20 to rev it. You'll be in Denver in no time. Did you see all that, Dark? Did you see the video from Bobby? Like, where you stand on this?
Yeah. I think he went a little far, a little in the wrong direction. I like Bobby also, but a little too much. The woke thing, or the whatever they call it, not the woke, but
canceled.
Cancel, yeah.
It's not woke.
If you were nearby and trying to sleep, trust me, you were woke.
Oh my God,
that woke everybody up.
That's great. You should have called it that. That would have been awesome. $20 to get woke and then rev the bike. That would have been great.
Yeah, you definitely got to pick your battle sometimes. Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
So, yeah, that was it. I was just calling in to ask about the Keefer After Dark. I was worried.
No, so Mark's just clarified it here. I said we couldn't do it tonight because Randy was in.
Oh.
That's what I said last week.
Right.
So when I said couldn't do it, I meant it this week.
Yeah. But Randy has been here when it's happened.
Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've sat in quietly on it, yeah.
There's a lot of guys that have been in here that didn't participate. Travis, Randy.
Right. So. Jim Hawley, did he participate?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
I don't remember if Jim was Jim involved?
I can't remember.
No. He doesn't like anal bleaching, so he's out.
Yeah. Opie.
Yeah, I think Holly was in did one.
Opie.
That's a good one.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I know.
All right, Mr. Side. So, yeah, you rode the two-stroke. I hope every time you get on that two-stroke and go for a ride, you think of Chris and I, and maybe give us a little like one of these.
Yep.
Like a little pound chest, and then number one or piece up.
Yeah.
I
rode it 3 days in a row, and then I rode the 350 today. So yeah.
Which one do you prefer?
The 350. I'm so in love with that bike.
Yeah. So I just want to let everyone know because Steve and Mr. Richardson gives me shit all the time. So the pony will return to its case here shortly. Mm-hmm. You guys thought that it was dead.
Well, you told us
it isn't dead. It is
That's
alive.
right. It is alive.
Somebody
it is alive. Yes.
That is not it.
That's not it.
That is alive.
That is not it.
That's
that
not
is
it.
it.
That is
No,
not
it's
it.
not.
That is not the pony.
I was
It
like,
is.
there's no way you got it.
That is.
No, it's not.
That is.
Say on everything.
On everything.
On our friendship.
On our what's left of it on our friendship.
That is not.
That
That's
is the
not
pony.
his hair. That's not how it. That's like.
Yeah, Heather. That's not his hair.
That's a girl's hair. That's girl's hair.
Yeah.
That is not girl's hair. That's
Yeah, it
Dark
is.
Side's hair. That
No.
someone got from me from the two-stroke. Found it at Glen Helen from the two-stroke race 2 weekends ago.
That's not it.
Yep.
So here's what went
It
down.
was longer. It was longer.
Yeah. I
Nope.
know. I know the
You will
pony.
not get this one.
He brought that with it.
Dude, no, I get it back.
No, it's a production. Dude. It's
a production. I didn't know you'd brought that, by the way. So,
Okay, so-
the day I threw it away,
Yeah.
which was the day Darkside was with me at Glen Helen, I taped it to his rear fender.
Yeah.
He got very upset. He didn't want to do it.
Right.
But I
No,
said,
you got upset.
no, I said, please ride away with your new bike and the ponytail taped to your rear fender, and you got all pissed off at me. I don't want to fucking do that.
I didn't get pissed off. I just said I wasn't going to do it, and you got pissy and threw it in the trash can.
I did get pissy when you said no to me.
Okay. Wow.
So,
did he poke you in the chest?
Someone found it. No, Jesus.
Yep.
Someone found it.
Yep.
And I thought it was bullshit when they first tweeted me. I have got a picture of it, and I asked for it back. So I have paid money to get the pony.
How have you paid money?
Oh, my God.
Like to ship it? Or like.
No. The guy's like, I'm holding the pony for ransom if you want it back.
And you have been outbid.
So the only deal was he didn't want to have his name on the show.
Yep.
Okay.
He's an
Agreed.
anonymous.
Yep.
But he gave you a photo? He
I
has-
have it.
Does he have a
It's
photo
the
with a
exact-
newspaper date? Like the newspaper
It's the
date?
exact same hair tie that's on it. I know Dark's pony. I
Oh,
cut the
wow.
sumbitch off, so
you
I
now-
know it.
Yeah. So now you're paying to get it back.
So now I have to pay the man. I'm paying him $200 to get what I fucked up back.
You did fuck up.
I fucked up.
It wasn't,
Yeah.
it wasn't cool. It
That's
was
on
not
me.
cool.
So I am understanding. Like I screwed that up.
Yeah.
I will pay you. He actually said, I thought he was joking.
Yeah.
And then it was silent for 3 days. I go, are you going to send it? He's like, no, I need the money. I go, are you serious? And he's like, yeah.
Oh wow.
So I Venmoed the guy $200. I should have it end of this week.
And you have the casket
And
still?
I have it's caskets in the garage still.
Yeah.
So I will put it back to its rightful place.
Oh well, Randy.
And I
Randy,
need.
does this make up
You
for
bet.
Life Swap? Does this make up for?
No, it does not.
It's a step in the right direction.
Okay.
But it's just I don't know. That's horrible. That's
Well, it's not horrible. We solved the problem.
So you say. I don't know what you paid for.
So I will get it back, put it in its rightful place.
Okay.
I am leaving it here.
Maybe we need
No,
to do
no,
Yes,
no.
it belongs in the
It
studio.
does not belong in the studio. That's disgusting.
No, hold on. If we're going to talk about people keeping their words, you stated that you were going to cut it off. I'm going to get Janky Mike to build a case. I'm going to keep it. It's going to be on my mantle in my house.
It was.
Which is where
Which it was.
Which it was, and you brought it here and left it here.
Which
and then
it was.
I took that pony out on the town, and we had a great
That's
time.
right.
That pony and I had a
forgot.
great time on
That
the town.
It
Yeah.
went into a concert?
Yeah, it went
Yeah.
to a concert. It went on the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danced with a little lady.
Yeah.
The
We had
story
a
that
great
you
time.
told
Huh?
the guy up there to get it up there was a sad story.
That's what I told everyone.
Oh
That
my
it was
Yeah.
your somebody like you love who died.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I told everyone who would ask, they're like, "What is that?" And I said, "Well, it's my brother's pony." And I told him, I say,
What is wrong with you?
he pat. Well, I don't have a brother, so I can't. I thought my sister's not going to die because I
Right.
said it was my brother. So anyway,
Okay.
so I said, "Man, my brother passed away, and he just loved going out in Vegas and loved rock and roll, loved gambling, whatever that moment was is what I would tell that
Yeah,
person." And so
yeah.
that's how the lady who was connected with the band, she went and told the people at the band. So then I said, "If you could just go on stage one time, just one time." So they took the pony up on the stage. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was so good. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great.
That was good.
And the guy was like rocking out,
Yeah.
fucking doing the air guitar
that
and shit.
pony, that
Dude.
pony lived its best life
It did.
that night.
It
Yeah,
did. And then
yeah.
it got thrown in the garbage.
Yeah, it got thrown in the garbage
GH.
after I put it back on your mantle where it belonged, where you said you wanted
Yep.
it.
But here's what's crazy to me, and think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, this gentleman, went and threw whatever he wanted to throw away in the trash, saw some hair in the trash, immediately thought, holy shit, this could be Darkside's pony, removed it from the trash.
And then said, I can trick Keefer into getting $200 for a pony
Took
that's not
it
even the
home
right
with
pony.
them.
Yeah.
Tweeted it out and DM'd me, I have the pony.
And he made $200.
And what in the holy hell? Why?
Yeah.
This is what we created for Darkside.
Yeah.
Look, this is how famous your ponytail is. Someone's trash digging for your shit.
Dark. He'll sell it to you for $300 back.
I'm good, man.
Okay, all right.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
So
Yeah, I think I'll pass.
This pony, it could tell a story. It would be awesome.
It could, yeah.
Yeah. It's got stories from Vegas that night that I can't.
No.
Stays in Vegas.
It definitely does. It definitely does.
If you only knew the stories I had before you even got a hold of it.
Yeah.
Not much. It's pretty boring, I feel like.
Fuck you.
Oh, the ditches that thing has done.
All right, Mr. Side, anything else?
No, that's it, guys. Have a good rest of the show.
All right, thank
Bye.
you. Appreciate it. See you. That's Mr. Guida, everybody.
Yeah.
Time for the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, great place for OEM and aftermarket parts, UTV stuff, street bikes, e-bikes. Big e-bike guys over there at motorsport.com. Go through the banner if you can to help us out and give you great prices. Dedicated team of gearheads over there. Guys like Tallon, too busy to respond to his friend's email, but, whatever. Maybe you'll get a better gearhead if you try it there.
Or if you call in like all the other normal people.
Yeah.
There's no VIPs at Motorsport,
Tits and I just abusing his
I got Tits' order done.
Oh, you
today.
did?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, Tits is handled.
He's probably
it's just
not,
you.
He's probably not happy, though, with the amount of time it took.
He texted me like yesterday, and I did it at like 6 a.m. this morning, so I feel like that's pretty good
So
turnaround.
motorsport.com, again, great return policy, all of that stuff. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show. And Tallon picks the best ones. Let's do this.
From Eric Nichols. After the rant last week on factory guys riding SX Futures, how do you feel about Ryder D racing the Cal Classic?
I don't get it. I couldn't believe it. What is he doing? What are we doing?
What do you mean?
You're
saying
he's a top amateur rider for a long time.
Yeah.
He rode nationals, got top 10 in nationals, and he's back at Futures, a race that he won 4 races at, and now he's racing the Cal Classic.
But you guys being the old school dudes, you're just talking about old ways and all these things. All those guys rode CMC, did local races. So what's wrong with him riding Cal Classic doing local races for outdoors?
It's better than a Futures thing.
Okay.
Because guys ride REM too. I mean, we've seen factory riders ride REM.
So I feel like that's the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad.
Right. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
He was hauling ass though.
I'm sure he was.
Although Jet Reynolds beat him in the 250 Classic.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, Jet went 2-1. Ryder went 1-2.
Okay. How did Aiden do in that class?
Aiden won what in 250B?
Yeah.
Aiden won 250B and won 450B, and then got second in Schoolboy 2.
To who?
Enzo Temmerman.
Oh, the kid with this Enzo in the back of his name?
Yep.
Jersey, like Whitney?
Team Green. Yeah, exactly.
Like he's like,
like
a Prince.
Like Pink.
Prince?
Yes.
Pink? He's that kid?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
So.
I saw that kid at a Futures, and I'm looking at the list, and it's got Enzo on the back, and I'm like, that's his first name.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool. It's something different.
I don't know, man. I think if you're going to do your first name only, you better be Prince or Madonna or Pink.
Cher.
But like when you have a name Enzo, I feel like people, you know how in our sport people call you by your last name more than your first name?
Yeah.
I feel like it's opposite for that because what's up, Temmerman? Like it doesn't roll off the tongue very well.
Okay.
From Sagandi's Nuts. What is the percent pie for what it takes for these guys to be faster? Having huge nuts or just pure skill talent?
It's a blend.
Yeah, but he wants the percent pie.
Oh.
I'm going to go 60-40.
Of what?
60-40 skill talent. Hand-eye coordination, physical fitness, that kind of skill talent, and then having nuts also. Because.
But what I'm saying, is it skill talent 60 and then nuts 40?
That's what he's saying.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
From Bjorn Unicorn. If J. Coop doesn't win 250 outdoors, does he lose his shot at a factory 450 ride?
I don't think so.
No. He proved that he rode 450 really good in Supercross.
If he's healthy, he may not win the national championship, but he's going to win races and podiums and like be right there. And if he doesn't get it done in the end, that doesn't mean he had a bad season. He could come up short by 10 points and still have a great year.
Right.
From Moto Fan 92 for Randy. Since you've been around the sport for a while, do you think the outside viewership is Supercross?
Since the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
10-year citizen. Do you think the outside viewership of Supercross has been going down within the past decade? And if so, what do you think Feld needs to do to change that?
I don't see how viewership could be down unless he's talking about like just Peacock or whatever. They've jumped around, but I think this year it's much, much better to have everything on one platform. But I would think that viewership or people consuming what is Supercross has to be up because it's available on so many different platforms. It's on Peacock Live, then you see the replay on Peacock, then you see the summary of it or the recap on YouTube and all these other things. So I would think maybe viewership of the live race. I'm not sure where that's at, but the ability to consume Supercross, those numbers have to be up.
How was the turnout at ATL?
It was good.
I heard it was light.
Really?
Yeah, JT said it was light.
Yeah, to me it was good, but it was very, very spread out, right? Like that's part of that venue is you don't have a really good feel for how many people there are there because they're spread all the way from the 180 a half a mile to the other 180.
Yeah. Well, in general, viewership has declined as people cut the cords and got away from TV.
Yeah.
And, but the only thing that bulletproof is the NFL, right? But other than that, generally TV numbers, like Seinfeld used to do, 30 million. And that would be an amazing show now. Like it just doesn't happen. People don't watch TV as much. They just don't.
Yeah, at my age, I can remember like certain evenings. That's like you were scheduled things around Seinfeld or Cheers or whatever it might be. Yeah, right. But everything can be consumed on a phone wherever, right?
Yeah, Pookie just watches YouTube now. I don't remember the last time Pookie watched TV. Mm-hmm. She watches YouTube on her phone, either murder mysteries, probably planning to murder me and figure out how to get away with it.
Slowly poisoning you.
Right, slowly
We've talked about it. Yep.
So
why do you think I didn't eat dinner tonight?
Exactly. So she just watches vlogs and murder stuff on YouTube and on her phone. Like for me, I like a bigger screen, right? So if I watch something, I'll grab my iPad.
Yeah.
She'll watch her iPad 50-50 to her phone. That's just her life. And so imagine the kids, right? The kids are just doing everything on their phone. Yeah. So I'm sure viewership is down on the Supercross stuff, but everything is down from peak whatever. Yeah, peak ESPN. Say Art Ekman and David Bailey. And
I'm guilty of it too. But I think everyone's attention span is so narrowed.
I found myself today, and I actually stopped myself. So I had my coffee in the morning, and I'm sitting there reading the internet. Chill time in the morning. Very important to me.
Yep.
I'm reading a story about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and it's preview playoff starting tomorrow. And I'm reading it, and for no reason whatsoever, I'm engrossed in this article. I'm finding it interesting. It's one of my favorite writers. For no reason whatever, I go to a tab and click on
Yoga pants?
No, the Ringer.
Yeah.
The Ringer website about NFL and I start reading that. Why did I do that? I'm into this article. I'm reading it. I just got no attention span. I just go over for no reason and open a new click and start reading a new story. I'm not done with the story I just finished.
Yeah, it's like these devices have programmed us to need a distraction.
Yeah.
Like we need to change our own channels.
Yeah.
I know, like in my Instagram feed, I get breastfeeding searches all over.
I get yoga pants.
Because A-Ray sent me a breastfeeding thing in my DM. Now I get all these breastfeeding fucking videos.
A-Ray just sends me dog videos. I don't get sex videos. I get dog videos from A-Ray.
I get boobs with not stuff I want to say.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose pretty.
From Jimmy G. Keefer, give us a fashion review for the kit Randy uses during the vintage races. Jeans, open face helmet, etc.
I mean, it's stellar. Like, it's a 10 out of 10. Like, if you're doing that vintage stuff, you can't get more vintage than what he's doing. You can't even judge Randy. If he's doing something, it is going to be at least a 9. It's not going to be anywhere near a 5. It's going to be full bore. You know you're getting 100% of the spectacular show that is Randy Richardson.
I hope we see him at the ride day.
Yeah, it's called commitment.
Yeah.
It's called commitment.
Okay.
Dedication. Man of my word.
Man, I could say something right now, but I'm not going to. I want to save it.
Okay, save it. Save it.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yes. You know where I was going with that.
Yes,
but I didn't know where that was going to go. So
Stay classy,
Yep.
Kris. Yep.
Thank you.
From David Lacombe. Randy, how long of a shelf life do MX tires have if I keep a few in my non-climate controlled garage in the south? How long before they begin to dry rot, etc.? I've heard that some bicycling teams buy tires and age them for a season so they are tackier.
Never heard that on bicycle tires at all. But for Michelin motorcycle tires, off-road and street, we recommend that they are installed within 6 years from their date of manufacture.
Oh, that's longer than I thought. Yeah, 6 years is a while.
Yeah, 6 years. And then we recommend that you remove them from service after 10 years from the date of manufacture. And that's a 4-digit code. Like, it's not just Michelin. All tire manufacturers are required to put the week and the year in a 4-digit date code on there. So for us, install within 6 years from the date of manufacture, and then remove it.
But
at 10 years.
Performance increase or
no.
anything
Within that timeline, we obviously would honor anything as far as like any type of manufacturing defect or quality issue associated with that.
Right.
So yeah, that's our shelf life of them.
From Sterling R214. Can the listeners get an update on the PulpMX fantasy game with Keefer, Betts, JT, Weege, etc.? It has been referenced but never talked about.
Yeah, no, we posted on Instagram a bunch.
Last week.
We just running away with it, and I'm in last.
I think I'm in third.
I lost Marvin Muscan right away, and he was my number 2 draft pick, I think, and so he got hurt right away. Marv's generally rock solid. And then I had asked the team manager, team owner, if Max Anstey was going to do 450s, and he said he was going to do 450s on the West Coast. So I picked Max Anstey. Well, he got hurt, didn't do any 450s, so I got 0 from him, 0 from Marvin, and I'm in last. And we each had...
What was his... He had like a crazy pick or something. What was his...
Well, Justin Cooper. He went Justin Cooper.
That's what it was,
And, Justin Cooper in 5 races got... So
Oh.
here's the point standings as of before Atlanta. Weege 782. The next highest was JT at 525.
Wow.
No, sorry. Who's this?
JT 596.
Yeah, JT 596. Then Keefer 525. Then Team Savage, Blake Savage 408. Then Team AC, Chris Betts 374, and then I'm at 354. So I have less than half of Weege's
Henry
points,
Miller screws me
which is
because he's
crazy.
250.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So that's the update. But we'll maybe I'll.
My saving graces are AP and Coop. Those are the guys, though.
Right. And once those guys go out for me, I was done. Yeah. So I think I lost my other guy too for.
Do we have a bet or just like a thing?
Yeah, we have a bet. Amazon gift card.
Oh, that's what I.
Yeah.
That's just Supercross.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supercross only.
From Sugar Shane 79. Keefer, what's the sketchiest thing you've seen at an amateur race?
BB guns.
Sketchiest thing that I've seen in an amateur. Well, I saw Aiden do something really stupid off the start, which really pissed me off. Like he was all the way
neutral.
No, that was dumb. He didn't know that. I'll tell that later. He came from all the way to the left because Enzo was getting starts on him, so he went all the way from the left right before the Talladega starts to come up. He just shot all the way over to the right to try to dive bomb on the inside.
Come on, dude.
Dude. And luckily there was no one there, he would have took out the whole. And I told him when he got back, hey man, you can't do that.
No.
Like, you got to at least
can't
look.
do that. No.
Yeah. So that was sketchy. The PW 50 starts are sketchy as balls because the start at Glen Helen is very sandy, and you got these little wheelbase motorcycles that are going 20 mile an hour, and there was a kid that was 8 gates over from the doghouse. They took off. You can see them. They're leaning back. They're wide up. The wheels are wiggling, and they're moving, and all of a sudden, this one kid caught a sand rut, and he went, yat, and just went, yat, straight across the track, clipped another kid. His ass end came around. He was like 90 degrees. Bop, bop. Saved it. Kept going. Wow. The dad's like, yeah! Yeah! And I'm like, holy shit.
I heard the Chupacabra was out there.
He was.
Yeah.
Really?
That's a whole other thing. The Stasic crowd. Dude, these bikes are souped up.
Yeah.
Tony Alessi's bikes, can't beat it.
Oh, imagine that.
Can't beat them. Coming off the gate like fire.
Like 500s.
Dude.
Got magnets hanging off of it.
Parents are going ape shit. Like that whole series.
Yeah.
is Tony Alessi blood in there. Like it's just like infested with this Tony Alessi types, right? Just competitive, souped up electricity. Like it's just ready to rock.
Listen to me.
Right? It was crazy.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, it's Baggett was late to the line.
Oh yeah.
So they're like, I wasn't there, but I heard, and Jeff's working the gate, and Tony's like, "Hey, Baggett's not here," and Jeff's like, "Yeah, we got to start it." Well, Baggett's not here. He's like, "I don't care, man. We got to start the race."
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, hold on. Let me call him real quick to see if we can start the race." Like they're just waiting on Baggett.
You're out of your mind, dude.
It's great, but hey, he gets a great turnout. There's a crap ton of people there. So
who?
That the AME series. Tony puts on a series at Glen Helen.
Oh, that was with the Cal Classic.
Yeah, well, it's not with it, but it was running on a different track.
Oh, okay.
And so we were getting some information that Baggett was there, and Janky Mike's kid raced, and so yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Was Mrs. Janky there?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Swisher Sweets.
She was swishing. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
From the real Sean Lawton. How big will those 7 points be for Chase? That penalty was huge. I guess it was rightfully deserved, but man, even with all the wrecks and throwing away better finishes, that one sticks out.
Like I said though at the time, like they did the 2 positions and then a 2-position penalty. So because the 3 points were from first to second, Sexton's penalty was 7 points. Yeah. If you did it from 5th to 7th, it's 4 points. Mm-hmm. Like. It's based on where you finish and how many points those positions are. It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It should just be 5 points. Sexton's penalty was more because he won the race than it would be if he was 5th. And that's not right. Jumping the red cross is jumping the red cross.
Yeah, it's a safety.
Should be a safety thing. So he got screwed on that 7. I think that rule will be rewritten. So, yeah.
God, that's an expensive.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, look, he's down 7. But speaking of Janky.
Hello, kind sirs.
What's up, Janky?
Hey, Jank.
I'll be honest, Steve. It was me. You know, you can say it. It was me that texted you. There were some basic shenanigans.
Yeah, tell him about the bikes.
Dude, I thought, I'm not going to lie, I sandbagged in the past. I was going to carry that on with my son. I was like, I'm going to enter him in starter. I thought he was pretty good, Chris. He's all right.
Yeah, he's good.
And I'm like, I'm going to enter him in starter class. At 3 years old, starter class, he'll be all right. He'll probably he'll win. No. Like, ripping. These kids take off, doing wheelies off the starting gate, and are just wide open. And I'm like, what? This is the starter class? How is this even, like, what is the expert class? Well, the expert class was Tony Alessi's daughter ripping hole shots on everyone.
So what are they doing to these things? I don't know how they
Janky,
really work.
you modded yours.
I saw one with 2 Milwaukee batteries stacked on top of each other.
God.
They all had, most of the fast ones, they had hydraulic disc brakes on them.
Wow.
And I'm just like, my God. Like, I just sent my kid out there. He was on the starting gate, didn't know what was going on. He went wide open with the gate still up. That was cool.
He hit the gate, just cartwheeled.
I was like, that would be my kid. And he started next to Baggett's kid, and Baggett started like, oh, my God, who's this kid?
Did you have a fanny pack on? Did you give him a fanny pack on?
You know, I brought that was my dad's old fanny pack from the 80s.
Did you see that picture I sent Janky?
Everything.
Yeah.
No. So I put a picture of Janky. He came in with the whole mechanic outfit for me on Sunday.
Right.
I posted it up. I got over 100 DMs saying he looked like Tomac.
Oh.
I'll show you the picture.
Ride that way.
He looked a little bit like Tomac.
Like, it's crazy.
Right.
I packed good gates. I got the whole shot devices set every time. I was doing good.
Yeah, he did.
Wow, the STACYC. I'm really shocked that amateur racing that Tony Alessi's involved in.
I see what you did there. You're shocked. I get it. Okay. That was from Randy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you guys have a good show.
Thanks, Janky.
Bye, Janky.
See you. All right.
Bye.
All right, next question.
Hope his
From
wife's not
the
asleep.
Brop crew. Randy, how does Michelin become more prevalent like Dunlop tires for Supercross and motocross factory race teams? Is it mainly sponsorship money and race support? What are they looking for that is preventing Michelin from landing a big partnership?
So that would have to be basically it's priority and budget, right? So that would have to come from France, where our development of tires are designed and manufactured, and to be able to create and build race spec tires, that would certainly have to come from France, which is that's where that came from back in 1999, 2000, was the decision to move into Supercross, motocross, which was when I got hired back into Michelin to oversee and manage that. So for us to do that just domestically here in the U.S. with commercial tires, we could do it that way. But I think to do it and contend for championships with top-level teams, we would need to have a commitment from our management or central management in France and budget allocated for that. So while I would love to see that, it's a decision that's far, far out of my authority.
But you got off-road team here.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, we do have here. So for us, we're involved for us to have presence in off-road racing. We work with Magna One racing team, and Jordan Ashburn, for example, won the GNCC, the XC1, the premier XC1 racing series last year with Michelin tires that you can buy off the shelf at any dealer, and with our bib moose.
So there's no race spec tires like Dunlop has and stuff.
We do not have at this time. No,
Okay.
no, we don't have that at all at this time. So we're just using the same commercial tires. So what you would buy from Magna One Motorsports vending at the GNCC or National Enduro is exact same tire that Magna One Racing Team is using, and same bib moose and so on.
It's not like you guys couldn't afford it. You're a multi-billion dollar
yeah,
company, but it would just be somebody in France being like, "Hey, let's get
go,
back into
let's
Supercross
go
and
do
motocross."
that. Yeah.
If they did that
Mhm.
and they came to you and said, "Same job," you wouldn't do it, would you? Would you do it?
For me now, the
No,
travel
yeah,
now
yeah.
it's just way too
Yeah.
way too.
You guys work hard, man. Tire guys,
dude.
Yeah, they do. They do. You know what? I was, and it's funny. I was there at the race, with my buddy Robbie, and then with Brooke. And
Is Robbie
so,
selling a Kajiva at all? Any Kajiva updates from Robbie? Kajiva
yeah,
updates?
he's got a few more. So then, so I saw Brian Fleck walking through the pits,
Yeah.
and I just saw him, and I thought, man, no telling how many miles. Like, I have huge respect for him.
Yeah.
Anyone that travels a circuit and does a job, but certainly Brian, he's been dedicated to that brand
years,
and there's no telling how many tens of thousands of miles he's walked.
Yeah.
Through the pits, and how dedicated he is. And he's not like a face of the brand, right?
Yeah.
He's in there changing tires and doing the grunt work and stuff. So
yeah.
What's crazy is even
I admire
amateur races that I go to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be worse than the professional side because there is massive amounts of people there.
Yep.
And
Yep.
they're busting out tires,
Mhm.
man. Like, it's
Mhm.
insane.
And I would think the amateur racing, there's probably a fair bit more entitlement
Yes.
and dealing with parents there
Right.
versus pro racers. But next question.
From Toby the Sniper 89. Keefer, how is AK-47's progression looking for the future? Looking as in, where do you see him in the next 12 months, as he has been following him and his progression and would like your take?
Well, Aiden's riding really good. We kind of slow rolled him a little bit, so he's starting to he's getting a little bit stronger. Of course, with troll training, that's really helped him a lot. He's only done it a month. I've seen a big improvement already. We've been doing the same thing for, I don't know, we've been training pretty hard together for the last couple of months, and I see a big improvement in him. And for me, it's the racecraft. We're racing more, and that's helping him because he really didn't get to race a lot growing up. He wasn't interested in it until he was like 12, 13. So in reality, he's been racing about 3 to 4 solid years. That's it. And he has really good technique. He's good on the motorcycle, and he's learning better racecraft. Know when to go past, know when to lay back a little bit. He made a little bit of a dumb mistake in his race this weekend, but he showed grit and heart and came back and won. So I know that's in him. So I feel like by this time next year, he still could race B class again next year because he's still AMA 16. So depending on if we get help or not and what those people want to do, then is what we will do. But I for sure want to see him in futures next year. We'll probably do futures, and I'll try to do it as long as I can with them, and see how much we can afford. But it's an expensive sport, and hopefully we get some more help. And
really disappointing that you're gonna miss the Smashing Pumpkins concert because of Loretta's.
Oh, he hears about it. Trust me.
Yep.
So
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks a
for
lot.
that.
Thanks a lot, Loretta.
Yep.
I know what disappointment's like.
All right, last one from...
Oh, I was going to say, hold on.
Oh.
What about Aiden? How is he? Is he better on or part of troll training? Is it part of it his diet or his food? Or
No.
has he improved that at all?
A little bit,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's more of being held responsible. Like me and him trained together before this, but it's not coming from Dad.
Yeah.
It's coming from Alex and John. So he's held accountable. He has to talk to them. He gives them his schedule. So I like it because both of those guys reach out to him. They're interactive with each other, and he knows the benefit. And I think he knows Alex was a successful rider, so it's legit. It's just me, Dad, so Dad ain't shit, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, and the thing is like, as a kid, we don't want to listen to our parents sometimes, even though you're extremely knowledgeable on what you're trying to teach him.
That's debatable.
True. No, but I know we had talked with him one time about like fast food and trying to eat a little healthier because that makes a difference, right?
Absolutely.
He gets to be like Jamie from Twisted, giving him the best race engine, right? And then him putting crap fuel in it, right?
Yeah, it's still not great, but it's a lot better than what you saw. Yeah.
Well, good.
All right.
Last one from Atwood, 1994. If Barsha doesn't get a win, do we consider this his most successful 450 Supercross season?
I don't know. He won a few on Hondas. Like, he won races multiple years at Hondas. So, but then he got hurt. I don't know. It's a good question. You have to ask him. You have to say, hey, man, if you don't get a win, but you finish all 17 and you get fourth in the points, is it better than when you went to 8 races and won 2 of them or whatever?
Man, I think it is. I think just the way he's riding and the competition that's there and how close he is to those guys.
Yeah.
Man, I think it is.
Okay. All right. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Thanks.
That's horrible.
Thanks to those guys, Motorsport.com, great guys, and great prices, great return policy, dedicated team of gearheads there like the guy in the corner over there, helping you out, man. And they also have a Cherubies Plastic, Cherubies industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories with over 40 years of experience and with input from current riders like Cooper Webb, AC, Barsha, Anderson, and more. Disc guards, frame guards, chain blocks, slider kits, and, of course, the replica plastic kits as well. They got some special anniversary stuff over there at Cherubies USA on social media, and follow them along for updates from CherubiesUSA.com. So, all right.
All right.
That
it? We wrapping up?
So, Cooper Webb, Colt Nichols, Jordon Smith, Lesher. Best interview tonight.
I want to say Colt just because we talked a lot about testing. It was nice. I like that.
Randy?
Cooper Webb.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked him. I like his personality, and he's just a good dude. I like the fight in him. And
Mark?
Sorry.
Okay.
Are you done, Randy?
Yep.
Okay. I'll go Jordon Smith.
Dude, this is the most mellow Randy we've ever had on the show.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's full of disappointment,
insane.
right?
He's still recovering.
It's sadness.
Yeah.
There's a lot of melancholy over there.
I've got a little summary at the end, but
Infinite sadness.
Yeah. Tallon, best interview tonight?
I liked Colt.
All right. Fair enough. I'm going to read off our sponsors here. First thing that comes to your mind. You guys ready? Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Motorsport.com.
Correct pronunciation.
Fly Racing.
Monk.
Decal Works.
Ooh. SoCal Gear.
Race Tech.
Paul Feed.
X Brand Goggles.
The choice of myself and champions.
Renthal.
Twin Walls.
Renthal. Michelin Motorcycle Tires.
I think they're looking for a job, looking for someone for their two-wheel group out of Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah.
A Cherubies.
Front number plates for 23 Yamaha.
Fork lug guards.
Fork lug guards, yep.
Firepower batteries and chains.
I use them, use Firepower chains on all my vintage bikes, yep.
Okay. Maxima USA.
Contact cleaner.
Pro Filter.
You need one.
Renegade Racing Fuels.
MX4 test will be up on PulpMX.com Thursday.
All right. ORW.
Phil Nicoletti.
OGO Power Sports.
9900. Come back, please.
FMF.
Lesher.
Guts Racing.
McKenna. Hot.
Wow.
McKenna. Kenzie or McKenna? What was her name?
Kenzie, I think.
Kenzie.
Yeah.
Kenzie.
Jesus, dude.
yeah.
Okay. All right. You've said enough.
Your wife's sitting right there.
The authorities have more than enough information to charge you if she goes missing. Atlas neck brace.
Dang it. Their new lightweight model. I can't think of the name of it. It's not Air. There. Huh? Vision.
Works Connection.
Eric Phipps.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
The place to find your job in the motorcycle industry.
Get Data.
Dan, wish you would text me back. Hit me back with that information, please.
WUSA.
My buddy Robbie bought a few sets of wheels during the PulpMX promotion.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
The Edge wheels?
Yeah.
What does he need them for?
He's got a couple bikes.
But I mean, God, Robbie.
Dude, a lot of
Yeah,
people
actually-
hit me up saying it didn't last long enough. I missed out.
Yeah. He bought a set of, I know he bought a set for his Husky 501 so he can have like some street dual sport ones and then a wheel swap for when we go like full off-road.
Wow.
Must be nice.
Thanks, Robbie.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I think John and Kristen saw a good response from that.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Ride engineering. Oh, you.
Bar mounts.
All right. Intense cycles. You.
Didn't ride one today.
Nope. Wiseco piston.
Wiseco J.
EVS.
Travis Pastrana.
All right. Sounds good. Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Appreciate it.
Heck yeah.
Dude, it's weird. It's so weird.
What is?
It's a different,
It's weird.
Yeah. That's the video we talked about earlier, Randy.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I prefer not to be distracted, but during
Thanks
the
for
show.
coming in. Thanks for mountain bike riding with me
Yeah,
today.
heck yeah.
I apologize for life swap not happening, but
No.
honestly, it's Chris's fault. So if you want to just,
It's pretty clear it is. Yeah.
Pew, pew. Yep.
No, what I want to say is I, first and foremost, given the opportunity to give someone teetotal hell all week long, I'm going to do that, right? Because that's me. That's my nature.
Yeah.
I was very sincerely bummed. That was authentic, my phone call. Genuinely, emotionally.
What was the most, what were you looking forward to the most out of this?
For me, what I was looking forward to is just the stories that were going to come out of that. And I really, really do want you guys to do that at some point in time. I think it's going to be epic because you think you're going to roll in there and tell Miss Heather what's up.
I'm going to straighten both of them out.
And you may have some help with Aiden.
No.
Yeah.
But you're not telling Heather anything. And then, no, but I think that just the whole storyline of what is Pulp, I think it would have been awesome.
How do you think it would have went?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think it'd been fine.
Yeah.
You would have been all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the race weekend might have been questionable, but
What did you say to me over the weekend, though? And you can be open and honest.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I said.
We're
I
in the
said a lot
trust
of
tree.
things.
You're like, could you imagine if Steve was here?
Oh, yeah, he would have hated it. He would have hated it.
Nah, man.
Even though the days were actually, ran really good,
Yeah.
and we got out at a decent time. Greg came in hot. He would have been irritated with that.
Oh, you think that morning was gnarly?
I mean, could it get any worse
it
than
was
that morning?
way
Frappy Greg.
hotter.
Frappy Greg.
Yeah.
Frappy Greg.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy.
Well, Randy.
So for me, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So I was genuinely disappointed, and then when I have the opportunity to bust your chops about like that all week long, I'm certainly going to do that. Especially when what you two have given Dark Side over the past years.
I'm not familiar.
That's my little window of time.
How do I get wrapped up in the crap? He's done it. I am not.
Yep. 1A, 1B. So then, no, but genuinely, I was just bummed to not hear and see like the stories and the posts, and it was just going to be epic. And I was so disappointed that just didn't happen. So
Could you imagine?
I'm
I'm
really,
just
really
now
hope-
going home right now, and you would just be home.
Be very happy.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It would have been a long week for both
Listen,
of you.
Randy.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
But what I was going to say is I certainly respect the decision. I understand why you chose not to do it. Because having that race with Aiden, certainly you need to be there with your son at that race. You guys got some cool experiences of racing together.
Mm-hmm.
And then also as his career develops, you want to be there for that in key times. So if you guys choose to try to do this a third time, please find a week that there's not something this important on the table and make it happen. You owe that to Pulp Nation.
Well, didn't want to say it, but Steve's going home with Heather tonight.
No. That's a good one, though. That's a good one.
Da, da, da.
Yeah.
Nah.
Mark just flipped us off in his mind.
We're not gonna make any promises.
No, I just
No, I'm not saying.
I don't even care
dates.
anymore.
I'm not asking for a date or anything like that,
right.
but certainly it would be that would be so cool because there are so many epic stories that the PulpMX show.
Here's the epic
has
stories.
generated.
My life at home is so different than his life here.
I know.
And there's a lot of things that he doesn't like that happens at my house.
Yeah, I know.
So
People
that's
stopping
what
by.
would make right.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but that would be the cool thing to
give me some Italian kitchen. Let me watch my baseball and hockey, and
The chill time would be a lot less at my house.
I might have a problem with that.
Right.
There would have been no chill time this week.
Right.
Because it was on the go all week.
Yeah.
Correct.
I really, as I get older, we talked about our routines and getting, at JT
Yeah,
and all that.
I'm guilty of that.
I am I get anxious and angry if I don't get to have some coffee in the morning and read a little of the internet, sports, catch up on my sports and read my coffee, drink my coffee, and just chill.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't have happened because you would have been getting up to go race.
And ride.
Well, I would get up at 7 to have some chill time till 8, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Something.
Right. So, but yeah, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me in. Thanks.
Michelin
Thanks for
Starcross 6. Stay tuned. There's a promo now, $40 back, $40 off a gift card, and then motorsport.com in May.
Yep,
So
in May, and that'll be on our full line.
Right.
If you'll allow me to, I'll call back in on May 1st with some more details on that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah,
we'll see how it goes. No promises.
Unless, and maybe if you're hosting the show, then maybe I'll call back in and you can talk about it.
I've been on 2 weeks, so I'll be out for a little while probably.
Thanks for coming in, Keefer. I don't know when you're coming back. We got to schedule that up. You want to come back in with Cade?
Sure.
All right, we'll figure that out.
When is that?
Coming up.
It's in the future.
Shocking.
Yeah. It's not behind
No
us.
commitment
It's
yet.
coming up. No, I don't know the date. I forget the date. But all right, we'll work on that. Thanks for coming up 2 weeks in a row. Appreciate it. Keefer Inc. testing, of course. Stay tuned. Racer X, of course. Marks, thank you.
Shop seniorcitizen.com. A trusted and well-respected brand name.
Never lets you down?
Never lets me down.
Right.
It's good. Great company.
Sounds great. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you
thank
for
you.
coming in. Please handle my request ASAP.
Tell Yar hi.
Thank you.
She was upset that you were in and she wasn't invited.
I love Yar.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Classy.
Yes.
Thank you to Pookie as well. And thanks to Swisscore Moser. No thanks to Moser.
Thanks to our guests.
Yes, special thanks to Moser. Now I want to meet that guy.
He can go fuck himself.
Mosier.
He can go fuck himself
I think
for
that
what
was the
he
best
did.
X-Brands
He can
segment
kind of
we've
go
done in a
fuck
while.
off a little bit. That was funny though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was so
Good stuff.
Thanks to our special guest over here.
Yep.
From not from Spot, but from Spot. Okay. All right, Spot TV. Brand.
Basement?
What?
Basement?
Yeah, probably a little
Little
basement.
bit
Yeah,
basement, yeah.
a little basement. We'll talk about that later.
Okay.
And then thanks to Roto also for all his work for the show. Of course, thank you people for listening. Appreciate it. Next week, Paul Parabinos and Charles Castley in studio, reunited. It's been a while. Charles has been in Texas working for
Stasic?
Stasic.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I always get that mixed up with Strider.
No.
Stasic.
Stasic.
Yep. Got it. You can tell I don't have kids. Thanks to our guests tonight, Cooper Webb, Colt Nichols, Jordon Smith, Jared Lesher as well. Thank you people for listening. See you next week.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.